Floor is open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I counsel? Identify.
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
And good morning, David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Tinetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, counsel wanted to see me?
I did, Your Honor. Judge, as I indicated in an email that I sent to your clerk last night and copied to Commonwealth.
I have not seen the email.
Okay, well, I'll explain what was in it. Essentially, I was alerting the court that I would like to be heard prior to the start of testimony today because since Katie McLaughlin testified on Thursday and Friday, we received a deluge of photographs that put her with Caitlin Albert on many different occasions after they graduated high school. We received information from their high school yearbook that they were more than just acquaintances in high school. They were teammates on the track team. And even after I sent that email with the photographs that I attached to it, late last night, we received another photo where Katie McLaughlin and Caitlin Albert are standing next to each other in a photo at a baby shower in June of 2021, about 8 months before John O'Keefe's death. It's very clear to us that Katie McLaughlin perjured herself. And I wanted to discuss the issue of the admissibility of not only the photographs that we're now providing that we just received over the weekend, but I also want to resurrect the admissibility of H, I, J, and K for identification. And I think a discussion of this, Your Honor, needs to start with what court orders are currently in place. The leading case with regard to the provision of reciprocal discovery when the defense is offering.
Oh, so you want to get back to Rule 14, the Rule 14 issue?
It is a Rule 14 issue.
Okay.
That's supplemented
so, hold on one second. So on top of that, we can discuss this later. I'd like to get the trial started.
That's fine, Your Honor. My belief, my strong belief, is that we need to determine this today. And the reason is that Caitlin Albert is coming up as a witness for the Commonwealth. She faces the same areas of cross-examination that Katie McLaughlin faced, and these photos are relevant to her cross-examination.
Okay. All right. So aside from the Rule 14 issue, I also think this is cumulative. I don't have the email. I do have the photos, but we can address this. When do you expect the Albert? I'm sorry. What's her name?
Caitlin Albert.
Caitlin Albert.
I'd say midweek, probably. It depends on how far we
All
get
right.
today.
So we'll address this either today or tomorrow.
Thank you.
Scheduling purposes. So Sergeant Lenk, is he testifying today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So we need a voir dire of him. I expect that might take a while. Is he testifying this morning, or can we use the lunch break for that? I need to know if it's around 11 o'clock, we'll have a voir dire. I'll just order coffee. I just need to know about that.
So I anticipate 2 witnesses prior to him. So I can't predict necessarily how long.
How long will you be with those 2 witnesses?
With those 2 witnesses, probably half hour, maybe a little more with each.
Okay. Any idea how long the cross will be with those witnesses?
Probably I will handle one of those witnesses. Mr. Yannetti will handle the other. And I would say at least a half an hour on cross-examination, maybe a little bit more.
Okay. Would it be up to an hour on each? I'm just, again, scheduling. I'm not limiting you at all. I'm just curious.
Thank you. I don't think we exceed an hour. I would say safely, I know it's a big range, but between a half an hour and an hour, I think, for each of them.
I
Okay.
think that's probably accurate.
All right. Paul, can I see you for a second? All right. Thank you. So we will, all set to bring the jurors in?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Jim?
Maybe. I don't know.
We also have exhibit book 8.
8.
Thank you.
Rise for the jury.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning again, council. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jury. I have to ask you those same 3 questions, and I appreciate your patience. We had to work out a few things this morning. So, was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone?
Yes.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you if you were able to refrain from seeing or reading or hearing anything about this case since we left the other day. So with that, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar and
Good morning. I just woke up. So, hi, Chico Bruin. Runs with Scissors. Hey, Kate. Hey, Emin Butter. What are they doing? Trying to get my coffee. Okay.
Be mindful to step up.
Morning.
Morning.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Paul Gallagher, last name Gallagher.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Canton?
Total of 32 years, 2 years as a permanent intermittent officer, 30 years full-time.
And you indicated that you are a lieutenant, is that correct?
That is correct.
And how long have you held the rank of lieutenant?
I was promoted to lieutenant August 1st of 2021.
What did you do with Canton Police prior to becoming lieutenant?
I was the detective sergeant from 2018 until I was promoted in 2021.
And what is it, just starting with that, what is it that a detective sergeant does?
So when a patrolman takes an initial report, anything that needs follow-up, the detective sergeant makes sure it's assigned to a detective, usually the next detective working, and make sure that all the steps are taken to manage the cases, to bring it to fruition, if possible.
And what is it, sort of, what are your general duties and responsibilities as a lieutenant with Canton?
Currently, I am in charge of internal affairs, background checks, patrol, and I oversee detectives.
You say currently, what was it prior?
I was promoted in 2021. At that time, Lieutenant Kelleher was the lieutenant in charge of detectives. We have since had a change of police and our assignments have changed.
Now, were you working with Canton Police on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
I was.
And at some point, did you receive a phone call?
I did.
And about what time was that and who called?
That was shortly after 6 a.m. It was Sergeant Sean Good.
And he's a member of your department as well?
He's the 12 to 8 supervisor, which our shifts actually run 11:45 p.m. to 7:45 a.m., but we call it the 12 to 8 shift.
And what, if anything, was indicated to you in this call from Sergeant Good?
Sergeant Good told me he was responding to a scene where a party was found unconscious, possibly not breathing in the snow. He stated his name was John O'Keefe. He was a Boston police officer who resided on Meadows Ave. He further told me that he had gotten a call earlier about John O'Keefe not returning home that night. His friends had called the hospitals, then they called the police, then they went out and looked for him and they found him unconscious and not breathing in the snow.
And based on that information, what, if anything, did you
I told him I would respond.
where were you initially responding?
I was initially responding to Meadows Ave. I misinterpreted when he said he was a Boston police officer on Meadows Ave. I thought they discovered him on Meadows Ave.
And subsequently, did you learn a different location and respond to that location?
I did.
What was that location that you subsequently determined was where you were going?
When I called the dispatch to find out the exact address, I was told it was 32 Fairview Road.
And that was from the dispatch, is that correct?
That's correct. It was Officer Dever who answered the phone.
That would be Officer Kelly Dever, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, did you go straight from home to the scene, or did you go stop somewhere else prior to?
I stopped at Canton Police Department prior to that.
And what was the purpose of stopping at Canton Police Department prior to going to Fairview?
I was picking up some winter gear, and I advised Sergeant Good via the radio that all midnight personnel was to be held till further notice.
And you say winter gear, as far as you're responding to a scene, what, if any, other sort of equipment did you procure when you went to Canton Police?
It was clothing. I needed a winter jacket, hat, things of that nature. I was responding in my personal vehicle.
And if you know, about what time was it that you arrived on Fairview Road that morning?
I arrived shortly after 7 a.m.
And when you arrived, what, if anything, was it that you observed upon your arrival?
There were some vehicles pulling away, but parked by where the scene was were 3 Canton police vehicles and 1 black Toyota pickup truck that is assigned to our detectives.
And who, if anyone else, from your department was there at that time?
When I arrived, the 3 marked units were occupied by Officer Mullaney, Officer Saraf, Sergeant Good, and the Toyota pickup was driven there by Detective Sergeant Lank.
And as far as, by the time you arrived, Mr. O'Keefe is no longer on scene, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what, if any, vehicles or apparatus or any personnel from the fire department were on scene by the time that you arrived?
None.
Now, when you first arrived, who, if anyone, did you first sort of speak with on scene?
I first encountered Sergeant Good.
And you had a conversation with him, is that correct?
That is correct.
And who, if anyone else, did you talk to?
Detective Sergeant Lank joined us as well.
And following these initial conversations with Sergeant Good and Detective Sergeant Lank, what did you do with that?
Once they updated me on the case, we decided that we had to process where Mr. O'Keefe was found. It was snowing heavily. Sometimes the wind was blowing north, sometimes it was south. It was changing directions. And we discussed how to process where Mr. O'Keefe was found, because at the time we had no idea how he came to be where he was.
And with respect to that, first, as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was, who, if anyone, directed you to where Mr. O'Keefe had been prior to your arrival?
When I arrived and I spoke with Sergeant Good and Detective Sergeant Lank, they updated me on the case. They had told me that Mr. O'Keefe was transported to the hospital, that they were doing CPR on him at that time. They told me that he was bleeding from the mouth and nose, and that he may have had swelling above one of his eyes. They told me that they transported his girlfriend as well, and they told me the circumstances surrounding that incident. They told me that at some point after the phone call to the police station, friends, the woman's name was Kerry Roberts, picked up Miss McCabe and John O'Keefe's girlfriend, Karen Reed, and they drove around and they discovered Mr. O'Keefe on the left side of the property. I would call it the east side of the property, unconscious and not breathing in the snow.
Now, this area that Sergeant Good directed you to, where he indicated Mr. O'Keefe was, you mentioned that it was snowing heavily at this time, is that correct?
It is correct, yes.
And about how much snow was on the ground in this area at the time that you initially went over there?
I would say at least 4 inches of snow.
Now, with reference to, as far as you mentioned, sort of processing, what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with regard to that scene as far as that was concerned?
So it was a unique scene because of the weather. Sergeant Lank had notified Norfolk County CPAC. He had advised them that
Objection.
Sustained.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question, please?
So Detective Sergeant Lag had reached out to North County CPAC, correct?
That is correct.
And what is CPAC?
It's the State Police Investigative Unit of the District Attorney's Office, Crime Prevention and Control.
And what, if any, as far as that notification is concerned, what is sort of a protocol when you have an unintended death?
So when we have an unintended death, the Norfolk County CPAC unit responds and takes jurisdiction. In this particular case, Mr. O'Keefe was still alive. So they declined to respond at that time.
It may be a term that's pretty well understood, but when you say unattended death, what do you mean by that?
An unexplained death, a person who was alone at the time of their death.
And so at this point, no one from the state police had responded or was responding to the scene at that point.
That is correct.
And so what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with regard to the scene where Mr. O'Keefe had been located in the snow?
So we decided on how we were going to process the area. Our concern was there were some light pink spots in the snow, and we thought it may be blood. So we were discussing how to get to that, uncover the blood safely. We decided we were going to process the scene with a leaf blower. I figured we could direct the snow off the area in a controlled fashion. At that time, Sergeant Good volunteered to go get a snow blower. But what I told him in the meantime, I wanted to photograph the area. I wanted all the cruisers away from the house. There was one cruiser, I believe, occupied Officer Sarif directly in front of where Mr. O'Keefe was. I wanted him backed up. And there was crime scene tape set up, and it was blowing wildly in the wind. It was serving no purpose at that time. There were no civilians or witnesses about. And I knew we had two officers who could protect the scene while we processed it. So Sergeant Good, before he left to get the leaf blower, he directed the officers to move their cruisers. I told Sergeant Lank the most important thing he could do at this time would.
Objection.
The objection sustained. Move on to your next question, Mr. Lally.
Now, you mentioned that there was some crime scene tape that was set up around, is that correct?
That is correct.
And how was that accomplished?
Sergeant Good and my Detective Sergeant Lank put out the crime scene tape.
Do you know what, if anything, they were able to use to attach it to in order to set it up around where Mr. O'Keefe had been found?
I believe they used a fire hydrant, a tree, a flagpole, and I'm not sure what else. I don't recall specifically what it was attached to.
And with regard, you mentioned there were photographs that were taken prior to the implementation of a leaf blower, is that correct?
That is correct.
And I could just ask a little bit about that. As far as the leaf blower was concerned, why was that a decision as far as that being an implement to use in this particular scene?
It was a unique scene. There was snow. I had never processed a scene in the snow. I had seen a leaf blower used in the snow, and it's quite effective at being controlled. So that's why it was readily accessible. The scene was debilitating as we were on scene with the weather. Snow was piling up, and I thought that was the best method at that time.
And prior to the arrival of Sergeant Good back to the scene with the leaf blower, what, if anything else, was done to sort of document the scene at that time?
In addition to photographs, what we did was, I wasn't sure how the roadway ended. I wasn't sure if there was a sidewalk, a curb, a berm, or whether it was just grass, excuse me. So Sergeant Lank and I dug out what I believe is called a 6-inch Cape Cod asphalt berm, exposed it so we could get a better perspective of how far Mr. O'Keefe might have been off the roadway.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention. direct your attention to what's currently marked as exhibit 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23. Please review those. Just look up.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Sure.
It looks like the snow blower question is answered. They were just trying to get it in a general area, but that's weird too. You shouldn't really move anything. Hey, Liza. Did I miss anybody? Hey, Ninny. I woke up right at 8 o'clock.
Mr. Lally, hold on for a sec.
You know what, I'll see counsel again at sidebar on this issue.
Turtle Boy spent the whole entire weekend finding pictures of Katie and Caitlin, and one of them was a total Photoshop. So I hope they make sure. I'm sure they will, but I don't think court cases as far as photo evidence is ever going to be the same. I mean, it's so easy. They did one picture, though, that was ridiculous. So I hope the rest are better. Hey, boys.
I thought the witnesses were doing that.
Yes.
Hey, much endeavors. Meetings.
Jurors, I had told you before how important it is that our record is clear, and that's why I'm sort of making this take longer than it would otherwise. So. Mr. Lally, can you simply hand her a note telling her what numbers?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm just writing the numbers.
You're good,
Thank
you're
you very
good.
much.
He's talking about the witness. Yeah, they all need authentication. Wow. Authentication. Yeah, you can just use them to impeach her.
So I would ask that the next 13 exhibits be marked, next 13 photographs in the book be marked as the next 13 exhibits.
Okay.
Now I want to trial Discord so we can drop stuff in it to look at.
Thank you.
Sorry if I hit the microphone. And I'm sorry, I'm eating as well. They said they have photos. I'm sorry, photos of the crime scene, and that they've been yelling for a year that they didn't.
Has to go. Sorry.
Right. Everybody have a good weekend. I don't know how many they're using.
It's 21 from 32.
Thank you. All right, you can publish them, Mr. Lally?
Thank you. May I return them to the witness as well?
Yes.
Madam Court, what if I see you later on? Thank you.
Good morning, Romy. 8:44 a.m. Very good. Oh, it's the time. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the first of those photographs up on the screen. If you could enlarge that just a bit. And Lieutenant, I don't believe that's the first photograph for you, but if you could locate that within the
Sure.
file.
I believe that's Exhibit 30.
And if you could just describe to the jury what if anything we're looking at in this exhibit.
So that is in front of 34 Fairview Road in Canton. It's looking westerly or the direction towards Chapman Street. And it's documenting the conditions at the time.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Lieutenant, at any points, if I ask, this is a legal.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph, please.
That is simply documenting that the number 34 is on the mailbox. That is 34 Fairview Road.
Do you have a number on that in front of you?
Yes, I do. It's Exhibit 22.
Thank you.
There are two of these, I believe, or similar. I just want to make sure I have the correct one. 22. That would be 22, yes.
And what's depicted in that photograph, sir, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of the scene in the roadway when you arrived that morning?
It is. It's the mailbox with the number 34 on it, and it
Sorry. Okay, something happened. I mean, I know it's my fault, but how do I turn it off? Shit. Hold on. Hold on, I screwed something up. Hold on 1 second. Hey, Kathy.
Hey, Hills.
Shit.
You'll get it right back. Just go right back to the live stream.
Yeah, but I tried to do something and I screwed it up. This one isn't doing anything.
You were streaming it from Court TV?
No, Law and Crime, I think.
Long crime.
Okay, let me try it again. It'll just take a second. Oh my God, stop.
We're here with you. Don't worry about it.
I was trying to get it to go on my TV, but then I guess it comes off of that, right? Okay, here's live. Here we go.
between the street and
Can you see it?
where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
And as
Yeah.
far as between where Mr. O'Keefe
Yeah.
is found
Okay,
and
you
can hear it.
34 Fairview, what if any footprints?
You can
did
see it
observe in
and
that
hear
area?
I
Yes.
didn't observe any
Cool.
footprints at that time.
Cool.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for the next photograph, please.
Okay, Twisted. I'm eating my breakfast while I'm watching this.
That is Exhibit 24. And it's showing a westerly shot of the scene. Mr. O'Keefe was found in this area here, and it depicts the wind blowing in that direction at the time.
And probably pretty self-evident, but depicts the wind blowing in that direction based on what?
The flag flying.
The next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
Kathy, I'm going to text you. I'm going to
Okay.
text you something.
Okay.
That is Exhibit 20. That is the 6 I believe it's called a 6-inch Cape Cod asphalt berm that separated the roadway from the property of 34 Fairview. And this is the long look to where Mr. O'Keefe was discovered.
The next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
Again, that's a close-up of one of the exhibits we saw earlier. Again, you can see the spotting and the glass here. This is, I believe this is exhibit 26.
So, next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
This is exhibit 27, and it's some, what we believed was frozen or coagulated blood spotting.
Next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
And that's a different view, close-up of the scene, and that's exhibit 32.
Thanks. And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
That's when we first uncovered the berm, the 6-inch berm. And it's just a smaller picture, close-up of that berm. It's exhibit 25.
Reference to the sort of uncovering of the berm as you've described it, what, if anything, did you use to uncover the berm?
I believe we just used our foot to uncover that.
And what I believe is the last photograph, Ms. Gilman.
This is the location from the berm to where Mr. O'Keefe was found. It's just a long view, and it's exhibit 21.
May I approach you and just?
Yes, yes, Tori.
Still looking, Captain. Got it right here.
Now, as far as the cruisers with the Canton Police Department, what, if any, sort of recording equipment are they equipped with?
They're with dash cameras, watch guard cameras.
And what, if anything, have you done to review some of that dash camera footage from the cruiser, from that level?
I've reviewed all of it.
And specifically, have you reviewed dash camera footage from the 683 cruiser, Officer Sarah's cruiser?
Yes, I did.
And Your Honor, if I may, I would ask that it's already been marked as Exhibit 12. I would ask that a portion of that be played for the jury at this time.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could fast forward this to approximately 57 minutes or so into the kind of gallery, do you recognize what's up on the screen in Exhibit 12? And what do you recognize?
That's the video I referred of Canton Cruiser 683 on, it's dated January 29th, 2022 at 7, if the time is correct, 7:02:54.
And around this time, within this video from Officer Sarah's cruiser, what, if anything, did you observe occurring within that cruiser camera?
I believe it's at approximately 5717. You'll see Sergeant Good begin to mark out the scene with a yellow crime scene tape. You'll see him in front of the cruiser at first. Him, Officer Mullaney, and Sergeant Lank walk off, and then you'll see Sergeant Good stretching out the crime scene tape.
And if you could, sir, as the video is playing, using the laser pointer that you have before you, just draw the jury's attention to who, if anyone, you observe or recognize within that.
Yes.
It's going to be good.
See, yellow tape it is. There's two officers with yellow crime scene tape. I believe this is Officer Mullaney, but I'm not sure. I know this is Sergeant Good.
My apologies, Mr. I'm going to be great to play again.
That's Detective Sergeant Lank in the lighter coat. Sergeant Good and Lank, they walk off camera.
Good morning. Oops. Sorry. I was throwing you back and forth. I am going to come on soon with my camera. You look very cute. I don't know if you meant to do that or not.
You'll see Sergeant Good come into the picture right here. They're stretching out
Hey,
the
Ben.
crime scene tape. You can see it flapping in the wind there. You can see it raise way up because of the wind. This is the crime scene tape here.
So no crime scene tape. They didn't do any crime scene tape. Next, we're going to see photos.
And I'm not sure what they affixed it to, whether it was the cruiser at that point or not. But you can see the crime scene tape going across the screen that way.
Let's go, if you could pause it right there for a moment. So Lieutenant Gallagher, in addition to sort of the crime scene tape that you observed in this video, what, if anything else, did you get from the station to attempt to sort of
Yes, ma'am.
secure the scene or place at the scene?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Did you get a tent at the station?
Excuse me?
A tent at the station?
No, I didn't.
You didn't.
No.
And why not?
I had a tent with me from home. It was a personal 8x8 tent at that time.
My apologies. And so at any point in time on the scene, were you able to set up that tent that you retrieved from your home?
Due to the weather conditions, we did not set it up because it would have required officers holding it down, and we didn't think the top would stay on.
And again, maybe pretty self-evident, but when you say due to the weather conditions, what, if anything, about the weather conditions prevented you from setting that tent up always?
There was high winds, shifting directions, a large amount of snow falling.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask, if you could just pull forward in that video to about the 1 hour, 7 minute mark. Yeah, you could play from there. Lieutenant, what, if anything, are we looking at in this portion?
If you look closely, it's the crime scene tape that's flowing around. Right now, you can't see it. Or I cannot see it from here.
Is this around the point where the decision was made to take that down? Is that correct?
It was later on, I observed the same thing, and I told the officers it wasn't doing any good at that time. And there were no nobody to keep out of the scene at that point. It was only police personnel on scene.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can stop and take it down. Thank you very much. Now, with reference to the implementation of the leaf blower, was that memorialized in any way as well?
Yes, I had Sergeant Good take a video since we were improvising using something I wasn't familiar with being used before in case there were any questions on how it was deployed. I had Sergeant Good take a short video.
And there's sort of several different short video clips of that process. Is that fair to say?
There's at least one that I know of.
May I approach?
Yes.
Or we could try to find a way to do dual screens, you know?
So showing you with this, you recognize that?
I don't recognize it. I haven't seen this disc before.
May we approach?
Okay.
Could you imagine having to have that thing at your mouth all day long?
Like she's like the court reporter, so she's got to have the thing like straight up to her face, like repeating everything. I could not. I mean, I feel like I'd have like just pimples everywhere from like sweat. It'd be gross.
Oh.
Put my face on that thing.
Yeah, it would drive me bonkers. Karen doesn't look like she's happy this morning.
No, she also needs to control her facial expressions because throughout this entire thing, I've caught very good glimpses of angry faces, upset faces. Like, dude, you got to control your frigging face.
Yeah, but she's going to blame MS. I've already seen.
Of course.
Yeah.
Oh my.
I wouldn't know how to do that. Twisted.
I think you just have to have the settings set. Like, so in settings, it'll say like guests, and under guests, it'll say like all the different things for guests, like allow guests to stream from their location. And I think you have to have that box checked off in order to allow your guests to do that.
Yeah, you do in StreamYards. Yeah. I've never done it, but
I was trying to stream like to my channel and hers at the same time because it would also bring like her new viewership. Like some people for me would discover her and vice versa. But
right.
I think you have to have it set that way and then it would pop up on my screen.
Okay, wait.
Okay.
Is it record local for each person?
No, it's not record. It's under settings and then you go to guests.
Yes. Okay.
And then it should have a little box that says like allow.
Yes, can stream.
Yep, there it is. I see it. It just popped up on my screen. Stream this to your audience. Hold on, let me do it.
Hi, Trisha.
Yeah, I had that explained to me, but I never went through it and did it. But it's really cool that you can do that.
Hey,
Okay.
what
Just feel free to stay.
What piece of evidence was missed? You didn't recognize
It was a disc, he said.
a photo disc?
Whatever disc that the attorney was showing him, and he said he didn't recognize it.
Probably a photo disc, you think?
Yeah, would have to do with the crime scene. Why else would they be shown? Yeah.
No tell. Stop fucking with me already. Oh my God. Everything's so sensitive.
Very. And the way it's been glitching lately isn't helping.
Yeah, but now they have a feature where you can pin from inside StreamYard.
Wow. I didn't even
Accidentally.
realize that.
Yeah, StreamYard has its glitches and it drives me insane. Like if I try to use my phone, my glitches seem to be like the headphones being wonky, or like I can't add a screen, like I can't share a screen on a phone. They don't have an app yet. So it's like you have to be at a computer for certain things, and even then you get crazy glitches where you'll just start freaking out for no reason.
Yeah. That's why I like Restream, because you can share content from a mobile device.
Hold on.
once
Are you
upgrade.
on X? Are you doing this on X as well?
Yeah, X and YouTube.
Okay, I'm going to remove
So-
the X. For
Okay, you
me.
can if you want.
We'll
A
still
lot
be on it. I'm gonna remove it.
Oh, I don't know. Right now, see how it shows my thing up the top? It's just streaming
Yeah.
mine, not yours. It doesn't do a simultaneous. It's streaming it streams this whole thing.
Oh,
but
okay. So
It's
I'm
on
not-
my channel, not yours.
Okay, so I'm not going to
28.
X.
The last exhibit is this. If I could publish that.
I don't want anything
Yes.
to do with those people.
Oh, yeah, those crazy nuts. I have most of them blocked anyway.
Mm.
Anyway, this is one group. I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could just
Okay,
pause it
here
right
we go.
And Lieutenant Gallagher, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
And what do you recognize?
It's me operating the leaf blower and at the scene where John O'Keefe was discovered.
And who is operating the leaf blower in these videos?
I am.
And who, if anyone else from your department, is sort of present while this process is going?
Detective Sergeant Lank is documenting, and Sergeant Good is also assisting.
And Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. If you could just play and run.
See, it removes the snow. I was removing the snow layer by layer. And right here, you can see it exposing the cocktail glass. You're going to see red spots appear as I remove it layer by layer. These pink spots start to turn to be dark red spots. As you see, we can control it. We were concerned with whatever other.
Oh, hold on and wait for a question.
Hi, Patricia.
As you can see, it just takes it layer by layer.
Hold on for a second. Mr. Lally, Ms. Gilman, can you pause it? So if you have a question for the lieutenant, all right, you're asking him to narrate the whole thing. We're not going to do it that way. And you can pause and then question. It's great you're keeping your voice up over the sound of the leaf blower, but it's a little distracting.
I understand now.
So do you have a question, Mr. Lally?
Just briefly at this point, so Lieutenant Gallagher, with respect to as you're conducting this sort of process, what, if anything, are you concerned about as far as throughout this process of trying to locate evidence?
We were concerned with the weather destroying biological evidence at that time.
And so what, if anything, were you doing with regard?
We were trying to take the snow that had fallen over the blood, and we were trying to remove it to expose the blood.
And fair to say, as far as during this sort of removal process, how much of the snow were you able to sort of sift layer by layer with the leaf blower that you had?
We could control how much I wanted to sift. I did it I started out as gently as possible, and if it needed, more snow needed to be removed, I got a little more aggressive.
Thank you.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, if you could get back. next video, maybe?
Uncover some red. I don't think they did that morning.
So this is basically them sort of showing that they could do it in one area. You know what I mean?
Well,
Controlled.
yeah. But they've been saying all along that everything was planted. They made it sound like the snowblower was just blowing shit everywhere.
Which is exactly why they're going to show this video of it being like controlled to where they want it to be.
Right.
Yeah, this video clearly shows that all the crap put out wasn't true.
Well, I mean, you would have to think the police were complete imbeciles to believe they were out there with, snow blowing all over the place. And they're just,
Right. You want to make sure you're gathering evidence. So clearly they're just getting
Of
it in
course.
small areas.
it was a good idea, actually.
It was. Sometimes you have to adapt, right? And that's what they did here, was adapt to the situation.
Right, but where they live, I don't think it's probably the first time they've ever done it.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play the last video, please.
Was the glass? I couldn't see it. Was it a big piece?
I
That's what
could see
they were
a
looking
piece,
for,
but I couldn't
I'm
make it
assuming.
out.
Yeah. I think they're trying to find pieces of taillight, glass, really anything.
Yeah, I know what they're doing. I'm asking, did they find a big piece earlier? Because he said they found a piece.
Oh,
I couldn't tell the size of it, but I seen it.
Was it taillight or was it
No,
the-
it
this-
doesn't
No.
look like that.
okay,
It was just
like regular
plain
glass?
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't find the tail light till later.
And Mr. Officer, you can put the rest. Thanks.
Patricia Burns in the snow like that, there's not a real,
Lieutenant, with reference to
Way to do
that
it.
process, how far deep into the snow were you able to go with using that leaf blower in that manner?
We get almost to the ground, bare ground.
do what you
As far
gotta
as
do.
sort of a surface area, like how much of that area where Mr. O'Keefe was found were you able to use the leaf blower on?
It was approximately a 6x6, 7x7 type area.
And from that area, what, if anything, in addition to the cocktail glass pieces that you already testified to and the red spots on the ground, what, if anything, else did you observe?
We didn't observe anything at that point. Anything else, just the blood in the glass.
Now, Lieutenant, during the time that you were on scene, with reference to the neighborhood in general, how many people did you observe sort of come out of their house at any point in time that you were there?
I didn't observe anybody ever come out of their house.
And that includes the residents that you were in front of, as well as any other residences along that street, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, at some point,
Too damn cold.
about how long a period of time, if you know, were you on scene that particular morning?
Approximately 50 minutes, 45 to 50 minutes.
And following that, where did you go?
We brought the exhibits back to Canton Police Headquarters.
And by that, you mean the glass and what you had collected?
And you have to remember too, Patricia, they were having a blizzard. So anything could have blown away or, been moved around.
Yep, we took 6 blood samples, yes.
And how were you able to sort of collect the blood samples on scene?
Well, the blood samples, because they were frozen, we debated on how to collect it. We didn't think swabbing was going to be easy to do if it was frozen. So we decided on finding some type of temporary plastic evidence container. We were able to find large cups, and we took 6 samples. We bagged the 6 samples, and Sergeant Lang transported them back to Canton Police Headquarters.
And with respect to those samples and piece of glass that you located, eventually, what, if anything, was done with those? Well, first and foremost, when you came back to Canton Police Station, what, if anything, did you do with them?
Chief Berkowitz was at headquarters, and we had a meeting in the detective sergeant's office.
What I'm asking, sir, is with reference to those items that you took back from Fairview when
He explained that the tent was blowing away. They have to have people to hold it, and they didn't have enough people out there.
you got back to the station, what if anything?
Sergeant Lang placed them into evidence.
And then subsequent to Sergeant Lang placing them into evidence at some point, where did they go?
They were turned over on February 1st to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
I believe they're
And
going to blow it away.
was that something where they were driven to the crime lab, or did the crime lab come to the station?
The crime lab was already at the station.
Now, you go back to the police station and have some conversation with your chief, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what was your chief's name?
Chief Berkowitz, Kenneth Berkowitz.
And following that conversation, at some point, did you return to Fairview Road that morning?
I did.
And who, if anyone, did you go there with?
I accompanied Detective Sergeant Lang.
And when you arrived, where did you go with reference to residents?
We went into a side door,
Is this fitting?
and there were people in the kitchen at that time. I believe it was the kitchen area.
And did you know any of the people that were in the kitchen?
I did.
Who, if anyone, did you know?
Who I remember specifically was Jen McCabe, who I don't know personally, but I know because that's who Sergeant Lang arrived to talk to, and I knew Brian Albert in a professional sense.
And so Brian Albert is also a police officer, is that correct?
He was Boston police officer, yes.
Now, as far as any other people, who, if anyone else, were you introduced to when you came into the kitchen area?
I wasn't introduced to anybody. All I know is there were 5 or 6 people there.
And are you familiar with a gentleman by the name of Brian Higgins?
I am.
How are you familiar with him?
He is an ATF agent who I've worked with when I was assigned to DEA, and he later had a satellite office at our PD, and I have since come to know him personally.
And in reference to your work with the DEA, how long did you work with the DEA?
13 years.
And so, Mr. Higgins, was he present in the home on Fairview when you arrived there that morning?
I don't recall him. When I arrived originally, definitely not. I don't recall if he was there when we arrived about 9 a.m.
So you don't recall him being there at all?
I don't recall specifically. I never had any conversation with him.
Now, you had made some mention of February 1st, a few days later, at your department, there were members from the crime lab that came, correct?
That is correct.
And what, if anything, did they come there to do?
They were assisting the state police in executing a search warrant on a motor vehicle.
And where was that motor vehicle in relation to your department?
It was in our Sally Port.
If you could just describe to the jury sort of what is it, Sally Port, specifically the Canton Police, like where is it located, what does it look like?
Sure, it's on the rear portion of our police department. They are large overhead doors that are numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4. We only have 2 bays. So the Sally Port that the vehicle was in, typically we enter through door 4 and you would exit through door 3. Those doors, overhead doors, can only be controlled by a computer in the dispatch center. And it's where we bring in our prisoners. Once the Sally Port goes up, you enter, close the door, the area is secure. The rest of the PD is only accessible by access card, key access card.
As you mentioned, sort of the overhead garage doors are accessible only by the dispatch area, is that correct?
That is correct, a computer in the dispatch area.
And then as far as entrance from the department, how if at all is that controlled?
There is a, to the right of Sally Port 4, there is a key card access door.
Now, with reference to that Sally Port area, is there, what if any cameras are located in that area?
I know there's cameras in the area. I don't specifically know where they are. I typically don't look for them. I know it is under surveillance, as most of our department is.
And have you reviewed the, at least portion or the entirety of the Sally Court video from that particular day of February 1st?
I've seen a small portion, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you recognize what's depicted on that particular flash drive?
Yes,
And what is depicted on that, sir?
CPD Sally Port videos.
You know, I'll will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
Here.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit 34.
Your Honor, if I may, at this time, seek to publish a portion of Exhibit 34 for the jury.
Okay.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
So, Ms. Gilman, if I could have the portion that's February 1st, that covers 12 a.m. to 12 noon.
You number 2-1 bottom. Yeah. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just fast forward that to approximately 9:11 a.m. If you could just pause 1 second.
Why don't we take our morning recess? Why don't we take a 10, 15-minute recess?
All right, hurry up.
Okay. Wow.
She could smile once in a while, you know, it wouldn't hurt her.
You
Look at her
are.
face, though. Look at her.
Yeah. She never smiles.
Well, I think she's
But
been
she always looks angry. Like she always looks pissed off and angry. Like, look at her eyebrows. Man, whoa, what was that? Did you see the way she just?
All right, so we're still in session. So in presenting the exhibits to be marked, please take them out of the plastic and out of the envelopes because the actual item itself gets a sticker on it. That'll just save a little time. We're having all sorts of difficulties. FTR is not working. I'm not sure that we're getting any internet in here. Are we all set with this? Is this something? Do you want to use the flash drive that you put in? Does that help?
Wait a minute, Mama.
Or
Wait a
you?
minute.
No, I think the initial issue, I think, is sort of the size of the video. So bringing it up can be a little, my issue was that as I was standing over there, I couldn't really see anything
Yeah.
as far as the screen. It's
dark.
that dark when you put it on.
I couldn't open any of this weekend on my home computer, on my work computer. So, all right, why don't we take a 10-minute recess?
All right, to the court, please.
I figured. Remember when Jackson gave her that flash drive and she said she wanted to watch it at home? Just something told me it wasn't going to work.
Hey there, Karen
Yeah,
Reed,
so-
trial watchers.
yeah.
You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind me? It's that you got to be careful who you surround yourself.
Wait, why is he saying that?
Who?
You have to be careful who you surround yourself with.
Oh, this is an advertisement.
Yeah, but he said Karen. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I get it. It's one of those stupid like look up the people in your. Okay,
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, yeah, she said she wanted to look at what was on that.
I have no idea.
I think exhibits, maybe.
That's
But
what I'm
just the way it
guessing.
was- Just the way it was done. I thought, yeah, that's not going to work.
She should be able to open it though, and on her work computer at home. So security thing or not, the judge has to be able to look at the exhibits before they're introduced, so she can say yay or nay on them.
No. I'm not saying it. I'm saying.
Oh, I'm answering a comment. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, and I agree with Patricia on this, where I think if Karen had just said she didn't know and it was an accident, sort of like the other case I covered there with the woman who hit her husband and didn't know in the snow. She didn't see him until the next morning. It would have been no conviction. But
Right.
you went with this wild theory that involves like 90 people at this point, like
Yeah.
and people who are in a small town are going to know one another. Like McLaughlin is being harassed and getting death threats, and it's absurd over pictures from high school. Do you know how many pictures I have of huge groups of people of us in like, early adulthood and like high school
Oh my
and soccer
God,
teams?
yeah.
And I wasn't friends with every single person on my soccer team. We had like pasta parties that we would all go to at one person's house, but we weren't friends outside of that. Some of them I was, and some of them I wasn't. Also, same thing. If we go, even now as an adult, we do a trip to Saco, Maine every year, and we float down the river and we invite, our closest friends. And some of those people will in turn invite other people that we don't know. We're still going to take group photos together. I'm not going to say, hey, that you over there, the person that my friend invited that we don't all know. Because
Well, I
you don't
think
know everyone, you're not getting in the picture. Like,
I think she would have been better off saying, yeah, we were friends. We drifted like friends do. So we're acquaintances now.
yeah, but
I
they weren't
get-
friends. Exactly. Acquaintances. Yeah.
Yeah, I get what she's saying. They were friends at the time. But everyone in high school that you took a picture with,
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be your friend.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
absolutely not. I have plenty of those pictures, even in
Yeah, me
adulthood.
too.
Like
Yeah.
we have softball cookouts for our teams, and whoever's throwing the cookout will also invite like their other friends and their other family, and some people will bring other people with them. And it's like we're still taking this big picture of all of us. Half the people I may know and half I might not. Doesn't mean I'm going to say, hey, get out of the picture because I don't know you. Like that's so ignorant and rude. Like we're still trying to show that we had this big cookout and had a blast, and like we're going to take the picture of us together. Like it's,
Yeah.
I mean, to say that like because she took pictures mostly in big groups, obviously she had a friend that was friends with Caitlin. That's very clear that she had a mutual friend that was friends with Caitlin. I have plenty of mutual friends that are friends of other people that I'll see here or there at different cookouts or different birthday parties or
No, and
baby
she may not
showers,
like her.
weddings, but I don't talk to them personally. I don't know them. I don't hang out with them. We might
Right.
be friends on Facebook. I might read your thing or even like type a little response
Right.
on your comment, but like I don't know anything about your life. I'm not friends with you. We're not friends. We're
And she
acquaintances.
may not like her. There may be
Right.
something that, she doesn't want to say, like she's
Right.
bit.
Yeah, I think
Exactly.
that's
Like I don't
that's-
really like her attitude, or like I don't like the way she talks to people. She's not going to say that on the stand, but that may be the reason they never really clicked as friends and became closer friends.
just because you're in a group photo doesn't mean you're BFFs.
That's right, Kathy. That's right.
There's so many. All the years I was in band and cheerleading, I couldn't tell you half the people that were in the photos.
Me either. I couldn't even tell you when they were taken at this point. I'm 37. It's not, you know what I mean? Like I'm an adult now. I can't tell you where, when. I can't tell you none of that right now. No idea.
I think she's 26. Is she? She
26.
graduated in 2014, I think.
Yeah. So I mean, but even in 2000, even that
So it's
far
been
off,
10
like
years.
by the time I was 23, I had 2 kids and I was married. Like I had a whole
Yeah.
life going on at 23. So it's like I wouldn't have remembered all of that.
Mm-mm. I didn't even talk to 90% of people I went to high school with after high school, and then others you make
Right.
friends. I made friends with way after high school.
Exactly.
So,
As adults, right?
Yeah, I think the way she was saying acquaintance, she probably isn't. They aren't close, like they meet up when everybody else. But I think the last one, if it's real, is 2017.
that's a long time ago.
Yeah, 6
Oh,
years.
they're crowing about a baby shower picture from like 2020 or 2021. Like
Oh,
she
I thought
probably
they
didn't even
said
remember that she saw her as a friggin' adult. Like a baby shower. How is
I don't trust their pictures.
right? And I don't trust anything. But even if she did see her at a friggin' baby shower in 2021, A, you expect her to remember that, and B, again, they're
I
not
think she said
friends. So why would she
2020.
even take note that she was there? Maybe she didn't even notice she was there. They're adults now.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell you who was there.
Me neither. I can't even tell you every person that was at my own baby showers. Like,
Yeah, mine is so long ago. I don't even remember. I remember the cake. I think that's about it.
I don't even remember the cake, Kathy. Like, I don't even remember the cake, and my kids aren't that old. I got a 19, a 14, and a 6. I don't even know what the cake looked like. Like, that's,
It's crazy.
Well, yeah, a baby shower. You're going to your friend's baby shower who has brothers and sisters and a mom and dad who also have family. You know what I mean? Like, you're not going to know everybody there.
I went to a baby shower where I didn't know the expecting mother.
Oh, really?
I went with a very good friend because she didn't want to go alone. She didn't really know the people either.
bingo.
So,
I have done that as well. I've gone with very close friends of one of their family members or one of their sort of not close friends, but like distant friends. I've gone with other people because they didn't want to go by themselves, and I didn't know the people at birthday. I've been to birthday parties with kids. Like some people are like, "Hey, there's only 3 kids that showed up. My friend's kids having a birthday party, and they're kind of sad about it. Do you want to bring your kids over?" And I'm like, "Yeah, let's go. Why not?" Like, stuff like that, where you're not going to know who's going to be there.
there's actually a disagreement going on. I'm old, but I still have to do the bus stop mom thing because I've got littles. I'll never tell how, but anyway, there's actually a dispute going on over what you just said, a birthday party picture, because the mom is in the photo, that's the other mom's friend, is fighting with her because she said, "Oh, that's your BFF. You were in her photo with her."
Oh, for the
No, they
love
took a
of-
group photo at a party, and she was just dropping her child off. She wasn't even staying.
Yeah, see, like I said, we took a big picture last year when we were in Saco, and I had a friend that brought another friend that none of us knew. None of us are friends with now, even after the trip. Like, we were obviously got to know each other a smidgen during the trip, but like, we still don't know that girl. We still don't talk to that girl. Like, I don't even think I'm Facebook friends with her. Some of us might be, but some of us might, like, she was still in the picture. Like, you know what I mean?
Runs with Scissors says a baby shower during the pandemic. I
Some
would hope
people
it-
had babies. Some people didn't
I thought she said 2020.
subscribe. You know, I think they either said 2020 or 2021. I thought they said 2021, but even so, some people didn't follow the pandemic rules. We have to remember, not everybody thinks the same way. You know, like some
Right.
people still had smaller parties or bigger parties when they were allowed to in 2021. If it was outside, they were allowed to have more than 10 people at some point. So
God, I was thinking, or heard last night, someone talking about the pandemic and the death ticker. Remember that? The counting
Yeah.
how many deaths. and
oh
just-
my God.
Oh
Yeah.
my God.
That
I
was
remember that
awful.
was so morbid, Heels. Like,
Yeah.
how morbid is that? Like a
It was
death
awful.
ticker.
Yeah.
And just frightened everybody.
It did. It scared people. And I'll tell you, I was one of those people, and only for one reason. And my daughter has a rare disease. Less than 177 people on planet Earth have it. And it's called STAT3 gain of function. And she, at that time, was on a chemotherapy drug. And so her disease is already, she already doesn't have like I have fibromyalgia, so I already have like shitty immune. So hers is an immune disease. So she has no immune system. Then she's on the, chemotherapy, which gives you even less immune. So basically the doctors were like, listen, you can either get the shot and be around your kid, or you're basically going to have to like separate, because she can't be around people even with a cold because of how risky it was to her. And
Yeah.
obviously that scared the shit out of me. Every time I went to the grocery store or the pharmacy, I'm like, am I going to bring this home to my child and kill her? Like, what?
Oh, it was crazy.
Yeah.
It was insane.
Yeah, my doctor had me terrified there for a minute. I wouldn't leave the house. I was terrified of my husband going to work because they told me if I got it, it could be deadly. So I was like, whoa.
Yeah,
Yeah,
me
no.
too, because I had more than 2 comorbidities. So I was like in the first round of people who were allowed to get the thing. But it also, for me, it wasn't about me. It was about my daughter. That was my main concern. And if I was going to have to get it, obviously, to care for my kid or be around my kid, then that's what I'm going to do. You know, like no ifs, ands, or buts. Even if I didn't want it, that was my option.
Hmm.
Yeah, I remember even groceries, I wore gloves to put them up, and then I was awful. Wash everything off
Hmm.
before I would even put them in the cabinets.
My husband would have to go through the spray after work. Well, they would decontaminate them, so to speak. But when he would come home, he would have to come through the garage, and he would have to strip out there before he could come in the house. Because they had me thinking if I got it, it was going to, kill me.
Oh yeah, I would have definitely, even now, if I even get a cold, that'll be it.
Mm. And I've had it plenty of times, and it's put me in the hospital plenty of times. I'm done with it. I'm over it.
Oh, thankfully, fingers crossed. I only had it once. It was in the very beginning, and it was before they even had testing for it. So it was awful. It was terrible. It was the first strain. It was awful. I
Mhm.
thought I was going to die. But this is before they were putting everybody on ventilators, because that's what was really killing people in the
Killing
long run.
people. Yeah.
Yeah, it was killing people. And this is before they decided they were doing that. Thank God, because I fully believe that if I had gotten it a little later on and I was as bad as I was and they put me on a ventilator, I would not be here talking with you wonderful, beautiful ladies right now at all. So I'm sort of glad that I got it before they had any testing for it, because I don't know what would have happened if it was after.
That's what happened with my father-in-law. They put him on the vent, and he just, that was it.
My
I do
sister had
see-
cancer and she died.
Mhm.
Oh, that's awful.
Yeah.
That's awful. B Tim, what's up?
Maybe
What do you guys think of the snow ploy. It seems like it shows that the blood was in a spray pattern. So, I mean, I've seen like the pictures and stuff too. It seems like
The blood
it
was, in a
was sort of
spray pattern.
droplets, but I'm not sure if that's after they lifted him up and sort of it was dripping, like after they were trying to get him out of there or what. I would like to know the circumstances of like what, because we know that his clothes were soaked in blood and all that. So I don't know what, and also I don't know where they took the like samples out of. Did they take samples out in between there? Like I don't know, but I do now think that the whole theory.
And we don't know if he's fed up when it happened. We don't know.
Right, that's the thing.
Anything.
So also like if like everybody was fed this theory that these leaf blowers were just blowing everything around in big areas, and that's clearly not what was happening. They were using very small areas. They were able to turn it all the way down so that they were just doing one small area at a time, looking very methodically for anything they could find. So this theory of like they were just blowing things everywhere and it wasn't a smart idea and it was dumb is what everybody was fed. Right. That's what everybody was fed, right? Is that it was this big giant thing where they were blowing everything everywhere and what evidence went everywhere and it was stupid and it was dumb. But what we are now seeing is that's not the case at all. It was very small areas. They were able to sort of, turn it all the way down and do a small patch at a time. So I think it's just debunking another one of those ridiculous theories that everybody has been fed this entire time. And I'm wondering if anybody is starting to realize that they've been duped at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, at least I hope some of these people start to realize, because it's like, how do you explain every single thing away?
It's the jury that needs to.
Well, yeah, obviously.
There are some of these people that are ride or die with Turtle Boy and all the Karen Reed stuff that no matter what they see, no matter what the jury's verdict is.
Oh, yeah.
Just wait till Turtle Boy stuff starts. Oh, Lord.
Oh, God, help me. That's going to be a circus. Not my clowns, not my circus, but holy shit.
That's total sideshow. Freak show.
Mm-hmm.
I've already got thumbnails for it. Welcome to the freak show.
Now that it has to come up, though.
We should make a sign for that trial.
Do what?
A sign that says, welcome to the freak show for that trial.
Oh, yeah.
I'll make the t-shirts. I have a Cricut. I will send them to you guys.
All right. Oh, I will cover Turtle Boy now. I will cover the freak show.
Oh yeah, I'm covering that, dude. I think I should make us sweatshirts and t-shirts.
Did I actually stay awake long enough to? I don't think I did.
You did.
Oh my God.
It was good video this morning, though.
Did it come up?
Yeah, I watched your video with Uni and JR.
Oh, okay. I
missed it. I fell asleep really early with my little last night, so I missed quite a few things last night.
No views.
I watched it twice.
Sometimes it takes up to like 48 hours with YouTube.
No, not for me. It's because I'm looking at it in the wrong place.
Yeah. Yeah,
because I know mine will update, but sometimes it'll take 24 to 48 hours sometimes to update.
Like views?
Yeah, well, it'll show real time, but even the real time isn't 100% right. After like 24 hours, you'll see it go up.
Are you talking about a live or a recorded?
A video or a live? No, not a record. I don't do recorded, so I just do lives. I don't know how.
Yeah, lives. You're right. Exactly.
Yeah. I have to start doing recorded ones. I really do.
I do. That's how I started, was doing uploads, because I couldn't go live because my ancient old laptop couldn't handle the bandwidth to go live. So I would do all uploads, and I actually miss that now.
Doing what?
Yeah.
Uploads.
Videos.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just so time consuming. Oh my God.
It is.
I was going to put this up last night and just real quick, just pop it up. Nope. Still editing that goes into it.
Yep. So I'm not surprised that I knew the JLR thing was coming, because it lost its attraction for him, because Uni was not going broke paying a lawyer. So it lost the oomph for him.
Well, I kind of think either one of two things. One, he's going to try that new copyright tribunal or whatever it is.
Copyright, yeah.
And he'll have to have an attorney, I think. He's not going to go to federal court.
No,
He's just not.
No.
there's no case to go to federal court. He did himself a favor
No,
because the judge would have dismissed it anyway.
Yeah, he doesn't have a case. Well, and I think he wanted it dismissed because someone may have told him, I don't know. But if the judge had deemed it frivolous, even now, he was still on probation when he started it.
Right.
So he could have gotten in trouble. Just my,
And if I was Uni, I would put in a motion to dismiss with prejudice so that he couldn't refile.
Yep.
But that's Uni. Is Uni.
I agree with you, Kathy. That's exactly what I would have done. A motion to dismiss prejudice so that there's no possibility to refile.
yeah, he won't refund. I really serious. He doesn't have grounds.
Yeah,
I
there
mean,
is. What are you going to do? You're gonna try to take him to federal court because he played a public video that you yourself put out on a public platform.
Right.
I mean,
First of all, the people that feel the need to run around and copyright strike people, in my opinion, like you're just being a baby and you're throwing a tantrum. Like, especially the people that play other people's videos and then you run around and copyright strike people. Like, stop it, please.
Well, and he couldn't prove. Look how he's at 180 now.
Yep.
180 subs. He's going to
that's
say
insane.
he's going to say Uni hurt him. Sure, he did.
Yeah, that's funny. His channel's tanked. Yours is
Yeah.
quadrupled, but you were hurt financially and professionally.
Right.
Yeah.
Your
Okay.
lawsuit did this. In fact, Uni.
I mean, for me, it's like I don't care the size of someone's channel. It's like I'll have anybody on, small, big, little, medium. Like I don't.
Yeah.
As
No,
long as
I'm
we
talking
vibe,
about,
I don't care.
I'm talking about the torches.
Yeah.
The torturous interference. Yeah.
Yeah, that he said he lost money.
Well, that's the name of the game, right? Like it is what it is. Like things go up, things go down. Like it's nothing you can do,
Well, he didn't. He doubled his viewers.
Right.
Quadrupled.
Yeah, quadrupled, really.
Yeah.
So he needs to stop it.
Sit down, have several seats.
Yeah, that's lawsuit 3001. You lost.
Yeah. So
And I've seen in chat people saying, "Oh no, he's won millions of dollars." I'm like, "No, he hasn't. Where? When?"
He has never won, not one. They're reading.
They're saying it's back on.
Okay. Well, I don't see it. Where are they seeing it?
I have no idea. That's what it's
Not
that's
back
what they're
on.
saying.
Not back on here.
Self with who you let into.
Still. Here it is. Whoops. Leave it to me to do something.
Proctor,
That's correct.
do you know Trooper Proctor?
I knew of him. I don't believe I ever met him prior to this. He has worked some cases with our detectives. I knew he was assigned to the DA's office,
Must be hiding this.
but I'm not sure if I ever met him prior to this case.
Now,
Okay, they just
you
started.
observe around the vehicle.
There's crime scene tape, as you can see the yellow tape right there.
Just to be clear, which part of the vehicle is sort of in the lower foreground of this vehicle?
This is the passenger side rear of the vehicle.
Now, at some point over the course of the time that you were there on February 1st, what, if any, other sort of specialized units within the state police were also present?
Eventually, I think they call it the CARS team. It's what I would call their, I guess, accident reconstruction team.
He'll drop
respond.
the link for B10.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward within that video to
1 second.
9:44.
1 second. Here it comes, B10.
That's fine. A little bit back. Right there. If you could just take that. Now, Lieutenant, during this part of the video, in addition to the people that you've already referenced, who, if anyone else, was in the crowd at that time?
It's hard for me to say. I believe this is the criminalist. I believe if this is Trooper Proctor, this is me with the gray shirt, dress shirt walking in. That's me right there. And that's Trooper Proctor. I believe the photographer or another criminologist is here. I don't know what their title is.
Now, at some point during the execution of this search warrant, what, if any, issues did you become aware of with regard to the criminal?
They were having trouble. They were trying to remove the housing to the tail light, passenger side tail light, and they were having difficulty removing it.
And what, if any, assistance did you offer with regard to that?
I told them that we had an officer working who was in charge of our fleet maintenance and our mobile operations unit, who probably had the tools to do it. And he also had vast, extensive experience in auto body.
Who was that, sir?
That's Officer Brian Wanless.
And what, if anything, did you do with reference to Officer Wanless in regard to that area of the car?
I asked dispatch to ask him to return at approximately, I think it was 9:50.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to, if not already there, move it up to 9:51 a.m. If you could just pause it for one moment, Ms. Gilman. So with reference to this particular portion of the video, Lieutenant, if you could direct the jury's attention to when you see Officer Wanless and when you see him come over towards that area of the vehicle. And Ms. Gilman, for your purposes, what I would ask is we run this from essentially 9:51 a.m. through to about 9:58 and 30 seconds.
This is Officer Wanless right here. He examines it and he leaves momentarily. He dons a pair of gloves. And he exits and he's going to come back with some tools. Here he comes. Places his toolkit on the tailgate.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, pause and ask a question.
And from your review of this video, what, if anything, do you observe Officer Wanless do with reference to that rear passenger side taillight?
He re-enters the sally port and with some tools, and he places his toolkit down on the tailgate of the Lexus.
And what, if anything, do you observe him do after that?
He begins to work on the housing of the tail light.
Just come in if you could.
Is this where Proctor steals the headlight and puts it in his pocket?
Yeah, that's exactly when.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. You can take it.
So
That's where he taillight ferries it. What do you mean?
Lieutenant, with respect to
I didn't see that.
that you and the other officers recovered from 34 Fairview on the 29th. The criminalist that was depicted in that video is after you gave those items.
Real quick, did they say Wanless did come and take the headlight out?
They're saying he's working on it right now. They didn't say he took it out. They said he's working on the
But
housing of it.
Wanless, but a guy
Yes,
named Wanless?
Brian Wanless. Yes, yep.
Okay,
Officer Brian Wanless.
he's not an
I
officer.
believe so, yes.
You gave those items to her directly, correct?
Yes,
Now, as far as that particular, I believe you testified earlier that you were looking to preserve biological matter, is that correct?
yes,
And fair to say that your search of that area was confined to sort of where it was described to you, Mr. O'Keefe, had been found, correct?
that is correct.
Now, turning back again just to February 1st, I'm sorry to jump around, but back to February 1st, at some point you mentioned there was a crash reconstructionist from the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what, if anything, did you aid or assist or facilitate with reference to the crash reconstructionist around the police station?
When they wanted to test the vehicle, I secured the parking lot. I advised no cruisers to return to the station, and I blocked the entryway with my marked cruiser and remained in my cruiser.
And later on that day of February 1st, where, if anywhere, did you go with respect to the crash reconstruction?
We went to 34 Fairview.
In addition to yourself and the trooper from the crash reconstruction, who, if anyone else, went with you?
Trooper Proctor was present.
And why did you go along with the troopers to that location?
Just so there was a Canton officer present. If any residents came out, I could communicate with them.
And to your knowledge, had Trooper Proctor been to Fairview prior to that date?
I have no knowledge if he had been there or not.
What, if anything, did you direct either Trooper Proctor or the crash reconstructionist to once you were on scene?
I brought him to the area of where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
You showed them where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to, well, one on scene that day with Trooper Proctor and the crash reconstructionist, what, if anything, did you observe them to be doing?
I believe they were discussing, they were trying to place a drone up in the air, I believe, to map out the area.
Objection.
Did you see that? Or do you want me to strike I believe they were trying to?
That'd be our preference.
All right, so that will be stricken, but your observation will remain.
Now, with reference, if I could draw your attention to February 4th of 2022, were you working that day?
I wasn't.
And at some point, did you receive a call in regard to this case, this investigation?
I did.
And who, if anyone, called?
Chief Berkowitz.
And what, if anything, did Chief Berkowitz indicate?
He asked me if I was working. When I told him no, he asked who was.
And who, if anyone, did you indicate to him was working?
I told him Detective Sergeant Lank was working.
And as far as what, if anything, was that call in reference to?
He stated he was driving in the area of 34 Fairview because of the warm weather and the warm rain in the last couple of days.
And what, if anything, did he indicate?
He
Saw.
believed.
Sustain, I'm going to see it sidebar, please.
Yeah.
So a lot of
That's-
things.
I don't believe half of what Sean said, but B. Tim, do you remember listening to him talk about Wanless? I
Not
think he
really.
was- I
So
think he was-
Wanless was an officer at the time this happened. He retired like a couple months after John died. And he owns an auto body shop. That is very true.
Okay, so he was a former
He was a
officer,
cop. Yeah.
But he was a former officer when he went in and took the tail off. Because it was
No.
more than a couple of months.
No, he was an officer at the time he took the taillight. He was still a
Oh,
cop.
because I thought it was a couple of months. Oh, okay. So he was an officer, had an auto body shop.
Yes.
Sean made
Yep.
it sound like some guy at the auto body shop, and then Kevin kept asking him and someone else about this Wanless guy, and then he turns out to be a officer at the time.
Yeah, he was an officer at the time. He retired after John died for, I don't know, it was whatever amount of months after all this happened. He then retired.
Look at you, Karen. Your whole thing's falling apart.
Oh, it's falling apart piece by piece.
Oh my God, it is bad.
Not having a good day today in this movie star.
Even the cups is falling apart. The
Yeah.
whole cup conspiracy
So
is
just to
falling
be clear,
apart.
Lieutenant, you did not go to Fairview Road on February 4th, 2022, correct?
I did not.
I have nothing further for this one.
All right,
We
cross-examination.
can just ask him.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Get it. Something better. Does it prove conspiracy? Okay.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning.
When was the first time you were ever interviewed about your conduct on this case, your involvement in this case?
I don't recall.
It was about a month ago, wasn't it? April 3rd, 2024?
When I was interviewed by, I don't know who you're referring to.
Formal interview by any law enforcement agency.
Oh, I was never, until about a month ago, trial prep, I was not interviewed, correct.
And that interview was conducted by whom?
I met at the DA's office with the prosecutor, Adam Lowry.
And there was also a state trooper there,
There was,
Lieutenant Tully?
correct.
Okay. So Michael Proctor never formally interviewed you about your involvement in the case?
No, sir.
Never interviewed you about your involvement on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
No, sir.
Never interviewed you about your recovery of any physical evidence at the scene,
No, sir.
which would include the blood stains as well as the piece of drinking glass?
That's correct.
Never interviewed you about where that evidence ultimately went and how it made its way back to Canton Police Department?
He never interviewed me, no.
And his partner, Yuri Butnik, also, I won't go through the litany of things, never interviewed you as well.
Correct.
And until April 3rd, 2024, nobody from the DA's office had interviewed you either.
That's correct.
Did you write a report about your involvement in the case?
Not on that particular day.
Did you write a report after that?
Yes,
When did you write that report?
possibly January 2023. I believe it was the request for the metadata, the acquisition of the photos report.
Okay, fair enough. Did you ever, I'll narrow my question. Did you ever write a report about your involvement on the day at the scene?
No, I did not.
So that's not documented, at least by you, that's not documented anywhere.
That's correct.
Did you take notes when you were at the scene?
No,
Did you go back to the station and memorialize your findings and your conduct at the scene by taking notes back at the station?
no, I did not.
So you have no notes and no report about anything that happened at Fairview on the 29th?
Not myself, no.
Were you ever instructed by any superior? You're pretty high up in the ranks. You reported to whom?
At that time, I reported to the chief of deputy chief of police.
Right, either the deputy chief or the chief.
Correct.
Did either the deputy chief or the chief instruct you, Lieutenant, don't worry about writing a report in this case?
No, they never said anything like that.
You would agree that it's one thing to respond to a scene, it's another thing to actually gather evidence at a scene,
That's correct.
especially a scene where it's a potential, at that time, a potential homicide of a police officer.
That's correct.
Part of the reason for annotating, memorializing exactly what evidence is recovered is so you can relay that to other officers, correct?
Correct.
So for instance, in your direct examination just a few minutes ago, you said that you went back to the scene at one point. What was the date where the drone was considered?
February 1st.
You go back to the scene on February 1st. That's 3 full days after the event, correct?
That is correct.
After the incident. And you said, I directed them to where John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Yeah, I showed him. Yes,
But in fact, you never saw John O'Keefe's body, did you?
that's correct.
Okay, so you were giving them information that you had about which you had no personal knowledge, correct?
I had knowledge from other officers. I did not see John O'Keefe at the scene. He was transported to the hospital. That is correct.
Right.
Yes.
So you couldn't determine exactly how he was positioned, right?
Not precisely.
From head to toe, right?
Not precisely.
Where his arms or his hands were.
That is correct. Yes.
He's a 6'2" man, correct?
I don't know.
You don't even know that?
I don't know his size. No.
If I told you that he's over 6 feet tall, would you have any quarrel with that?
If Mr. Lally told me, I would take it as fact.
Fair enough. For purposes of my question, you don't want to take my word for it, but for purposes of this question, assuming that he's over 6 feet tall, there's a better than 6 foot margin for where he would be situated in the snow, correct? From toe to head.
Correct.
And the details matter in a case like this. Any investigation, the details matter.
Sure they do.
Accuracy is vital in a homicide investigation, correct?
Correct.
You did find some blood droplets. We saw it on the screen, correct?
Correct.
You also found part of a drinking glass, correct?
That is correct.
Did you did you endeavor to make a diagram of exactly where those items were found?
No.
You're aware, as you were the former chief of detectives?
I was a detective sergeant.
Detective sergeant. You were supervisor over detectives.
Correct.
You're aware of what cross coordinates are in measuring a crime scene, correct?
Yes.
You take a stable item like a flagpole, for instance, that might be one that doesn't move. You measure exactly from a compass position, exactly north or exactly west, a number of inches, maybe even down to meters and millimeters if you use that instead of inches, using meters, right?
Yeah, we don't employ that process.
So you don't employ a process where you could measure something from a known item north, south, east, or west, and then measure it from another known item and have an exact cross point of where that's.
We don't typically exercise in that in our investigative unit.
You knew how to do that, though.
Yes.
I mean, you've been trained on how to do that.
Yes.
But you didn't employ that technique here.
No.
So the glass, where the glass was found, it's sort of an estimate.
Sure. Yes.
Okay. And where the blood was found, that's kind of an estimate also.
Yeah, we would guess that would be where his body was. Yes.
Okay. You just used the word guess.
Yes.
Right? But if you had actually documented it using cross coordinates, you wouldn't have to guess. You'd know exactly where the tip of his head was, where the tip of his toes were, correct?
No,
Why not?
because he wasn't there when we got there.
Fair enough. When I say you, I meant other officers. If someone had employed that before he was moved, they could have figured out exactly how he was situated, where he was in that yard, correct?
It would never happen. Life-saving measures come first. The officers are not going to start measuring while first responders are conducting life-saving measures. It doesn't happen.
That's exactly right. But once the body was moved, for instance, Officer Saraf, who's literally standing there, could have said, okay, I just saw the tip of his head right here. He's now on the gurney. And he could have measured that, right?
He could have, yes.
And then he could have said the tip of his toes were right here, and he could have measured that.
Yes.
And certainly, when there's no life-saving measures at play, you could have done the same thing with the drinking glass and the blood spots.
That's correct.
And in terms of recovering those blood spots, I'll get back to that in a second, but in terms of recovering those blood spots, you indicated that you used temporary evidence containers, correct?
Plastic cups, I said, yes.
Before responding to 34 Fairview, and you indicated that you were told to respond to 32 Fairview, right?
That is correct.
That was a mistake on either dispatch's part or something.
Correct.
You figured out where to go once you got there.
You can tell by the emergency lights.
It was Sergeant Good who contacted you, correct?
That is correct.
And you were at home at the time,
That is correct.
which is why you needed to respond to Canton PD to get some foul weather here, correct?
Correct.
You also contacted Brian Albert's neighbor, a gentleman by the name of Tom Kelleher, correct?
That is correct.
And you wanted to let him know that you were responding over to the scene.
Yes, he was the lieutenant in charge of detectives at the time.
Lieutenant in charge of detectives and also the man who lived directly across the street from Brian Albert, correct?
I would say there's two property lines he's directly across from, 32 and 34.
Okay.
But yes, that vicinity.
Okay. Is there a reason that you didn't contact Chief Berkowitz on that day to let him know where you were responding? Why did you pick Deputy Chief Kelleher?
Because that would be my next call. Like I said, he is the lieutenant in charge of detectives at the time. We were responding to a possible crime scene, a possible unattended death. He would be my call.
The normal chain of command.
Correct.
Okay. That you knew at the time that Chief Berkowitz was actually out on leave, having been injured on duty in some similar way.
I don't recall that. Chief Berkowitz is always present.
Not only did you respond to the scene, but either you were tasked by one of your superiors, or you, as the ranking officer on the. I guess I should ask this first. Forgive me. Were you the ranking officer on scene when you arrived?
Yes, sir, I was.
So either having been tasked by one of your superiors, or because you were the ranking officer on scene, did you take over the coordination of the preservation of that crime scene?
Yes, I did.
So others were sort of answering to you.
Correct.
You indicated that you had never preserved a crime scene in the snow before.
That's correct.
30 years plus, and your policing experiences here in the Boston area?
Correct.
Snow's a lot.
Sure.
In 30 plus years, you've never processed a crime scene in the snow?
No, I have not.
Lucky you.
Well, we don't typically process our own crime scenes. Sometimes we use the state police. Sometimes we use Plymouth County detectives.
So save the state police, or setting them aside because they were not tasked on this call yet.
Right.
You were then in charge of preserving this crime scene, right?
That's correct.
What exactly did you do? If you can name the categories, what exactly did you do to actually preserve the entire crime scene?
Sure. I can tell you that I had Sergeant Good move all the cars so I could photograph the scene, documented by photo evidence. I told Detective Sergeant Lake, make sure he has initial statements from everybody present. And that's basically what we did prior to searching the scene itself.
With regard to Sergeant Lang, you told him to make sure that we had statements, your words, we had statements from all the witnesses that were at the scene.
Initial statements, yes.
Does that mean the people inside the house?
Yes.
Maybe people across the street, if there were people across the street?
No, it didn't include them at the time. It included people that were involved from the prior night's incident outing, I would call it.
At the time that you tasked Sergeant Lang with this responsibility, did you know personally that you were standing on the property of Brian Albert?
I did.
Did you also know that Sergeant Lang had an ongoing and a long time relationship with the Albert family?
Objection.
Did you know that?
I know he knew them. I think you're mischaracterizing the relationship.
Did you see a problem with having somebody who knew the parties taking the initial statements from those parties?
Not at all. Sergeant Lang, no issue at all.
Not in your mind?
Not in my mind.
Were you aware that before you got to the location, that Sergeant Lang had taken it upon himself to already make contact with the individuals in the house?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar, please.
Sidebar.
Hey, Rowena.
Sidebar.
Sidebar, party time.
So,
So what, B10?
yeah, I mean, I don't see how the defense is going to clean this up. I mean, that was kind of funny. He said, I would trust only Ollie telling me.
You said what?
That was kind of funny when he said he would only trust the Commonwealth if he told if the guy was.
Yeah.
That was kind of funny. Not really appropriate to say during a murder trial, but you know, it is what it is. But
You
yeah,
said you would only trust Lally?
yes.
Oh.
If he, when it came to like the 6 foot, like how his height and everything.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
But like, yeah, I think like what the defense is trying to say, like, oh, would you measure here? That's a kind of ridiculous standard. I've never heard any law enforcement say. Like, the guy is getting life savings, and they think like the immediate response of a cop is to measure out the scene exactly from here to there.
Well, they do that with a drone. If what I read.
But he's expecting it like right after he's picked up from the ground.
No, they mark the evidence, and then they have
Yeah.
a drone thing.
Yeah.
I know I thought they used the program. for
Yeah,
that
and more
kind.
difficult in a blizzard too. Like those markers they usually use, those things would go flying. They couldn't even keep a tent up at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
would've
they
been the
still would
weather-
have marked it. I mean, they would have marked it, but they
Just
came in
not
later.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I? Lieutenant, just before we went to sidebar, I'd asked a quick question. Were you aware at the time that you tasked Sergeant Lank to go talk to the folks inside the house that he had already gone into the house to talk to?
Yes, I did.
You indicated that one of the reasons, I'd like to move back. I'm bouncing around a little bit. I apologize.
I understand.
One of the things that you talked about was the preservation of the crime scene and the lack thereof because of the inclement conditions.
Correct.
There was wind blowing from all directions.
Yes.
There was snow falling.
Yes.
It was icy cold out.
Yes.
There was already snow accumulated on the ground, about 4 inches, you said.
At least it was different spots because of the wind drifts.
Wouldn't that be even more of a reason in a potential homicide investigation to adequately preserve the scene as best you possibly could?
Of course.
Wouldn't you want to, for instance, protect the area? You mentioned a tent.
Yes.
Wouldn't you want to make sure that anybody from the civilian side and or officers don't just start traipsing through the middle of the crime scene?
That was all done.
As a matter of fact, the first responders the EMTs had already done what they needed to do in the scene. And Mr. O'Keefe had been transported to the hospital, correct?
That is correct.
So that was not a concern.
No,
So nobody needed to be inside that scene that wasn't authorized to be there,
that's correct.
civilian or officers.
That's correct.
Who was it that told you specifically where John O'Keefe's body was?
I don't recall specifically. I had a collaborative meeting with Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Good.
Were you aware at the time that you had the meeting with Sergeant Lank that Sergeant Lank did not ever see John O'Keefe's body in the position?
Yes, I did. I don't believe Sergeant Good did, to my knowledge. I believe John O'Keefe may have been in the ambulance at that time.
John O'Keefe, I'm sorry, I got a little confused. John O'Keefe may have been in the ambulance at which time?
When some of the officers arrived.
So if that were the case, then they wouldn't have any personal knowledge of where John O'Keefe's body was either.
Not to your precise locations, yes.
You mentioned a tent, and you said that you, in an answer to a question by Mr. Lally, you did not go back to Canton PD to get the tent. You had a tent in your trunk or something?
That's correct.
When you interviewed with Lieutenant Tully, did he specifically ask you, this is about a month ago, did he ask you about the tent?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to review just a small snippet of your report, of his report
Yes.
about your interview?
Yes.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Get that and direct your attention to paragraph 4. Tell me if you recognize that document.
I don't recognize the documents. First time I've seen it.
Fair enough. Does it read the highlighted portion and tell me whether that refreshes your recollection about a conversation you had with Lieutenant Tully about the tent?
Okay. I did
Read it to yourself.
Yes. Okay.
Read that?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Do you recall telling Lieutenant Tully?
You can ask him if that refreshes his recollection.
Does that refresh your recollection?
It doesn't change my recollection.
you said you didn't recollect exactly what you told Lieutenant Tully about the tent. I'm asking, does that refresh your recollection about what you told Lieutenant Tully about the tent?
And that's not what I said about the tent.
Okay, so you didn't say, I drove to Canton PD headquarters to retrieve a tent to protect the area where O'Keefe was found from falling snow, but never used the tent due to high winds.
We didn't have a tent at that time.
That wasn't my question. I'm being very specific. Did you say that to Lieutenant Tully?
No, that was misinterpreted.
Okay, so if he got that, if that's in his report, that's incorrect.
It's not accurate, correct?
Is there anything else that you read in that report that's not accurate?
You asked me to read the highlighted version. That's what I read. I didn't see, I didn't read any other part of the document.
That was Tully's report, right?
I'm not sure, but Jackson is
Had
not
to slow
helping
down.
himself
Yes.
here.
Well, he's looking for anything.
You indicated, still staying on at the crime scene on January 29th, you indicated on direct examination that the area adjacent to the blood stains that you saw and the drinking glass that you found, that area was somewhat trampled by, you presume, the first responders, the EMTs.
That's correct.
You also indicated that you didn't see any other signs of shoe prints going from the street to the house, correct?
From the scene to the house,
From the
correct?
scene to the house.
Correct.
Meaning, what do you mean when you say that, from the scene to the house?
So the house, you have the house, and the scene was to the far left, actually on the property line with number 32. So I didn't see any footprints. The only other footprints I saw was where the officers walked around and put up the crime scene tape.
Meaning walking through the yard
Correct,
and putting up crime scene tape.
correct.
All right, and if somebody had, how many of those sets of prints did you see?
I don't recall.
Did you photograph or seek to have anybody else photograph the area from the scene to the house?
Just those long shots that you saw in the exhibits.
Okay. And the snow was actively falling at the time, correct?
Yes,
So if there had been a print a couple of hours earlier, you very well might not see it.
that is correct.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about the collection of the blood. You found what you thought was blood initially, right?
That's correct.
Pink in color, reddish in color,
Correct.
and you began the process of removing layers of snow, in other words, dusting the area with a leaf blower.
That's correct.
Had you ever used a leaf blower in a crime scene preservation effort?
First time.
First time? And you indicated your testimony was temporary evidence containers to collect that blood, correct?
Yep, we utilized cups, plastic cups.
Those were red Solo cups, right?
That's correct.
The same kind of red Solo cup you drink beer out of at a barbecue?
Yeah, sure, you could.
Objection, Your Honor. Strike.
I'll allow it.
There's nothing special about the red Solo cup?
Other than their plastic, nothing special.
And where did you get those red Solo cups?
We got them from Lieutenant Kelleher.
So in other words, you got the, to use your words, the evidence containers from a neighbor.
Correct.
He had some Solo cups in his house.
We asked him if he had any plastic containers, any type of plastic container that we could utilize.
How far were you from Canton PD? From 34 Fairview to Canton PD? Give me an idea.
Mile and a half.
So even in really bad weather, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, is that right, to drive?
Sure.
You didn't go back to Canton PD to get actual evidence containers, correct?
We wouldn't have temporary plastic containers that what we were looking for. We're looking to take samples of snow. We wouldn't have had, I know for a fact we did not have those. If we needed bags, needle containers, things of that nature, we're all set. But as far as plastic containers that we wanted to utilize, we didn't have them.
Do you have any glass containers?
No.
So Canton PD does not have or utilize evidence collection containers that are plastic?
We have needle containers that are plastic. We have blood swabs that are in plastic containers, but for what we wanted to take a sample, we did not have. So we improvised.
My next question is, certainly Canton PD employs and owns sterile swabs.
Correct.
Sterile swab is in a container that's long, and usually the swab is connected to the lid, pop
Correct.
it out, and then it's sealed
That's correct.
and forensically stable, correct?
Yes.
And the reason that it's sealed and forensically stable is so nothing can contaminate the sample, correct?
Sure.
But
Yes.
just as importantly, the blood sample can't contaminate anything else.
Correct.
Put them in a paper bag.
Did you go to Canton PD a mile away and get sterile swabs for the blood collection?
Blood was frozen. We didn't think it would be viable.
You didn't think it would be viable?
Correct.
If you touched the swab to cold blood, you think you might get some blood on that swab?
I wasn't sure it would be efficient for testing.
So what you did instead was you gathered red Solo cups from a neighbor, unsterilized, and scooped up the snow with what you thought the blood was,
Either.
and just carried them back to the truck?
Nope. We took 6 samples, individual samples. Our philosophy was we'll let the crime lab extract it the way they best see fit. Those 6 samples were bagged and then transported back to Canton Police Headquarters and placed into evidence.
Were they covered?
No, not that I recall.
They weren't sealed in any way?
Yeah.
No.
So if somebody
What kind of
sneezed
stuff?
over the top of one of those cups,
They were sealed in a bag, brown evidence bag. That time, nobody was going to sneeze over the cup.
Done that.
do you have a rough estimate of how many people handled those red Solo cups before they were used to collect blood evidence in this homicide case?
You want me to estimate?
Give me an idea.
Sure. Sergeant Lank,
No, I'm sorry. My question was a bad one. Before you took possession of the red Solo cups, you have any idea how many people before you had handled those Solo cups?
I took them out of a package, so probably none.
How about before they were packaged?
Oh, good God.
I assume Solo doesn't sell contaminated cups. I would say none.
So they're certainly not forensically stable. They're not sterile.
By I don't know what definition you're looking for, but I would agree.
Do you think it's standard practice for a police department to borrow red Solo cups from a neighbor to gather evidence?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that,
Of
Lieutenant.
course not. Nothing about the scene was standard.
Right. The glass shard. I'll touch on the Solo cups in just a second, but I want to talk about the glass shard of the drinking glass. Were you the one that found the drinking glass?
I was operating the leaf blower and uncovered the glass, yes.
So you were the first one. Well, I guess you couldn't tell me if you're the first one, but you noticed it pretty quick.
I wouldn't say it was quick, but we uncovered it.
Okay. And then there is you mentioned a CARS report in your direct examination. There was a report done of where some of these items were found, correct?
You'll have to clarify. I'm not
Sure.
sure what you mean.
Did you mention a CARS report, which is a report of the crime scene, where things were located, mapping of those things?
You objected. It was sustained. I never got to answer that question.
Touche. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Just want to show you a document and see if you recognize that.
I don't recognize it. I could tell you what it is.
That's okay. If you don't recognize it, that's all I need. Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you familiar generally, I don't necessarily need to talk about this one, but are you familiar generally with CARS reports?
Not at all.
Not at all. That's not sort of in your framework?
Not in my realm.
Okay. Are you aware that there is a process by which items of evidence are mapped, or they attempt to be mapped for a crime scene?
I don't do homicide investigations. I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Again, with regard to where the blood drops were found, let me go back to one other question I had. You said you took 6 samples, correct?
That's correct.
Did you precisely indicate in any report or note or diagram exactly which blood drops were in which solo cup?
I did not.
As you were using that snow blower and you uncovered the glass cup and more of the blood samples, at any point, did you see a size 12 men's shoe black in color?
No.
At any point, did you see a man's baseball hat black in color?
No.
You actually dug out a portion of you didn't dig it out, you moved it with your foot, or somebody did, portion of the berm or the curb that separates the street from the yard, correct?
That is correct.
At any point along that curb line, did you see a men's shoe?
Along the exposed curb line, no.
Did you see it anywhere else?
No.
And you didn't see a hat anywhere else?
No.
You didn't see any bright red taillight material anywhere else?
I did not.
You did not see any clear taillight material?
I did. I did not.
You did not see any black plastic material? No. You certainly didn't see 45 pieces of plastic material?
I did not.
If you had found a broken glass, if you find a broken glass on somebody's yard in a situation like this, did that seem out of place to you?
They were coming from a bar. It didn't seem totally out of place, no.
At the time that you found the broken glass, would you rationally think, well, maybe the rest of this glass is inside the residence?
No.
You did not think that?
No, there was a reason that I didn't think that.
Did you think that, well, let me ask you this. Did you ever go inside the house to search for the other part of the glass?
Absolutely not.
Because you made up your mind initially where that glass came from.
Objection.
You can answer that, sir.
No.
Did you search the house for any other matching glasses?
No, no,
Matter of fact, you didn't search the house for any physical items, did you?
of course not.
Is that because that house belonged to a Boston police officer?
No, it's because it requires probable cause, as you know, which we did not have.
Or at least you didn't think you had at that time?
We knew we didn't have it.
Did you seek it from a judge?
I'm familiar with what probable cause is.
Did you seek a probable cause warrant from a judge?
No, I did not.
Right. Did you ask for consent to search the house?
We wouldn't do consent, and that's in a death investigation.
Yeah, that wasn't my question. My question
No,
was,
I did not.
okay. Is that because you were at the house of a Boston police officer?
No, it's because we wouldn't do it. Because if consent is denied, we still don't have probable cause, and we still couldn't search the house.
But you never asked, did you?
Never asked.
According to your interview with Lieutenant Tully, after going to the scene the first time, you then returned back to Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes,
At that point, you remember having a conversation with Chief Berkowitz, correct?
that is correct.
And you indicated that having that conversation with Chief Berkowitz, that was about Canton Police Department recusing themselves.
Not doing any further investigative interviews, yes.
And you indicated actually in that conversation that you agreed with Chief Berkowitz that Canton should be recused, correct?
He agreed with me.
Your assessment that the recusal should take place,
Yes, it was.
and he agreed.
That is correct.
Okay. And the reason for that recusal was because of the relationship between the Albert family and the Canton Police Department.
No.
What was the reason for the recusal?
The reason was we had a Boston police officer on another Boston police officer's lawn or property, and that property owner was the brother of somebody in our investigative unit.
That's one way to put it. Another way to put it would be because of the Albert family having a relationship with the Canton Police Department.
It has to do with Detective Albert having a relationship with his family.
Right. Or the other side of that, is his family having a relationship with Canton Police Department.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Go ahead, move on, please.
What time was that conversation with Chief Berkowitz?
It was after 8 a.m. when we got back to the police department.
You then traveled back to 34 Fairview to interview the homeowners with Sergeant Lang?
Sergeant Lake was doing the interviews, yes, but I accompanied him.
Approximately what time did you arrive back at 34 Fairview to engage these interviews?
Approximately 9 o'clock.
Were you and Sergeant Lang well, let me ask you this. At that time, did you know whether Sergeant Lang had already gone into the home?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you knew that you were not the first person to go in and make contact with the individuals inside the home. That was Sergeant Lang
Sergeant Lake and Sergeant Good, correct.
before you ever got there.
Correct.
Okay. Did they show you any documentation, notes, or anything of that initial interview?
No.
Do you know whether or not they took notes of that initial interview?
I don't.
Do you know whether they recorded that initial interview?
I know they did not.
You indicated that you personally knew Brian Albert. Is that right?
I knew him since I became a police officer, yes.
And so you indicated that you had a professional relationship with him, but not necessarily a personal relationship with him.
Correct.
Did you know that he was in the house before you walked in the house?
No, I did not.
What was your your professional interaction with Brian Albert before you walked into that house that day?
Previously?
Correct.
In general, as a detective, he was with the fugitive unit at one point. He was helpful when we had a fugitive we needed to apprehend in Boston, things of that nature, job-related things.
Had you ever, for lack of a better phrase, hung out with Brian Albert?
Not a day.
Never socialized with him?
No, not intentionally. It's possible if I went to a retirement party, could he have been present? Possibly, but not that I'm aware.
But you had no social relationship with him?
Zero.
You indicated that there were 5 or 6 people inside the house, including Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe.
Yes, that is correct.
So you clearly knew those 2 people.
I didn't know Jen McCabe. I know that Sergeant Lake was going to speak with her, but I didn't know her personally. I never had a conversation with her.
What was it about Jen McCabe that you recall as opposed to the other 4 or 5 people that were in the house?
Sergeant Lake was talking to her.
You just remember that name?
That's who he went to talk to.
Got it. So he went back specifically with the intent of talking to Jennifer McCabe.
That's correct.
That's when you accompanied.
That is correct.
Was that interview recorded?
No,
Did you take any notes about that interview?
I did not.
Did you write a report about that interview?
I did not.
You said that there were, other than Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe, there were 3 or 4 other people in the house.
Yes.
Were those 3 or 4 other people in the house at the time that John O'Keefe was found dead or dying on the lawn?
I don't have the answer to that.
Did you think that might have been an important thing to find out?
Again, I didn't think of that at that time, and I didn't think it was important at that time. I knew that Sergeant Lank had already interviewed people in the house.
You had what you knew at that time, Lieutenant, was you had an officer, a Boston police officer, who was either dead or dying on the front lawn of a house with a bunch of occupants, and you didn't think that it was necessary to investigate or interview those occupants yourself?
No, I did not. At that time, I wanted to not participate in investigative interviews.
You did tell Lieutenant Tully in your interview with him, you volunteered that Brian Higgins was not present when you went back to the house, correct?
I didn't believe he was.
What, you didn't believe he was?
No, I don't recall Brian Higgins being there.
Okay.
I don't recall who the other people were at that time.
But Brian Higgins was not one of them.
I don't know the answer to that. He could have been. I can't say with certainty.
You know Brian Higgins.
I do.
Obviously, you know him well.
I do.
Matter of fact, you occupy sort of the same space at Canton PD, correct?
That is correct.
You might see him most days out of the week.
No, but I know him.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you've got a social relationship with Brian Higgins as well.
I have been social with Brian Higgins, yes.
So you know him professionally and socially. You can't tell the jurors whether or not he was in that home when you went back over there to interview individuals about a Boston police officer who had fallen and was either dead or dying on the front lawn.
Objection.
Go ahead and answer that, sir.
I can't answer that question. I had no conversation with Brian Higgins, so I don't recall.
You do know that on January 29th, well, let me ask you this foundationally, did you go back after that series of unrecorded interviews? Did you go back to Canton Police Department and work the rest of the day?
Yes.
Brian Higgins was also at the station for nearly the entire day.
Again, I don't recall that.
You're aware that Brian Higgins had been granted a key card for the station?
Yes.
I'm guessing that is a relatively rare thing if you're not a Canton police officer to have a key card and full access to the station.
There were a couple of ATF agents that had that access, yes.
Okay, but he was one of them.
Was one of them, yes.
Is that access restricted, Lieutenant? In other words, does his key card work the same as your key card?
I don't know the answer to that.
He would have, to your knowledge, he roamed throughout the station at will, correct?
I don't know how he roamed. He's a very private person. You very rarely see him. His habits were he'd go up a front stairwell right to his office.
But his access, I guess I'm struggling with the question. His access was not limited to your knowledge.
I don't know the answer to that. I can't answer that to my knowledge.
He could go into any door he wanted to.
I would doubt it.
You would doubt that it would be limited.
I would doubt he'd have unlimited access. The patrolmen don't have full access. It all depends by your grade. Where he's an outside agency, I'm sure he had limited access.
Who has access to the Sally Port?
The doors, only whoever's in the dispatch area, the overhead doors. There is one pedestrian door that everybody would have access to.
So he would have access to that as well.
Yes.
Where is Chief Berkowitz's office in relation to the rest of Canton PD, the physical building?
The best way to describe it, I don't know if the jury is familiar with the building, but if you were looking from Washington Street dead on, it's the top floor, far left office.
And is that, I don't know this, I'm not being, it's not rhetorical. Is it 3 floors, 2 floors?
So it's really 3 floors, but it's numbered 1, 1A, and 2.
So he would be on 2, 3 physical floors up.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you. When you had the meeting that you earlier described with Chief Berkowitz, where you indicated Canton PD needed to recuse itself, was that in his office or someplace else?
I was in the office of the detective sergeant.
Which is where?
It's on floor 1A.
All right, we're going to take a 5-10 minute break.
Well, Jackson isn't helping himself here, and he keeps trying to like reword things in order to try to say he's lying, and he keeps picking up on it and saying like, no, did you guys catch that like jab he threw at Jackson?
Yeah.
If Mr. Lally told me, I'd believe it.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
just
he's not
thinking
done
like,
himself any favors.
yeah, I don't think he's really doing too well with this cross.
No.
Like, honestly, I think like his standards are a little bit too ridiculous at points. And he's basically, the only thing I think he basically had was basically the reports not being, not recording the witness statements when they talked to them at the house. That's the only thing I can think about that hit a little bit.
Yeah, but I don't think they're required to.
Yeah.
The only testimony, and you know this, that counts is in this, oh God, my voice, is in this courtroom.
Mhm.
And, you know, they can go back and say, well, you said this, but their testimony that counts is when they're sworn in here. You know, so.
Yeah, but I think this witness really took Jackson out. I mean, like really did just.
Oh, yeah.
I've never seen a witness handle Jackson this badly. Like he really handled him well on this.
Yeah, I love the one where he said, "Did you answer something?" And he said, "No." You asked and it was sustained.
You said you objected and it was sustained. I didn't get to answer
Yeah,
that question. And
objected
Jackson
and-
says, touche. Like,
Touche. Like he fucking he hates
Touche.
this guy. But
Oh,
like
yeah.
I think they're trying to state that they think like Higgins has access and he's gonna go in there and smash the taillight and plant evidence in the evidence room. I don't think that's gonna work well because I'm pretty sure those facilities have cameras at the door.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a very smart line of questioning. And I think it's going to be refuted because you're just basically throwing accusations. And he's probably right that if you're an outside agency, you're going to have limited access to rooms.
I mean, at this
But he's
point,
also asking him what he doesn't know. Like he's not the person who programs the access. So how would he know that? Like it's
Well,
the
he's
line of
asking his-
questioning.
Yeah, but he's probably asking based on he's not really asking proper questions to be like, in your experience as a detective of so and so, or as a police officer of so and so years,
Right.
you know what the requirements are to get access to this door, or what you need to get through access to the evidence room. Does the card? He's kind of just asking him like matter of factly, oh, you know this? Do you know this? Do you know this? It's like, no, that's not proper questions, really. I'm kind of shocked that it wasn't directed to
They're
him.
not. I don't know why the judge isn't sort of like redirecting in that sort of realm.
Not her
because
job.
what you have is, I know, Jackson just going off on a tangent, basically throwing accusations here and there, and then trying
Right.
to reword things and say, well, you said, and he's like, that's not what I said at all.
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah,
And the more he trips him up like that, the more the jury's gonna see that
he's
they
lying.
clearly, yeah.
I mean, you got a guy who, I mean, the only criticism is basically didn't write the interviews he did in the house. That's the pretty much only thing I think of that really sticks out. That would be like whatever. The probable cause thing was good that from the witness, basically explaining that we did not have probable cause. Also, the fact is, the reason why you don't want to try to get consent to go into someone's house is if you say, hey, can I come into your house and search it? And they say no, then they can start destroying evidence.
Then they can destroy evidence.
Yeah,
and
like,
then warrant, like common sense guy.
Like, that's very much common sense. Like, if I was a criminal and the cops knocked on my door and says, we want to go in and search your house, I would say no. And as they're outside fucking twiddling their thumbs trying to call a judge, I'd probably be destroying evidence. It's just that would be, if I was a criminal.
Yep.
That'd be the first thing I would do. I'd be like, oh shit, I got to toss something down the toilet bowl. I got to start
You
smashing
mean-
the computer. I got to smash my hard drive, or I got to, like, whatever the evidence is, I would be
Throw
just
your phone in
destroying.
a river. If your name's Turtle Boy, you claim you threw your phone in a river when you didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, like, it's just like, that's just common sense. And Jackson is just sounding very, very ignorant in a lot of his statements.
Yeah.
He's basically trying to like see like there's some sort of special treatment the Alberts are getting. And I'm like, well, I'm not quite sure what you're talking about with special treatment. First off, why did Karen, if she believed that he went in that house, scream that he went in that house at the scene? Why did she scream?
Right. Right.
Why did she scream? And that would probably be one of the reasons why they didn't have probable cause. If Karen stated at the scene, I dropped him off and I saw him walk into that house, that would be that might be enough for probable cause. That might be enough for a situation where they'd be like, okay, we're going to go into the house and search. But Karen didn't say that. Karen said her claim, did I hit him? Well, her claim is, did I hit him? It's my fault. And, we had a fight last night. These are not things, this is more probable cause against her. Because even if we went with her statement where she says, did I hit him? That means that you had a thought in your head that you could have hit him. And that doesn't work well with you either way.
No.
And the EMT
No, it doesn't.
workers, the impeachment, trying to impeach the EMT workers, I think is ridiculous. I think the whole photos they're going to try to pull out of the ambulance the female ambulance worker is not going to be very, I mean, like, I don't know, it might come in for impeachment purposes. It might come in during like just examiner. I don't think it hits the category of perjury personally.
No.
No.
But I think it does. They could come in due to just impeachment purposes to be basically saying,
Yeah, but how are they going to prove she's
Can't.
lying.
Not remembering something and something not happening are two different
It's not,
things, you know?
right, that's not lying, that's
Yeah,
not
that's not
impeachment, yeah.
lying. Yeah, but that's the thing, like saying you don't, yeah, that's actually a good point. If you say
She
that
never
she
said she didn't know her.
yeah, if she said she does, but I'm wondering, was there a question asked the last time they met? Or did she?
Recently. Yeah, recently.
No, they didn't ask that. They didn't ask when was the last time you saw each other.
No, he said, okay, I'm not going to word it exactly, but he asked her about, had she seen her between January 29th?
Oh, okay. Then he fucked up his questioning.
Yeah.
He should have asked, what was the last, did you see her
Well, he
before?
did, and she said, I don't know. 8 years came in somehow. It might have been him.
I think the more he badgers the EMS worker, the EMS workers that are testifying and come back up, if they come back up, the more he badgers them, the worse it's going to look for them.
Well, I mean, he
Like
did
they're
get,
grasping at nothing.
well, I think he's wasting a lot of time with this whole, like with the EMS worker. I mean, I feel like he's just not focusing on the important suspect. Like when I watched
no.
that,
Doesn't have anything.
I don't think
Yeah.
the jury's buying it either. If I'm a regular juror and I'm
No.
sitting there, why are you focusing so much on someone went to high school with? You're going to prove what? That she was in on this whole conspiracy, or that Brian Higgins had access to the evidence room. So he stole, like, first it's Brian Albert and Colin Albert. Now it's Brian Higgins. Like, Mick, you don't even know who's your third party culprit, dude.
Right. And the jury doesn't know who Brian Higgins is.
Right.
It's
And you
just the
have
whole
all these other people
conspiracy thing.
testifying to basically the same thing. Karen saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Her
Right.
running around like a crazy person. Like, and I'm sorry, but if I'm the jury, right? Like, I'm going to watch the person's demeanor. Karen cannot help her resting bitch face
But-
or her constant looks of like disdain.
by the way, I thought it was very weird. This is the weird segment where Yannetti is like tapping Turtle Boy's butt before going into the court today. That was weird.
Yeah, that's weird. That's-
What in the hell? I think that's them sort of throwing him a bone because Karen won't speak to him. So like I think they get afraid that he's going to flip just like he does on everybody else, you know, when he even just gets a little bit upset because he's got an ego problem and he's a narcissist. So I think that's like just the, you know, lawyers trying to like throw him a bone like, oh, hey, buddy, great job there, bub. Like, you know what I mean? To keep him in line.
Yeah, keep his mouth shut. And it will come. He will, the closer it gets to him going
Oh,
to
yeah.
trial, it's
Real
coming.
talk. Sing like a bird.
I mean, like, and I think like he's helping them. Like, I feel like those pictures magically showing up like over the weekend and
Yeah,
Turtle Boy
obviously.
basically, I think obviously it came from them. And I'm starting to wonder, like, I mean, if I was like the
My God.
prosecutor, I would probably be like, where's the metadata for this document? I'd like to know where did the defense get
Yep.
this document?
I'm
And not
did
only
they get
that,
it
but
from
okay.
Turtle Boy?
Hey, I have a question.
Yeah.
Did they ever say there was grass or not grass beneath his body?
no, they said ground.
No.
They didn't really specify.
Yeah.
But did they show it? Like where
Mm.
his body had been?
No, not I mean, because where he was positioned would have been the mulch bed, not the grass.
Right.
That's what I've said. Remember, Tim? And
You said that.
everybody. Go ahead.
You said that. No, you said that. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. From the beginning, and I've been laughed at.
Well, I don't
Of
think anyone
course.
laughed at. I didn't laugh at you.
Idiots. Idiots probably laughed at you, dumbasses.
People that think okay, so can you see this where it says Sluicy at the top?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Hold on. That's
Okay.
why I'm asking.
Wait, you got to move like the heel mark on there because it's covering
Not
the corners.
grass.
Oh, I can't move. Let me see. Can I take it off?
Yeah.
There wasn't grass
Oh, okay.
underneath him, no.
Nope, it doesn't let me.
Okay, so I guess we'll try to
She's
read it.
basically trying to say, though, that like it was all packed snow under him. No, honey, it was all melted underneath him because of
Yeah.
his body. They're genius. There's pictures of that. They're smarty pants McGee.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the pictures I've seen, it is all melted under him, and it was dark like Like Hill said, mulch, not grass.
Well, the
Well,
one thing that none of these brilliant law tubers are bringing up, by the way, because some of them are not really doing that great of job of listening with their ears, is that it's been highlighted continuously through this trial that it's very hard to see the three people and John through the dark, and only one guy was able to find him right away because there were a bunch of people hanging around in cars and everything. How the hell did Karen Reed in the back of a car with no headlight, like with no like spotlight,
Spot his body right
spot
away.
his
Yeah.
body with a few inches of snow
Right.
over it?
I'm just trying to get past
Yeah,
this
like
line.
I mean, he's got snow covering the top of him a little bit, which is
Right,
giving
but
a
he
little
could
bit
have
of a
heated
comfort.
up the ground under him.
Yeah,
If
but
he
I'm
was on the
saying,
ground,
but
what you're trying to say, because
what you're not letting, well, I'm trying to state that would have camouflaged him even more if the snow was over him a little bit.
Correct.
Right. I'm talking about under him, though. I'm not talking
Yeah,
about.
there was snow.
So there was snow.
No, there was no. I don't think there was snow. There was a pool of blood. I don't think there was any snow. I think it was
No,
melted.
it was melted
It was
underneath him.
melted. Yeah, the
Yeah,
pictures
that's
I've
what I
seen, it was
thought.
melted.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Which it would have been from the body heat, but there's just Tim's right though. This whole theory is so ludicrous. How the hell did she see someone when nobody else could with light?
Right.
Like we've seen the scenes. We're not all blind. I feel like that's what no one is really focusing on, is that we're not all blind. Also, the fact is that she stated to one of the EMT workers, and no one has refuted the statement. Not even the defense has refuted the statement that she asked him, how long can someone stay in the coat without a coat or something like that? And
Without
that
a
was
coat. Yeah.
without a coat. And that was around the same time. I think it was 6:24 or something like that, or close to it, that Jen McCabe was asked that question to Google search.
To Google it, right.
And that is another point that the prosecution is highlighting. And I feel like some of these law tubers are not paying attention, not really understanding that the evidence. And the only thing I've seen really Jackson try to do is just be like, well, the evidence collection wasn't the greatest. And Higgins.
Well, Emily Baker just started watching it. And it's weird because you can tell she's biased. And
Yeah.
It's plain.
Well, I don't know if she's biased, but I think she's not really paying
Oh, she
attention.
is.
Like at one point she's stating like, oh, she cared about the kids. I'm like, no, she
Yeah,
came back
she was
for like,
making excuses for her.
she came back like a half, she came back. Yeah.
Right.
A lot of these people don't know the details. They hop in and jump on this thing and they're like, oh yeah, Karen Reed's innocent and blah, blah. And they state that, I mean, some of these people are still crowing about a shoe where there's a damn map to in the goddamn court documents.
No,
Like,
the shoe is important. The shoe is important, and I'll tell you why. People that are hit by cars
One shoe comes off.
always lose either one or two shoes. So that shoe was by the fire hydrant.
Right.
He was found by the plaque.
Like, but the problem is, I feel like most of their statements, like they literally videotaped him snow blowing the location to find the evidence.
Thank you. Goes back in session, maybe see you.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. You had started to tell us who at the scene, who handled those solo cups. Can you describe that for us, please?
I handled them to the scene. Sergeant Lang collected the samples.
Under your supervision?
Yes.
Did anybody other than Sergeant Lang handle those solo cups?
No.
So once they were in his possession, they remained in his possession until they were booked into evidence?
They were bagged, placed in Sergeant Lang's vehicle. He transported them to Camp Police Headquarters, transported it into the office, and logged them in as evidence. Yes.
Did you watch all that happen?
I did not.
You did not. So you're presuming those next steps after he was out of your view?
I know that because he told me so.
Well, that's hearsay. Move to strike, Your Honor.
All right, I'll strike the end of that.
Thank you. Not what he told you, what you observed.
I did not observe him place it in evidence. Yes.
At what point did you lose sight of those solo cups?
When I got in my vehicle to leave the scene.
So once the solo cups were in his, you saw them go in the brown paper bag,
That's correct.
the evidence bag. Then you saw them go in the truck.
That's correct.
And at that point, you don't have any personal information about what happened to those solo cups. Personal observations.
Until I remove them from temporary evidence, I have no recollection, correct?
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about once you were inside the home. You've already indicated that you did not seek a search warrant. You did not seek consent to search the home, correct?
That's correct.
Did you look around the house for any sign of a struggle or a fight?
No.
Did you go to the basement at all?
No.
Had you ever been in the house before that morning at 9 a.m.?
Never,
Sorry?
never.
Okay. Did you go to the backyard?
No.
Did you personally observe whether or not that house has a bulkhead door that services the basement?
I have no idea.
Did you photograph any portion of the house?
The front of the house.
Sorry, bad question. Good point. Inside the house, did you photograph any part of the house?
No.
Did you have a cell phone with you?
Yes.
Has a camera on it?
Yes.
You could have photographed it, you chose not to.
I would have needed permission or a warrant.
And you got neither.
That's correct.
You sought neither.
That's correct.
Did you photograph any of the individuals in the home for instance, for injuries or anything like that?
No.
Did you or Sergeant Lank separate the witnesses before they were interviewed?
There was only one witness he was interviewing,
Who was that?
Jen McCabe.
Where was everybody else in the house?
I believe they were all in the same area, the kitchen. I believe it was the kitchen.
Those individuals were not taken to a different part of the house.
Not that I'm aware, no.
They were allowed to communicate with and among one another.
Sure, yes.
And I think you already answered this, but I'm going to ask it just to make sure I'm clear. None of that interview of Jim McCabe was not recorded in any way. Audio or video recorded.
Correct.
How long were you inside the house for that interview?
10 minutes, maybe.
Other than Jim McCabe being interviewed, were any of the other witnesses inside that house asked any questions by Sergeant Lank or by you?
No, not that I believe so. Not that I recall.
Were you the person on February 1st who gave access to the Massachusetts State Police to the Sally Port?
I was probably one of them. The Sally Port doors can only be opened by dispatch.
Did you approve or authorize those doors to be opened for purposes of MSP coming in, Massachusetts State Police coming in and processing that vehicle?
I don't know if I specifically did it at that point, but I certainly would, yes.
You knew that the vehicle had been in that Sally Port since January 29th in the afternoon, correct?
I don't believe what point I knew it was in the Sally Port, but I did know it was there for days before.
Suddenly froze. I don't know if that's heels or.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
And
there
it
it
had
goes.
been there from January 29th to February 1st. That's 3 full days.
That's correct.
No, my ass was talking.
From the time that that SUV arrived and was situated in the Sally Port, how many people had access to that truck, that SUV?
How many people had access or access to the Sally Port, or is that one? Are you asking one
One
of
and
the
the same.
I would say the entire department.
Dozens,
Yes, correct.
hundreds?
No, we're very small.
I don't know that, so
We're probably 45.
45. And just about every one of those 45 people would have access to that Sally Port and that SUV had they wanted to.
Had they wanted to, yes.
And that 45 doesn't include Brian Higgins.
It probably does, but he would have access as well.
Thank you. Those same individuals that would have access to the SUV inside the Sally Port, very obviously, would also have access to anything else that had been placed in the Sally Port along with the SUV, correct?
That is correct.
Did you photograph or cause to be photographed that SUV immediately upon its arrival into the Sally Port on January 29th?
I wasn't working, no.
Did anybody, to your knowledge, seek to photograph the condition of that vehicle immediately when it arrived at the Sally Port?
I wasn't there. I can't say.
You've certainly never seen any photographs from January 29th, immediately when that SUV was brought into the Sallyport, right?
Other than our evidence, I haven't seen any evidence in this case.
You indicated that Massachusetts State Police was having some difficulty removing the light. We saw a short snippet of the video, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Who made the decision to even remove the taillight? Was that Canton PD or was it Massachusetts State Police?
That would have been somebody within the state police.
Okay. And then you contacted Officer Wanless to actually facilitate the removal of that light, right?
I contacted dispatch to ask Officer Wanless to return.
And you knew at the time that Officer Wanless was a sworn Canton police officer.
That's correct.
But Lieutenant Gallagher, you told us just a few minutes ago that you and the chief, actually you and the chief, agreed that the Canton Police Department was completely recused from this case and the investigation based on a conflict of interest, correct?
No, you're spinning it. What I said was from participating in investigative interviews.
So they could take part, Canton Police Department could take part in any other part of the investigation, according to you, with the exception of investigative interviews?
We can open doors, we can facilitate things, yes.
Remove taillights?
There's nothing, no. Yeah, if it's an assist round peg, round hole, absolutely, yes.
Okay, so in other words, Canton Police Department, notwithstanding the conflict of interest, was still allowed to participate in the investigation of the Karen Reed matter.
There was no conflict of interest. I said appearance of conflict of interest, so we have to be careful. I didn't believe there was a conflict. I honestly believe we could have investigated this case,
Well,
but it wasn't the appearance of such a conflict.
You also didn't believe that there was probable cause to search the house either.
I know that.
That answer will stand. It's stricken and so's the question.
So Canton Police Department was in fact, at your authority, given permission to manipulate that light in terms of pulling it out of the SUV, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Canton Police Department was allowed to facilitate the removal of that light.
Yes,
And during the course of the removal of that light, a taillight was broken, correct?
that's correct.
And shattered.
Yes.
Parts of it that were falling onto the ground.
I don't think there was anything falling on the ground at that point.
So now we do have evidence that that taillight, in some way, shape, form, or fashion, was broken or broken more once it was inside the Sallyport in Canton PD's custody.
You're gonna have to rephrase that. I don't understand the broken more part.
During the removal process, that light was broken even more.
No.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Just take a look at that photograph and tell me if you recognize it.
I don't recognize the photographs. First time I've seen it.
Do you recognize what's depicted in the photograph?
It's a broken taillight.
Does that appear to be the taillight that was removed during the process that we saw in the video just a few minutes ago under direct examination?
I can only assume it is. I've never examined the light.
So you can't assume. So can you answer the question, Lieutenant?
No,
You don't recognize it?
no.
Okay, and were you, I didn't see you on the video, but it was a very dark video. Were you there?
Yes, I'm in the gray shirt.
Okay, were you there as Officer Wanless was actually removing the taillight from the vehicle?
Not sure. I'd have to watch the video again.
Okay, do you recall if pieces and parts were being broken off and shattered while he was removing it?
Not at all.
May I approach?
Yes.
Were you the person who actually recovered? I think you did answer this. You were not the person who knelt down and actually recovered the blood droplets.
Correct.
That was Sergeant Lang.
That's correct.
They don't matter.
When you gave the, sorry, let me rephrase that. Was it you or Sergeant Lank that put the solo cups into the evidence bag?
Sergeant Lank.
Was that in your presence?
Yes.
Okay. How long before, after he put the solo cups in the evidence bag, did he put the evidence bag in his truck?
Seconds, less than a minute.
And then how long did the truck sit there until he left or you left and you were no longer able to observe it?
He left immediately.
You were at the location on, the location of the Sally Port on February 3rd. You've already testified to that, correct?
No, I testified February 1st.
I'm sorry, my mistake, February 1st. You also indicated that at your direction that Sergeant Lank booked the solo cups into the evidence locker.
That's procedure, yes.
Right. I understand it's procedure. I'm asking if he actually did it.
Yes.
Okay. Did you see a log of that?
Excuse me?
Did you see a log of that?
I saw the police report,
Which police report?
the original call.
Okay. And in that police report, he indicates that he took the solo cups back to Canton Police Department and booked them into evidence, right?
It was given a property number and assigned to temporary evidence.
And when something is given a property number, is there an officer working that property area to assign the property numbers?
No, the officer placing the property into evidence assigns the property number himself.
I see. So that officer would assign a property number and physically place that into temporary, what's it called again?
Temporary evidence until the evidence officer takes custody of it.
Okay. Did an evidence officer actually take custody of these items?
No, because it was being transferred to the state police, so it wasn't going into our permanent evidence locker.
So where did those cups sit for the 3 days between January 29th and February 1st?
In a refrigeration unit in temporary evidence.
And is there a log to sign in and sign out to make sure that the chain of custody of items like this are maintained?
The evidence officer keeps that log, yes.
Is there any log, Lieutenant Gallagher, of these items being booked into the temporary evidence locker?
There should be, but I don't know for a fact, but there should be, yes.
I agree there should be. I'm asking you if there is.
I don't know the answer to that.
The fact of the matter is, there is no log or document or report ever showing that these items were ever booked into the temporary evidence locker at Canton PD. Isn't that right?
I don't believe that's accurate.
Do you have that evidence log?
I don't have access to the evidence log.
Did you get access to the evidence log?
No.
You're a supervisor at Canton PD. Why would you
correct.
not have access to the evidence log?
I think only 2 or 3 people have access to evidence.
Who would they be?
The evidence officer,
Which is who?
Paul DiGiapietro, Sergeant,
Can you spell that for us, please?
DIGIAMPIETRO.
Who else?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm assuming the chief of police,
Chief Berkowitz, I would assume.
most likely,
Deputy Chief.
but I don't know. Possibly, yes.
Head of detectives?
No,
Any other lieutenants or supervisors?
I don't believe so. I know I don't have access as a lieutenant.
If there's no evidence log of an item being booked into evidence, that's a pretty good indicator that it actually never made it into the evidence log, evidence locker, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
We do know that wherever it went, the blood items went back to, and the glass went back to Canton PD, correct?
That's correct.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Thank you. Lieutenant, I'm going to ask you kindly to take a look at those 4 photographs, and then once you've had a chance to review them, just look up at me. I'll ask you a couple.
Did you see them?
I don't know what was just handed to the witness.
Why don't you go take them from the witness? Take a look.
There you go. There's copies right here as well.
Thank you.
It's fine. Just 4, not 4. Yeah, just 4. Okay. May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Sure.
Make sure if there's 4 or 5.
Okay.
Take your time.
I'm all set.
Do you recognize those photos, or what's depicted in those photos?
Yes.
Do you recognize the time frame that those photos would have been taken
Yes.
based on context?
Yes.
February 1st, correct?
I have no idea if it was February 1st, but it would be between the 29th of January and February 1st.
Fair enough. Your Honor, may I publish?
Okay. Do they have they been introduced?
They have not yet been introduced, Your Honor. I'm sorry, protocol-wise, I missed that step. I need to ask that these be marked as next in order.
Okay.
4
Is there
photographs.
any objection?
No, Your Honor.
I might be able to use this. Yes. Take it.
37 through 40.
Thank you. Taking a look at what's been.
Hold on. They're still being marked, and the court reporter has to record everything you say.
Thank you.
Okay.
And with the court's permission, Lieutenant, I'm going to try to go in the same order, so you might want to glance at this photograph. It may be better visual for you. I'd like to ask you if you recognize what's depicted in this photograph, especially the area right down here on the right, bottom right. See that white rag?
I do.
Lieutenant, if you take a close look at that rag, I'm going to ask you to identify it on the photograph. Do you see a couple of little dark marks on what appear to be that?
I see it on that screen.
Better visual up there. Okay, fair enough. What's the position of that rag as it relates to the vehicle in the photograph?
It's the rear passenger side.
Right rear quarter panel, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And is that, in fact, the SUV in question?
I believe it is.
Okay. The SUV that belonged to Miss Reed?
I believe it is. Yes.
Okay. Let's take a look at the, excuse me. It's 37.
37, okay.
Is this 37? Thanks. Your Honor, for the record, we were just speaking about item 37.
Okay.
Let's move to. Yes. Looking at 38, does that appear to be the same rag in the photograph?
It does, yes.
Okay. You see a shadow sort of looming over the top of the photograph?
I do.
Given what you just said about evidence item 37, does that appear to be the shadow of the right rear quarter panel of the truck?
I would guess it's the tailgate.
So you can't guess.
I would say it was the tailgate. The tailgate's up, maybe the tailgate's up at this point.
You see a bag in the middle of the photograph.
Yes,
Can you read what's on that bag?
Stop and Shop.
Okay, that does not look like an evidence bag, does it, sir?
No,
Matter of fact, it looks like a grocery bag.
Correct.
All right?
Yes,
So not a forensically stable item, correct?
correct.
Certainly not sterile,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
You know where that bag came from?
I do not.
Was that a bag that you supplied to Sergeant Lang?
I do not know. Do not recall.
Lang got the Stop and Shop bag.
I do not know.
Next photograph, please. 39. Taking a look at what's been marked as evidence item 39. You recognize what's in the middle of the photograph?
Yes,
What is that?
those are the plastic cups with the coagulated blood.
Do you see on the top of the photograph, same rag
I do.
with the same markings?
Yes,
That appear that those unsealed cups with liquid blood in them are situated right near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV in this photograph.
they are to the rear of the vehicle. Yes.
And next item, please. And this appears to be evidence item 40. You see the same white rag
Yes.
and you see the same evidence bag, Stop and Shop bag, correct?
Correct.
And it's filled with 6 solo cups
Correct.
with what appears to be liquid blood.
Correct.
Does that photograph appear to be taken at or about the same place near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV?
It's actually, I would say that the mat is the mat to the entrance to the booking area. So that is probably a couple of feet behind the vehicle.
Okay, let's go back to evidence item number 37, which should be the first photograph. You see the rag in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Let's go to the next item. Now you see the mat, and it's, I should note this for the record, that we're now looking at 38. You see the mat and the rag in this photograph,
I do.
and you see a tire on that mat.
Yes.
That's a golf cart of some sort that belongs to the Canton Police Department.
It's a Kubota. Yes.
A Kubota, thank you. Looks like the rag is in the same spot.
Yes.
All right, so the blood inside the Stop and Shop bag is sitting right next to the right rear quarter panel of that truck, correct?
You can see the rear tire. It's probably at least 3 feet from the rear. If you look at the top, I can use the marker here. This appears to me to be the rear tire, which would put this a couple of feet behind the vehicle.
Understood. Okay, that's all I have. Lights. Would you agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination?
You want me to if I could speak to this incident alone?
That's a yes or no question. Do you think
Okay,
that's,
it's not yes or no, but for your purposes, I would say yes.
and in fact, could even be worse, for instance, not just inadvertent cross-contamination. If somebody wanted to touch something on that bag, on those cups, and then touch the vehicle, they could easily do that with that juxtaposition of the open blood next to the back of the rear of the car.
Objection.
Sustained.
Lieutenant, if somebody was so inclined, that situation could provide an opportunity for evidence tampering, couldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Lally?
It's just briefly, Your Honor.
Lieutenant, if I I could ask you, phrase that was posed to you a couple times during cross-examination as far as recusal of your department. How would you define that term in this specific sense?
In this specific case,
Yes.
we did not want to go on any investigative interviews because one of our best investigators, name is Kevin Albert. He's the property owner's brother, and we didn't think it would be appropriate if we were on those interviews questioning his family members.
Now, with regard to death investigations, specifically unintended death investigations, what, if any, role does your department typically have when it comes to those? What, if any, jurisdiction does your department have versus the state police?
The state police takes jurisdiction. They run the investigation. We assist them in any way we can. We try to help out.
Now, sir, you were asked some questions in regard to, or you indicated that in regard to the drinking glass that you located in the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, that it didn't come from the house. Why is that?
I think I said, I believe we didn't think it came from the house at that time because they were out at the Waterfall Bar and Grill the night before. And the initial statements from Detective Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Good obtained, nobody put John O'Keefe anywhere but where he was found, and that included his girlfriend.
Now, if I could take a step back just to the state police jurisdiction over unintended deaths, what, if any, assets the state police have as far as investigative assets that your department doesn't?
They have far superior tools to investigate. They have direct access to the crime lab. They have a CARS team that can do accident reconstruction.
Now, with regard to the criminalist and turning your attention to February 1st of 2022, when you're in the Sally Port, you mentioned that Officer Wanless came in with a toolkit to assist in removing the tail, correct?
That's correct.
And is it your understanding essentially he just removed a clip from the back of the taillight in order to take it out of the vehicle?
I believe you can see our video, it just pops into the criminalist's hands.
And as far as your review of that video, or your observations that day, there was nothing about the taillight that was broken during that removal process, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as cross-contamination, you were asked about, you indicated it was not a yes or no answer. But what, if anything else, would you have to add?
What counsel was depicting was the transfer of custody over to the state police. So the criminologist was handling it at that time. The photographer was photoing it. The criminologist was transferring the blood into their plastic containers. And that's why I'm sure it was being handled by a criminologist. There wasn't going to be any cross-contamination. I wasn't concerned about cross-contamination.
So that was a scenario that you were describing earlier in your direct examination as far as you're turning those items physically over to the criminalist on February 1st in the Sally Port area.
And they are converting them to their plastic containers, yes.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Okay,
Very briefly, you said that no one put John O'Keefe, none of the witnesses put John O'Keefe anywhere but where he was found. That's what you just said, correct?
That's correct.
So your investigative technique is just to ask a witness, how'd that dead body get there? And if they say, I have no idea, your job's just done, right?
Objection.
sustained.
If a witness says, we found him here, you just take the witness at their word?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that, sir.
No, of course not.
You might want to investigate a little further, right?
Absolutely.
And ask them questions.
That is correct.
Get search warrants.
That's
Look
when
in the
there's probable
house.
cause, we do. Absolutely.
None of that was done here, though.
No probable cause.
Thanks, that's all I have.
You are all set, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Okay. Who is your next witness, Mr. Malley?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Sergeant Sean Good to the stand.
Okay, and while the sergeant's coming in, I'll see counsel about scheduling.
Oh boy, it's gonna get good. Goody.
So basically, my understanding was he's trying to like. Now I'm understanding what he's trying to do with the solo. cups.
Me too. Yeah, I get it now.
He's trying to claim that the solo. I don't think the rag was used. I don't think he's trying to imply. He's trying to reply how close it was to the car, and trying to imply that the blood from the solo cups bag was opened. Someone
Got onto the
went in
car.
and put it onto the back of the car. That's what he's implying on the situation. Even though there's no video, even though there's a video pointing directly at their location and shows no one's doing that. But anyway,
Right. Well, not even just that, but you have to remember that the inside the cup, it's coagulated blood. The blood from the car wasn't coagulated yet. So it's like you can't put coagulated blood on the car and make it uncoagulate.
but that's what he's hoping that like
that
the
is what he's
jury-
trying to do. Yeah.
the jury would basically decide to be like, whoa, you know.
And
Right,
Raleigh,
that's
there was so
exactly
much
what he's
there that
trying
he
to
needed to
do.
take care of, and he didn't.
Yeah, there was a couple things that he could have asked again.
Yeah.
I think he cleared up some of what Jackson was trying to sort of like play with words. I mean, even the lieutenant there was like, no, you're spinning things at one point. Like you're spinning what I said, which is what they've been doing this entire time.
Right.
Is trying to spin everything any witness says.
Right. I wanted him to ask about the conflict. You know, them saying they were conflicted off, and he said no, they weren't.
Yeah, I'm not sure what part you're talking about. I'm sorry.
When Jackson asked the guy if they had been conflicted off the case because of someone out there knowing Brian, and he said we weren't. So I just wanted
Whenever you're ready, Mr.
Lally to
Lane.
clear it up.
Yeah, that would have been good to be cleared up.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
It's Sean Good, Goode,
And how are you employed, sir?
at the Canton Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Camp?
17 years.
And what rank or assignment do you currently have with the Camp?
Midnight sergeant and 2 days patrol traffic.
Now, how long have you held the rank of sergeant with the Camp Police?
Coming up on 3 years.
Now, with reference to your rank and assignment as a sergeant with sort of the overnight shift, and when does that shift run from?
So it's midnight to 8. The oncoming sergeant usually comes in around 11 o'clock at night.
And in general terms, if you could describe to the jury what sort of are your duties and responsibilities as a sergeant on the overnight shift?
So I'm in charge of the patrolmen that are on that work under me. There's 4 of us on the midnight, plus myself, so 5 total. 4 on the road, 1 inside.
Turning your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of January 29th, 2022. You working on that occasion?
Yes, it was.
Similar capacity as you've just described?
Yes.
And so the time as far as when you arrived at the Canton Police Station would be similar to what you just described as well?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived, if you recall, who was sort of working with you or under you on that particular shift?
So that evening's midnight shift, it was myself, Officer Pasquarelli, Officer Mullaney, Officer Saraf, and Officer Dever.
And as far, in addition to, let me ask it this way. So when you're performing those duties in the Canton Police Station, where are you sort of physically situated within the Canton Police Department?
We're inside the dispatch room. That's where you handle all the calls, 911 calls, business lines, stuff like that. So anybody walks in the lobby, you're right there.
And so would that also be sort of part of your duties and responsibilities in regard to being the supervising sergeant for the shift?
That evening, yes, I was inside.
Now, with reference to 911 calls and dispatch, what, if any, training have you received in regard to those?
Everybody in the Camp Police Department, we do not have civilian dispatchers like other larger departments. So every officer that works patrol has to be certified on the PSAP station, which is the 911 dispatch console. And then once you're certified, you're able to answer all 911 calls.
And what, generally speaking, does that certification process entail?
It's learning the software, learning how to know the difference between a cell phone and a landline, being able to look up if a 911 call comes in on a cell phone. We have 3 different monitors, and you'll see that one of the monitors will be a map, and it'll all of a sudden it'll just ping and you'll see that cell phone. And a lot of the time, because of the location of the town of Canton, we do get state police 911 calls that are on the highway. So you have to be able to differentiate which call it is. It is actually us, or is it state police? Is it Randolph? Stuff like that. So you have to be able to read a map. It's not very hard, but it's that.
Now, beyond that, now, when people are calling into 911, they're typically calling in regard to an emergency, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, training do you receive in that certification process in regard to sort of demeanor or how to handle people on the line?
Obviously, if someone's calling in an emergency, they're probably going to be nervous. You want to just try to stay calm as possible, try to relate to them, not make them any more upset than they already are, and try to get the first thing out of is location. Where are they?
Now, with respect to calls that come into 911, what, if any, difference as far as directing the call is there between something that's sort of a medical call versus a law enforcement police type call?
So any call that comes in through 911, we determine if it's police, fire, medical. If it's police, obviously we would handle it. But if it's fire, medical, we send it to Holbrook, which is the regional dispatch for Canton Fire. So it's literally just click the button. It says fire right on the screen. That call automatically gets connected to a regional dispatcher in Holbrook, who then determines what they need, whether it be ambulance, fire, stuff like that.
Now, reference to this particular shift on this particular day, January 28th and 29th, at some point during your shift, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the weather outside?
When we came in, it was just very light flurries. There was nothing sticking to the ground, anything like that. We were all pretty prepared that we knew that there was a storm coming at some point during the night.
And through your work with the Canton Police Department, you familiar with an individual by the name of Brian Higgins?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship does he have with, what, if anything, does he do for work?
He works for the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. It's a federal agency.
And what, if any, relationship does he have with your department of Canton Police?
He has a satellite office in our department. He has his own scan card. You know, he doesn't have to check in with myself or anybody. But he works out of our station.
And is he the only agent, federal agent with the ATF that has space or anything at your police station?
No, I believe there's actually could be U.S. Customs, two of them, other agents that are at work at the station as well.
Do they have sort of similar relationships as far as?
Yes, yeah, they have access to the police department. If Brian, Agent Higgins has worked on certain calls helped us out, whether it be a firearm case, stuff like that.
Now, on that evening of the 28th, and specifically the early morning of January 29th, what, if anything, do you recall as far as seeing Brian Higgins around the Canton Police?
I remember at one point during the evening, he came in. I don't remember if he came into the dispatch or if I just saw him on one of the numerous monitors we have in dispatch. I can't leave that room because I'm the only one in the building on midnight. So, but we never talked or anything like that. Didn't think anything of it. It's not uncommon.
And do you recall around what time that occurred?
I believe it was probably 1:30. Again, I wasn't looking at a clock to see. But
now, with respect to the parking lot area of the Canton Police Station, when it comes to any sort of substantial amount of snow, what, if anything, do you do with regard to the vehicles in the parking lot in reference to that kind of weather?
We try to move all the cars that we're not using. So would that be on a midnight shift? It's any of our unmarked detectives cars, any of the patrol vehicles that aren't being used. We try to help out the DPW, which is the Department of Public Works, as best as possible when they try to plow our station. Because if not, all it ends up being is just one trail through the parking lot, and it's kind of a nightmare. So with the help of the other patrolmen, if we can get all the keys, sometimes they're not easily located, we try to move the cars to the outer edge of the parking lot so that DPW can make a good pass, and then we'll move them back over.
With regard to the vehicles in the parking lot, beyond sort of the personal vehicles and the marked units belonging to Canton Police, with regard to some of those other agents like Mr. Higgins that you talked about, what, if any, vehicles would they have within that parking area?
He had federal cars there that he used on cases, and I believe he had two they'd be, I guess, his cruisers. They were Dodge pickups.
And then with regard to those vehicles, in regard to snow removal, what if anything was typically done with regard to that?
They were parked to the outer edge, so we don't have access to them. At least I didn't have access to them.
Now, working that sort of 911 dispatch area desk, at some point, just before 5 a.m., what if any calls did you receive around that time?
I received a phone call from a woman, generally asking if we had locked up or transported a male potty that evening. It's not uncommon that people call and say, "Hey, did you lock up so and so, or did you stop anybody?" She said some version of he was out with friends. He didn't come home tonight, and his girlfriend's worried about him.
At the time that you received that call, did you know who that person was on the other end?
No.
And fair to say at some point later, you had responded to Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And the person who had called just before 5 a.m., did you have occasion to speak with them when you were on scene on Fairview?
I did.
Who did you identify that first call to come in from?
First call was Miss Roberts.
That would be Carrie Roberts, is that correct?
Yes.
Mayor Pro.
Yes.
So I'm showing you this. You recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That would be the 911 call from our station.
And that would be specifically from Ms. Roberts, is that correct?
Yes.
Tom will seek to introduce the minutes.
No objection.
Be exhibit 35.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish that call to the jury at this point.
Okay. Hold on 1 second, please. What number? Okay. Okay. All right, thank you. I thought that's what you said. All right. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Karen. I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. We were at waterfall. And now she is calling me hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't take anybody up by the name of John O'Keefe, did you? John O'Keefe. Yeah, he's about to cop and we'll be on foot, but. No. I think he probably another guy and tapped at his own house. I don't know, but.
Yeah, no, we didn't want anybody else or anything like that. Hey, where do you live?
He lives on Meadow, down Meadow.
He lives on Meadow, Pleasant. Okay, and you where, so like what we said, you grew up?
Yeah, they were out having drinks, and then she left, and expected him to come home at some point, and he never did.
Yeah.
And so I said to her, you know, my husband had been out with her earlier in life, but then he came home, and he kept touching with me to nephew from the dance bachelor.
Okay.
And so she knew we were going to have to go there, and I to be home, and so she was nervous that he never knew about me.
Yeah.
So she said, I feel like they happened, and I said, okay. Well, the South Area Hospital is really happening. I personally think he probably take him out to the doctor. I don't know.
Yeah, where did he drive last night?
No.
No. Okay. Yeah, I think, well, again, it's more, it would be driven by you. She would have to, call in a couple of patients and talk to us, but I mean, as right now, it's more, she did get all last night, and this conference, sometimes we'll have with them.
No, that's why. That's what she did. He didn't tell me. That's kind of why she's more freaking out. So I figured, I called the other hospital, I said, call Kansas police just make sure, if they don't like it, it's not complete stuff, and anyone that's people, if anybody could take them out.
Yeah.
Take it off.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't have a full good time, so.
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, I wasn't there, I was stuck here. But we haven't had any calls, lady.
All right, well, thank you.
All right, no problem. Good luck.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Now, Sergeant Good, what was played in there, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the 911 call that you had with Kelly Roberts around
Yes.
5 a.m.? Now, turning your attention to about an hour forward, approximately 6 a.m. on the 29th, what, if any, other phone calls did you receive, bless you, in regard to the same sort of parties?
At 6:04 a.m. on the 911 dispatch console, I received a call from a woman at 34 Fairview.
Now, in those intervening sort of hours, so as you were stating on the 911 call, no one sort of physically came into the Camden Police Station and reported anything in regard to this, correct?
No.
And again, the party that you spoke to on the phone at approximately 6:04 a.m., did you know that person at that time?
No.
And again, you responded later on or shortly thereafter to Fairview and spoke with a number of different, correct?
Correct.
From those conversations on scene, you now know who placed that 911 call at approximately 6:04.
Yes.
And who is that person?
That'd be Miss McCabe.
And that would be Jennifer McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, you talked about the weather when you first arrived to your shift. Around 6 a.m., what, if anything, had changed between the weather when you arrived and around 6 a.m.?
It was snowing heavily.
Now, Madam Mayor, approach again.
Yes.
So, showing you another this, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That'd be the 911 call from Mrs. McCabe.
I'll seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish Exhibit 36 to the jury now as well.
Okay.
Edwin Zero. Was it Carrie that Karen didn't know?
Yes, I'm the first time the third floor kid, third floor here, so we can't have the man tapped out in the snow.
You can't pull up, because you can't finish, so you can actually know, okay?
Yeah, no, right, yeah.
Yes, the house, that's line.
I just keep getting, like, looking at that area, so she's.
All right, but finish that line, just so you can.
Okay. I'm going. Where's the market? I don't keep going to Harry.
911, you're a G.
I'm immediately concerned, so you know, can't do that.
What's going on?
There's a guy on the top of it in the snow.
In the sun, 34?
Yeah, 34 the Albert resident, yeah, I just pulled up the mountain.
Okay.
So it's okay, you can't have it, yeah.
Not man, that's not a political emergency. Hello?
Yeah, that's right, can you come to 34, if you wrote it, Ethan?
34 Fairview?
Yes, it is, I mean, I'm responsive in the snow.
Okay, well,
He's from the here, okay?
okay, what's going on? Is he going down?
We just got to know that.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that some girl?
It's broken, yeah, so he's.
Okay, how old is he?
John is, 46 years old.
46, how long has he been outside?
I don't know, I don't know, he got out of the car and it could be a couple of hours. If he's carrying, I don't, I don't know if he's breathing. There are two women trying to, it could be heat and that's all.
Okay, can you just try asking? I know it's tough, but we have to talk about go and they just get it.
Is he breathing, guys? I don't think he's breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to test it?
Yes, he's got CPR. No, I guess he's gone. I think he's passed away.
Alright, if I comment and the police department on the way, if everyone's declining CPR, then I can't, I'll hang up with you and, if anything changes, you can give us a call back, wherever you guys upset.
I'm better friends. I know, I'm all of the interviews. I know. But Kelly, you gotta get off of me. Kelly, you gotta get off of him.
You know if there's any, alcohol or drugs involved?
I'm talking about me. And
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything, maybe you just have, his head up?
yeah,
Okay, bleeding from the face. Now take the
If I could ask you just to back that up about 10 or 15 seconds or so, once the siren outside comes out.
We're fine.
Okay, bleeding from the face, alright. Now take the full blood if there is any.
something coming out of the building, one of the ones that was doing CPR.
Okay, one moment, is doing CPR?
Yes, that's the only thing I have.
Alright, if she's on CPR, and just let me, just give us a call back, we don't respond, right, but we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kenny. And so upon receiving that 911 call just after approximately 6:04 a.m., what, if anything, did you do with regard to dispatch?
So once it was connected to Holbrook, you could hear me. I ended up dispatching my own officers, my downtown cruisers to 34th Fairview, and then I had one other cruiser come back to the station so I could get down there.
And, so you yourself respond down there, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how much time elapsed from the time that you sort of transferred to Holbrook from the medical situation to the time that you travel down to Fairview Road?
I would guess it had to be less than 5 minutes.
And in addition to the patrol cars and yourself, who, if anyone else, did you notify in relation to that call when you
So I phoned Lieutenant Gallagher and Detective Sergeant Lang.
Why that?
Just policy, the seriousness of the call. Lieutenant Gallagher was the off-going lieutenant the night prior, the shift prior, so that's what you usually do. And Detective Sergeant Lang is in charge of the detectives.
Now, when you left Canton Police Station to respond to Fairview, who, if anyone, assumed your role as far as manning the dispatch area in the 911?
That'd be Officer Dever.
And, may I approach?
Yes.
Dever. D-E-V-E-R. Sorry.
And for medical report, if you haven't already, I'm sorry, could you just spell Officer Dever's last name if you know?
Yes, it's going to be D-E-V-E-R. You're welcome.
I'll show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 14.
Sorry.
Okay. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That would be our roll call log, press log.
And as far as that particular log is concerned, is there any indication on there who sort of created that log?
Yes, that'd be Officer Dever.
And these are logs that you typically create when you're working that particular position as far as the dispatch desk, correct?
Yes, it's pretty much a running journal for our department.
And sort of how is that information gleaned and how is that sort of transmitted into that log?
It's as accurate as the officer that actually enters the information. So if it was busy in there and she's by herself, you're taking information down, you're writing it, then you have to physically enter it into a computer. So there would be a delay in time.
Thank you, sir. May I approach just to retrieve your?
Sure.
Yes.
Now, Sergeant Good, with respect to your response, Canton Police Station 234 Fairview Road, what was sort of the path of travel that you took?
So I pulled out of the police station at 1492 Washington Street, taking a right onto Washington, heading south.
And then where did you go?
And then I took a right onto Chapman Street. And then it would be your third right on Fairview.
And coming down Fairview, what, if anything, did you note as far as sort of the elevation of the roadway as you come from the Chapman side down to where 34 is?
Coming from Chapman, you're heading downhill towards the end of Fairview that meets Cedar Crest.
And so where is 34 in relation to sort of Cedar Crest?
It's the second house on the left before you reach the intersection of Cedar Crest at Fairview.
And as you're approaching, or as you're en route between the police department and Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe as far as road conditions, visibility, things like that?
It was terrible. Heavy snow, wind, visibility was awful.
And when you arrive on scene, what is sort of the first thing that you observe upon your arrival?
As I was coming down the hill, visibility was pretty bad. Obviously, I noticed the Canton Fire engine. Ambulance was already on scene. Both my two officers, cruisers were also on scene.
Now, as far as the particular cruiser that you were in on that day, is there sort of a particular cruiser that is reserved for sort of the sergeant or lieutenant who's in charge of the?
Yes. So 682 is the primary patrol supervisor vehicle.
And that would sort of shift from shift to shift as far as whoever that particular sergeant is?
Yeah, you would take the same one. 682 is it's labeled on the side of the doors, patrol supervisor.
And so is that the vehicle or that the cruiser that you took to go from the police station to Fairview that morning?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to that cruiser and sort of other cruisers within the Canton Police Department, what, if any, recording system is available on those cruisers?
All marked units have it's called a WatchGuard camera system. It has front video camera, and then it also has in the prisoner passenger back seat has a camera there as well. They should be working audio in the back seat, they're activated by, if you flip the lights on, the blue lights, it'll automatically click. You don't have to press record. The cruiser automatically starts recording. If you got in a car accident, the camera would start recording. Any kind of impact, the camera starts recording. It actually ends up being passively recording, even when it's not on.
You talked a little bit about the audio as far as the back of the cruiser, but as far as from the camera in the front of the cruiser, where is the audio recording in regard to that, if at all?
It would be on the mic. There's a mic stand that sits in a charger. It looks like almost a beeper. Should be there.
And so that's located within inside the cruiser, correct?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Strong?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a flash out. You recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is the flash driver for the Canton Cruiser 682 streaming.
And upon will seek to introduce the minutes of next exhibit.
Exhibit 41. All right, why don't we break now for lunch, Mr. Lally?
Thank you.
Let's leave them on your chairs. Follow me. All right.
That is crazy. I never heard they found him on his stomach.
But then they would have had to have rolled him over onto his back to do CPR because they said she was doing CPR.
I know. Did you see?
So
what,
that means they moved him. They moved him.
Okay, so what runs with scissors, was it said just now? I mean, I thought that's what they said on that call, that they rolled him over. Or that's what runs with scissors is saying.
I think they did say that. I'm trying to remember. I think they did say
Yeah.
they rolled him over.
Taking him over doesn't mean they moved him.
Yeah.
So
So
because
it means
remember
he
the
was
one
on
guy
his-
said his face was like
Frozen?
Yeah.
So maybe that would make sense that he was on his face, and then
It also would make sense to why his phone was there if he had it in his hand and passed out, and then they turned him to his back.
So what
Right.
if he was like turned around to the car and then he was hit with the car while his back was facing the car?
What?
Well, I'm saying like if he was hit.
Oh yeah.
And
What
the
if he was
force pushed-
walking away, which would have been, his back would have been
His
to the
back
car
to the
then?
car, right?
Yeah.
And then
Well, why would he
it's-
be sitting down? Wait, why would he be sitting down with his back to the car?
that's throwing up maybe.
No, not sitting down, standing up. If she backed up into him while he was
Yes, I
standing
know.
up.
He would have been standing up, right, when she hit him. My question, what I'm trying to figure out is, did they say they rolled him over?
I think
I
they
don't know.
did.
I didn't. It was hard to hear.
Yeah, it was hard. I thought I heard something about rollover, but yeah.
Yeah, because
It was really-
that would make more sense, like the vomit being on the front of his shirt.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It would make
that
it all make more sense. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Because
So why were we told on his, we can't be the only ones to know this. I mean, not to know that
Yeah. No, definitely
he was
not.
on his stomach.
well, maybe when they arrived at the scene, he was on his back, and then
He was, but it's important.
But when
Oh,
they
he's
when
down.
but they moved him, the people like carrying all them, they moved him to
They-
do CPR.
Right, they turned him over.
Yeah,
Okay, well, that's not moving him to me. They just
no, that's
turned
not moving him, but that's turning him over, which
Yeah,
kinda
it's
changes-
repositioning. It's repositioning him. Yeah.
So that
Right, but I'm saying they didn't like move him into the yard or move him into the. They
No,
just
no,
turned
no.
him-
Just moved him as in
Yeah,
flipped
because
him
when you
over.
say they moved him, that connotates for the
So
troll that.
You're right.
Oh,
yeah.
they
No,
Right.
moved
He
him
was
as in flipped him
repositioned to do
over.
CPR. Yeah.
so would that explain the marks on the arm? Because like when you get hit violently in the front, one of your arms pop up to defend your face, maybe.
Well,
if he's crawling.
my theory has been he was holding his glass, and when she backed up, with that, and that would be the arm, right? Is that his right arm? And I
Yeah.
think the glass hit the tail light because there were pieces of glass embedded in the bumper.
Or his back was
That
turned.
is true. That
I
is
don't
true.
think his body in any way could have broke the tail light. I just don't. And his head would not have been down that low.
If he was vomiting though, he could have been bending over.
Yeah.
No, I'm pretty sure he was vomiting from his head injuries because
That could
he
be.
still had vomit in his mouth.
But that's what leads me to believe he may have crawled a little bit. Tried
Yeah,
to at least.
for sure. If he was on his stomach, for sure. It never
And
made sense
so
to
if
me.
he's in the mulch, right, and he's crawling, trying towards the house, yeah, if you're using one arm and then you just pass out, then maybe that's where it comes from,
Well, and when the grass is frozen and you
Right.
scrape against it, it could do that.
Right.
But yeah,
We're talking mulch
because
too.
I kept
Mulch
thinking,
is
why would it?
frozen
Wait a
mulch.
minute.
Like, yeah.
Hold on. Yeah, I'll lose my thought. So yeah, the phone makes sense, but they made it sound like his phone wasn't found until they lifted him.
Right.
So his phone could have been beside him, and when they turned him over, it was under his back.
It makes more sense now, doesn't it? Don't you guys think it
Yeah.
makes more sense now that if they flipped him to
Much
do
more sense.
CPR, then he's on his stomach the entire time.
Right, and that's why there's blood, because he was dead. He wasn't bleeding anymore.
No, he wasn't. No, he was gone. He was cold, they said.
Yeah.
And basically they were saying when they were saying like his digits were stiff, they're describing rigor mortis.
Well, okay. Somebody posted a picture. I don't know where it came. I guess it was on here. And it was a lot of, it wouldn't be lividity because lividity finds the lowest part. So the small of his, like his back was up, kind of like you are naturally. But it was all in that area. So I don't know what that was. I don't know what all that read.
Yeah.
It went up quite a
What
bit.
did you think of Karen Reed's reaction? Like,
I didn't watch- I wasn't watching.
I mean, you see like the videotape being played, you see the parent, like the mother crying, everyone's crying, and she just has this stone cold face.
Yeah, the woman that was losing her shit is now stone cold.
Which is like goes against their whole narrative of this individual being this emotional individual that, you know, so far we've listened to multiple recordings and pictures of, you know, very devastating scenes, and this woman has shown no emotions. It's the only thing I've ever seen her do is smile and kind of like agree with when witnesses are being bullied. And I'm thinking like this is what like I think a lot of law tubers, a lot of people should pay attention to, because the jury will pay attention to it. Like if you're trying to claim your client is this emotional person that cared and the only one that cared, and she's stone cold.
I'm the only one trying to help him.
Yeah, and you're stone cold while the parents of the deceased is crying.
Mm-hmm.
That looks so bad to a jury. The jury's like, "What the fuck?"
I don't even think she was crying when she was yelling. She was just yelling.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like screaming.
She was putting on a good show.
Is he dead yet?
Yeah.
Well, I think she also needs to like learn how to control her face, because if you're not going to cry at the most horrific parts, then you shouldn't be making sort of disdain faces when you're mad about. You know what I'm saying? Like you're supposed to keep like a sort of middle ground in a trial.
Well, she will say her MS, which by the way, when that EMT was handed the paperwork and he said, what does it say on here? And he looked at it and he said multiple sclerosis, right?
Yeah, MS.
What he was reading were what Karen told them. He wasn't looking at a medical report. You know, it was two officers' report. So MGI, Karen is not innocent she's presumed innocent until the end of the trial, but you're saying she's innocent, period?
Everybody has a right to their opinion, and that's cool. You know, you want to, I mean, I think a lot of these people, again, haven't seen all, you know, I've
enlighten us with why.
A lot of things that like haven't come out yet in the trial. And I'm not, like you said earlier, I'm not sure it changes anybody's minds who's on the whole, like, you know, been here since the beginning, Karen is innocent train, but there's a lot of things that these people have not been told and that they have been lied to about, or things have been, things have been spun. That's the word I'm looking for.
Right. I watched Turtle Boy for about
20
minutes the other night, and he doesn't even play the Commonwealth examination. He says, I'm not going to play that. It's just whatever. So all they're hearing
is that side.
Is Jackson.
Yeah, and Jackson, I mean, Turtle Boy.
Turtle Boy.
And honestly, Jackson is actually, you know, he's earning his money. He's creating this reasonable doubt. I think he's doing a very good job with that. I just don't know if it's enough. I mean, the easy part is really the paramedics, because the paramedics are supposed to be there and they're just like, oh, we picked up, you know, John O'Keefe. This is what we saw. But she had made multiple statements, incriminating statements at the scene, and he had to clean that up. And now he's going to deal with the cop, and he's trying to clean that up. And now he's like trying to state that not only the paramedics were in on it, but also the police somehow grabbed the blood and wiped it on the back of the car now, or broke the taillight while they were removing it. Meanwhile, we're seeing a video, and we're not seeing any of that happening at that point during the video. And you would think that would be a key point to pick out. Oh, look, this is him when he's going into the bag and rubbing it against the taillight, or, you know, or him when he's, and it's like, you know, they're trying to create this reasonable doubt, but I just don't see.
Yeah, but that blood didn't even matter.
Well, there was blood on the taillight as well.
But my thing is with the whole.
I heard it was DNA on the taillight.
There's DNA underneath the vehicle too, parts of underneath the vehicle. They haven't brought that out yet, but that's what I think he's trying to put doubt into is, oh, well, if these cups are right here, anybody could have just taken them, and that's how the blood ended up on the car. Like, but that's not in the video. The whole video shows where it went.
I never heard that. Ever.
What?
But that's what they're trying to, that's where Jackson's trying to go with it.
I never heard there was blood on the taillight. I always heard DNA.
There's DNA
DNA.
sort of underneath the undercarriage there a little.
Right,
and
but
on
that
the
doesn't have to
car.
be blood.
But
DNA.
to me, the blood collection, honestly, other than to show that it's John's blood, really is not.
Agreed. Relevant.
It's not
No,
relevant.
it's not
Yeah, it's just not. It's not going to prove her innocent or guilty. It's not going to show them anything. And I thought when he was looking at the rag and saying the dark spots, I thought he was going to try to say that that rag was used in some way.
Oh, he was
Yeah, it
using the
was.
rag as a point of reference to how close the
Mhm.
bag was to the car. And his
Right.
point is that he's trying to create a reasonable doubt that this unsecured bag is near the car where certain DNA was found. And also he's trying to create reasonable doubt that maybe the guy uninstalling the thing might have broke the taillight accidentally, even further contaminating the.
They have the camera on it. So
I know, but
Oh, he
it's not-
tried. He tried to get that in there, though. He tried to make it seem, wanted him to trip up and say, "Yeah, well, it came apart more when we took it out,"
Yeah.
and he couldn't do it.
apparently Karen took a piece of the taillight and did something with it, but I don't know if she left it in the driveway or what.
That she moved a piece of the taillight and that she was concerned about you'll hear this when it comes to like Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts, but she was concerned about electrical issues with the taillight being broken already.
Mhm. I have to say that it's a very interesting trial so far. It's interesting to see Jackson doing kind of all the heavy lifting, to be honest with you. Well, Yannetti's kind of just sitting in the background.
Where is Yannetti? Like, is he gonna I'm waiting for him to like do sound like any cross? Like what's going on?
Well, I think they leave Jackson to like the tough guys, the guys that they really need to trip up, and the people that they figure that's going to be the biggest one, and they leave
Right.
Jackson with the simple ones that are just not that important. I feel like.
Right.
Okay, I have a
Maybe.
question before anybody starts. So, Karen took a piece of the taillight because she was worried about the electrical. That's not what I heard. I heard, unless you read it in a document, what I heard was she put it somewhere to do for some reason. And I thought it would be by John's car to show that's where it was broken.
No, I did not read this in a document. It's non-public information, but
Oh,
Okay.
by the
It's not-
way,
Okay.
yeah, I have I'm reading Grant's Twitter, and if what he's saying is true, it's not good for Karen, because he says before lunch break, the accused murderer Karen Reed tried to look over at every juror, and they left the courtroom. No juror looked or met Karen's eyes. This morning, the juror heard that. See, that's if that is true, and Grant is kind of like slanted. We know he's definitely
I wish
biased.
we could see them. I hate that
Yeah.
we can't see the jurors.
Well, I'm glad we can't see the jurors, because then Turtle Boy would harass them.
You'd have them all.
Agreed on that. Agreed.
But like, if the jurors are not looking at you, that is not a good sign. That usually means like the saying goes, a laughing juror is not a hanging juror. The jury's not laughing and they're not looking at your eyes. That means they're thinking about, oh, this is not good, because they're looking at this person's reactions, and they're listening to the narrative that's being pushed by the defense, that this is this woman cared. This woman, and everyone else is doing everything to look for this guy. You had Carrie calling at 5 a.m, the cops, to see where he's at. Why wasn't Karen Reed doing that? Why wasn't she going out and calling up and trying to look for them? Why did she only call up like Carrie? You know what I mean? You got the Jen McCabe calling 6 o'clock the cops to come over, while Karen Reed's running around like a chicken, off her head's chopped off like a chicken. I mean, like, it just doesn't make sense. And then when we go into the courtroom, this woman is stone cold. She has no emotion, and the only time she smiles is when someone else is getting bullied. And to me, that is being noticed by the jury. And I think
yeah, I saw
Okay.
her roll her eyes too, Gloria. I saw that.
Well, that's her MS.
The jury's not able to connect with her.
So, okay, let me read this. So Sleuthie says, question, she's covering the trial. Question, Canton Police Department was allowed to facilitate the removal of that light. Yes. Question, and during the course of the removal of that light, the tail light was broken, correct?
No.
That is correct. Shattered? Yes.
Who the hell said that? No one said that.
No one said that. He
That's
said
what-
no, it
yes,
wasn't
he did.
shattered. No, it wasn't shattered in the removal process.
Right.
He said no, and he made a face. I mean, unless they're back now and they've asked that question to someone else,
No,
which
well,
they're
okay,
not.
listen
So
again. Listen. Question was it broken? He said that's correct. Then he
Yes.
said, was it shattered? And the witness said yes.
Mhm.
That's right, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, y'all were saying it wasn't.
No,
I
he's
thought they
she's
meant when
trying.
they were removing it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's trying to imply that it's being removed and it broke because the removing
Right.
process.
Right.
And it was already shattered beforehand. They didn't.
Correct.
There would have. They videoed them with the tail light. So any further damage that would have happened would have been on the video.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, they would have seen it in the video, and I think like the problem is I just don't see what their point. Like I think the best point that Jackson did was the bag with the blood in it. I think that kind of brings reasonable doubt into a lot of people's minds. But everything else kind of fell flat. Besides that, the interview possibly like they should have like had a written interview. Yes, it's lunch break for them, so they're gonna be gone till 2.
Okay, to say it was broken during the removal is wrong.
Yes, that's wrong.
So that's
Yeah.
not what he said.
Yes,
not what
that's
he
not what
said,
he
no.
said. No, he did
Okay.
not say that.
He said no and made a complete face, like in shock. Like, what do you mean no? Like,
You
no, it was
think
not.
like if he said yes to that, you think Jackson would have missed his opportunity to dig the fucking in on this guy? Like, are you
Right, and more
crazy?
questions. Like, come on, dude.
Like he would have asked a billion more questions.
Okay,
Even
so what I'm trying to reply to this, so it's important I get it right. So the question was, Canton Police Department was allowed to facilitate the removal of that light? Yes. During the course of the removal of that light, which is not right, he's trying to be semantics. During the course of the removal of that light, that tail light was broken, correct? He says that's correct.
No, he says no.
He says no.
He says no, and then he makes a face.
Yeah, he said no
So
quite
he did
several
try to
times.
make it sound like during the removal it was broken.
Right. He was trying to twist him into that, but it didn't happen. He made it clear it was not.
He said no, and he made this face. Like, what do you mean, guy? Like,
Yeah.
So was the question right?
the question is right. The answer is wrong. They asked that question. They asked if it was broken when he removed it, and he said no.
Right.
Okay.
I didn't hear anywhere else where they are asking that question about the taillight. Did anybody else like hear anything else about that other than what
No.
we just heard just now?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go back.
Go for it.
Do you know about when that was?
No, but here's the good. You can catch his face heels. Like he makes this face. Like, what are you talking about, guy? Like,
One would think I could catch his face.
it's not this witness. It's the witness before this guy.
Oh, okay, that's right.
Yeah, that
kind
guy.
of at the end when he came back. When
No, I think it's
Jack-
before that.
Oh, hey, we've got time. We'll listen.
I gotta find the spot where he said no to that. But basically, when he was asked to redirect,
That's what I'm doing.
yeah, he said that he removed they just unclipped it when he was doing redirect. I gotta find the part, but there's definitely no way that he said yes to like yeah he broke it. That's blatantly not what.
No,
he
he
said.
didn't.
Yeah,
Blatantly not.
he clearly said no.
Because I'm pretty sure Jackson is a good lawyer, and he would have fucking jumped on that whole situation and fucking tore
Yeah,
that
he was
situation
trying to
up.
trick him into saying
Jackson would not miss that opportunity. That would be like, if he missed that opportunity, I would call that fucking, he should be disbarred from practice. 'Cause he would be
Ineffective counsel.
He's an idiot if he didn't pursue that line of questioning. If that guy said yes, he would have just like that woman when he punched, made that woman change her testimony to evolve and try to push it, and he kept on bringing it up. He would have jumped into there immediately.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, he's asking questions while I turned the.
Those next steps after he was out of your view.
I know that because he told me so.
Well, that's hearsay. Move to strike, Your Honor.
All right, I'll strike the end of that.
Thank you. Not what he told you, what you observed.
I did not observe him place it in evidence, yes.
At what point did you lose sight of those solo cups?
It's before this.
When I got in my vehicle to leave the scene.
Yeah, it might be.
So once the solo cups were in his, you saw them go in the brown paper bag,
That's correct.
the evidence bag. Then you saw them go in the truck.
That's correct.
And at that point, you don't have any personal information about what happened to those solo cups. Personal observations.
Until I removed them from temporary evidence, I have no recollection. Correct.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about once you were inside the home. You've already indicated that you did not seek a search warrant. You did not seek consent to search the home, correct?
That's correct.
Did you look around the house for any sign of a struggle or a fight?
No.
Did you go to the basement at all? No. Had you ever been in the house before that morning at 9 a.m.?
Never.
Sorry?
Never.
Okay. Did you go to the backyard?
No.
Did you personally observe whether or not that house has a bulkhead door that services the basement?
I have no idea.
Did you photograph any portion of the house?
The front of
Any questions by Sergeant Lank or by you?
No, not that I believe so. Not that I recall.
Were you the person on February 1st who gave access to the Massachusetts State Police to the Sally Port?
I was probably one of them. The Sally Port doors can only be opened by dispatch.
Did you approve or authorize those doors to be opened for purposes of MSP coming in, Massachusetts State Police coming in and processing that vehicle?
I don't know if I specifically did it at that point, but I certainly would, yes.
You knew that the vehicle had been in that Sally Port since January 29th in the afternoon, correct?
I don't believe what point I knew it was in the Sally Port, but I did know it was there for days before, yes.
Okay. And if it had been there from January 29th to February 1st, that's 3 full days.
That's correct.
From the time that SUV arrived and was situated in the Sally Port, how many people had access to that truck, that SUV?
How many people had access to the Sally Port, or is that one? Are you asking one
I'm
of
going to
them?
say
I would say the entire department.
dozens,
Yes, correct.
hundreds.
No, we're very small.
I don't know that. So
We're probably 45.
45.
Oh, he does.
And just about every one of those 45 people would have access to that Sally Port and that SUV had they wanted to.
Had they wanted to, yes.
And that 45 doesn't include Brian Higgins.
It probably does, but he would have access as well.
Thank you.
There's a picture of the car at 8 in the morning.
Those
Oh, I
same
found it.
individuals
I
would
found
have
it.
access to
Deals.
Oh, good, because I'm.
Okay, so here, I can share my screen and I can just do it. Give me a moment.
Okay. Do I need to unshare mine?
Yeah, you have to unshare yours. I just have to go to, I have to find it.
I was looking up the timestamp myself.
Here, Court TV. Here's the part. You ready?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I'm going to play a little bit before.
How do we see it?
He's got to share the screen first.
I just shared the screen. Okay,
Okay,
you ready?
Yeah.
So now we do have evidence that that taillight in some way, shape, form, or fashion was broken or broken more once it was inside the Sally Port in Canton PD's custody.
You're going to have to rephrase that. I don't understand the broken more part.
During the removal process, that
Mhm.
light was broken even more.
No.
Thank you. Thank you.
So
Look at that face, bro. Look at this face.
That woman should probably listen to
Yeah.
the trial a little bit closer. I don't know. I think people need to put their listening ears on a little bit more.
What is, well, what are,
I think
what
they're
is
just being told, and then they just
what
put
is
it
the
there.
timestamp? No, she watches. She actually said no.
1 hour and 15 minutes and 5. I mean, like, honestly, it's a live stream, so it's kind of tough, but
Oh, yeah. Okay.
you go to like 1 hour and 15 minutes during the live stream of it, but Yeah, I mean, I'll play it again a little bit further so we get like the line of questioning he gets.
Okay, hold on, let me finish. There we go. Okay, you want to do it again?
Yeah. Oh, I'm going to play a little bit more, just like before it, so people get a line of questioning.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they could take part, Canton Police Department could take part in any other part of the investigation, according to you, with the exception of investigative interviews?
We can open doors, we can facilitate things, yes.
Remove taillights?
There's nothing, no, yeah, if it's an assist, round peg, round hole, absolutely, yes.
Okay, so in other words, Canton Police Department, notwithstanding the conflict of interest, was still allowed to participate in the investigation.
There was no conflict.
Karen Reed met.
There was no conflict of interest. I said appearance of conflict of interest, so we have to be careful. I didn't believe there was a conflict. I honestly believe we could have investigated this case,
Well, you
but it
also-
wasn't the appearance of such a conflict.
You also didn't believe that there was probable cause to search the house either.
I know that.
Mincing
The
words.
answer will step.
Mincing
It's
words.
Stricken, and so's the question.
You can tell this is a good witness because the fact is he waits for the lawyer to, like, he looks at the lawyer and waits for him to see if there's an objection. You just know he's a pro at being a witness because of that.
Right, and can you pause it a minute? And the Canton police aren't off the case once Mass comes in because they will still assist.
And it's very important to basically, like he's saying, the appearance. And that's a very important distinction. There is no conflict of interest. There's an appearance of conflict of interest so that a defense attorney like Jackson can't say, well, there's you should not have investigated because this conflict of interest could exist. And now he's trying to use that they did the right thing. They said there was an appearance of conflict of interest and they said, let's get off the case here.
But that's a certain person,
Yeah.
not the entire police department.
Yeah.
Well, that's why it's an appearance. That's why it's called an appearance,
Yeah.
not an actual conflict.
So I don't like Jackson is purposely mixing words and it's sad that people are not paying attention.
Well, he did, and that's what counts.
Yeah.
Smithy is probably doing it on purpose
Yeah.
because I saw a lot of that on the notes in the documents. There were a lot of notes that
So
weren't
Canton
like.
Police Department was in
Okay, so this part here.
fact, at your authority, given permission to manipulate that light in terms of pulling it out of the SUV, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Canton Police Department was allowed to facilitate the removal of that light.
Yes.
Yes.
And during the course of the removal of that light, a taillight was broken, correct?
That's correct.
And shattered.
Yes.
Parts of it that were falling under the ground.
Yeah, I think that's where she's hitting it, hearing it. So I think he
Yes.
misunderstood the question and then he answered yes to it. So here's the part.
Okay, go ahead again.
Facilitate the removal of that light.
Yes.
And during the course of the removal of
Wait,
that light,
what was the question?
that taillight was
Okay, yeah.
He asked him-
I'll play it again.
Thanks.
to facilitate the
Well,
removal
before
of that
that,
light.
I didn't hear to facilitate before that.
It doesn't matter. That was sustained. This is the re-asked question. That last one was sustained, and now he's re-asking the question, I believe.
Okay, what I want to
Sustained.
hear is where you said he said yes, and then he said
I'm
no.
playing that part.
Oh, okay, I thought you said it was
Canton
sustained.
Police Department was allowed to facilitate the removal of that light.
Yes.
And during the course of the removal of that light, a taillight was broken, correct?
That's correct.
And shattered.
Oh,
Yes.
Parts of it that were falling under the
oh, see,
ground.
that's why I tried to
I don't think
look.
there was
So
anything
now
falling
I've
on
got
the
to go
ground at that
read. Fuck, man.
And then he was asked
Yeah.
about that. He was re-asked, and he said no because I believe he misunderstood the question.
When was he re-asked?
So now we do have evidence that
This part.
that taillight, in some way, shape, form, or fashion, was broken or broken more once it was inside the Sallyport in Canton PD's custody.
You're gonna have to rephrase that. I don't understand the broken more part.
During the
See?
removal process, that
Mhm.
light was broken even more.
No.
So my understanding was he misunderstood the previous questions. He was just saying yes. And then when he was restated the question, like Jackson's supposed to do, being a good attorney, he realized that it wasn't, the question, and he answered it correctly. So
Right.
there's two conflicting testimonies there. So I think Jackson kind of screwed himself over because Jackson kind of should have just left it there, but because he asked a clarifying question, he screwed himself over, allowing him to retract that statement.
It gave him to clarify it. Yeah, and what he thought he was saying was that the light was already shattered and broken when they were removing it.
Yeah.
Not that they did it, that it was already done.
Yes. And I think that was the question he heard in his head, and he
Okay.
wasn't aware. And then he clarified it with a clarifying question.
Right. So that's the one she should have posted. Is the
Well, the
clar-
problem is also he's asking two questions at once. So like I've seen him do that a couple of times. You're asking two questions at once, basically, and someone's trying to answer the first part of the question, and he cuts him off before the second part even gets answered and asks another one. So,
Well,
when you said during the removal, of course it was broken. Well, maybe not. No, it wouldn't have been broken during the removal unless they tried, because the guy removed the frame, right? So they could pull the rest out.
all it is a clip that pops.
Yeah,
right
that's
the
when.
whole
That's
thing out.
why. Yeah, that's why Lally clarified and says what part. Like he clarifies later on during the cross. He says, "Okay, let me just go to that part.
That's the
Let me just get the
photographer.
Correct.
Let me get a little bit before that. Just give me a second.
Because it's just a clip, and
If
they
a
pop
witness
the clip
says-
out, and the whole thing comes out.
Yeah.
The whole housing unit comes out.
Here, here's the part.
Now, Lieutenant, if I could ask you, a phrase that was posed to you a couple times during cross-examination as far as refusal of your department, how would you define that term in this specific sense?
In this specific case,
Yes.
I'm going to try to skip to the part where he says about the car thing, being hooked, getting each other.
Does your department have versus the
any way we
some questions in regard to well, you indicated that in regard to the drinking glass that you located in the area where Mr. O'Keefe.
before. And the initial statements to the crime lab, Lois Sands.
And as far as your review of that video or your observations that day, there was nothing about the taillight that was broken during that removal process, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as cross-contamination, you were asked about, you indicated.
Let me just see.
I believe you can see.
Just removed the clip from the back, removing the taillight, correct?
That's correct.
And is it your understanding essentially he just removed the clip from the back of the taillight in order to take it out of the vehicle?
I believe you can see our video just pops into the criminalist's hands.
Did they see
As far
Proctor?
as your review of that video
No, they didn't see Proctor.
or your observations that day, there was nothing about the taillight that was broken during that removal process, correct?
Correct.
So crime sleuth then should correct, like not crime sleuth, I keep on sleuthing goosing or sleuthing goosing should correct her statement because it's been clarified, I think, multiple times. I think 2 times, one on cross, and then it was clarified in redirect.
Right.
So she's wrong.
Right. And
Well,
what I
but
said
they
about-
just hold on
what
to
I
those
said about her
pieces.
making notes, I didn't mean, thank God for Sleuthy because we got all the documents. So
Yeah.
I'm just saying, sometimes it seemed kind of slanted.
Well, I think like she believes in her theory of the case. Her theory of the case is that she believes there's something fishy in Denmark. She believes that there's some sort of conspiracy and to cover it up. And we don't. And we always stick to the parts that best suit our arguments a lot of times. And that happens a lot.
What were you going to say, Twisted? I forget that she's double streamed. Twisted.
What? Sorry. What?
What were you going to say? I'm sorry.
Oh no, that's okay. No, it's all right. No, I was just gonna say they hold on to these. I respect everybody's opinion on this case, and you can have a different opinion than me, and we can still be friends. That's possible. This case is sort of like made people think that you just can't be friends with someone if they don't have the same opinion. That's crazy talk, and people are just like going all over the place, but they hold on to these little pieces, these little tiny pieces of, oh, he said yes. Well, first of all, he's being asked 2 questions. Secondly, it gets verified, fixed right after that when he says, So what do you mean broken? I'm not understanding what you mean broken. And then of course, Jackson asks him again, so when it was removed, it was shattered or broken further? And he's like, no. So if you're going to listen to the whole thing, it's pretty disingenuous to take out one part of it and say, this is what happened. No, no.
Yeah, basically it happens a lot in cross and testimony when a witness doesn't understand the question. And a lot of times, like, the witness just, doesn't pay attention to the entire question. And it happens. So he corrected himself, and then he corrected him, and then when redirect, he corrected as well. So the taillight wasn't broken, according to this gentleman's, this officer's testimony. Further,
There goes that.
yeah, it was an easy removal, and we even see the video that nothing was shattered. Now, ergo, the video is not that great. It's blood. It looks terrible, the video, but we don't see anyone trying to pick up blood and toss it into the car. We don't see the thing broken even further. We have testimony.
We don't see anybody putting it in their backpack.
We don't see. I don't think Proctor was around. I don't even think Proctor was around. It's looking very clear to me that yes, there was key elements. Like, obviously, I would love for the police not to put, their evidence in fucking Stop and Shop bags. That would be fantastic. Please, that would have been great.
Yeah, but they do use paper bags a lot.
Yeah, but they shouldn't be using shopping bags.
That's what I was going to say, but not a shopping bag.
Like, when I saw that, I was like, Jesus Christ.
What they're getting there, they can pull. We're contaminated when they take blood. His body is contaminated.
No, I think I know what he's trying to say. He's trying to basically create a narrative that the blood jumped from the cups onto the car. Because he can't explain it otherwise. He can't explain it. It's the only way he can explain it is someone put it there. That's it. Because other than that, it's pretty damning. You can't really state, his blood just ended up in the murder weapon. It's like a guy holding a kitchen knife and then picks up from the floor and it has blood on it, and someone sees the guy holding the kitchen knife.
When they play, let me find it.
You got to explain. I'll stop, Sharon. You gotta explain how that blood ended up in the back. And Jackson is laying the foundations for when the DNA evidence expert comes up, that he can create this explanation for. And it's a very smart move by him.
It is very smart.
And who knows, it might work. We will see. But it's a very smart move. It's a lot smarter than a lot of his other plays. Him attacking the EMT worker, I felt like it was kind of stupid, to be honest with you. The whole that to me is like a dead end. But the whole idea of, could the blood be moved onto the car from the unopened bag? That's not.
Okay. I want to listen to this. Second. See if this works. No? Okay. 1 second. Here we go. Let's listen. With the same
house things. And when I saw his picture, his profile picture was with several young children. And then it triggered my memory that his sister and his sister's husband had passed away. And he told me, yeah, I have the kids now. I admired that. I thought that was amazing.
Soon, Reed says she became.
But pay attention to how she is the victim in everything. Everything she said.
Became part of the family, often sleeping over at O'Keefe's house and helping take care of the
Imagine someone holding the picture up to you so you can kiss it.
kid.
He would go to work and I would stay with his niece and nephew. All of the breaks that the kids had, we did something.
But their relationship also had its struggles. Reeve says O'Keefe had been relying more on her to take care of the kids, and that he criticized some of the decisions she made with them.
We had an argument on New Year's Eve. We were away on vacation, and he became incoherently drunk. And I ended up ringing in the new year with his niece and nephew. John didn't come back to our room till after 3 a.m. So that was rough. I felt very much taken advantage of. He apologized profusely for what happened on New Year's Eve, and he said,
They didn't have time to get a blanket because the EMS showed up pretty quick.
can't get over it, then you need to spend some time at yours. I can't keep apologizing. I don't want to keep rehashing this.
A few weeks later, they were invited to meet up with some friends at the Waterfall Bar in Canton. And there, they ran into Brian Albert, a fellow Boston police officer who
And look how they
Reed
both
says
him appear, like never smiling, always, watch.
O'Keefe looked up to. Albert had led the city's gang unit before commanding the Fugitive Apprehension Team. It was the elite squad responsible for taking down some of the city's most dangerous criminals and featured in the 2013 TNT show, Boston's Finest.
1 minute we're walking around, everything's fine, and then 1 minute it's not fine.
Both times I met Brian Albert, he seemed like the type of person that you'd be surprised he's out socially because he doesn't seem like he ever wants to be there.
But at the bar, Reed says there was an invitation to continue hanging out at Albert's home.
I said, can we make sure we're welcome here? Nobody extended the invite to me. I didn't hear the invite extended to you.
They drive to the Albert's house. What happens next is disputed.
So I pull at the foot of the driveway. It's snowing. John has no coat on. It's windy. So I drop him off. He goes up the driveway and approaches the side door. And as I see him approach the door, I look down at my phone.
Reed says after about 10 minutes of waiting in her car, she became irritated that O'Keefe still hadn't gotten in touch.
So she is even saying she waited 10 minutes, right?
Yeah. But yet
So-
she's home already. She's already
Right.
home. She has this magical teleporting machine. What
Right,
did-
and if it was cold, why didn't you pull in the driveway? They
Yeah.
had made room.
Because like if she's waiting 10 minutes at the driveway, right? Like she
That's what
claims.
she
Like
said.
what did Jackson say what time she supposedly got home based upon
Well,
her voicemail?
12:41, I think.
Then if they arrived at like 12:30, how the hell does she like suddenly show up to her house 2 minutes later?
Yeah.
Yeah. That makes no
The
sense.
whole thing was he didn't have his jacket. The jacket always bugged me.
Touch with her, and she drove back to his home where she continued calling him before she says she fell asleep around 1:30 in the morning. She then says she woke up before 5 a.m. He still wasn't home. She then started canvassing the neighborhood.
Just gonna drive around in the 2 square miles that we spent the preceding night.
After 20 minutes of unsuccessful searching, she called John's friend, Carrie Roberts, and Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert's sister-in-law, who was also at his house the night before. The three women together now headed to Albert's home.
And everybody's also saying their bedrooms are here somewhere. Like one said here, but they're in the back, right?
It's in the back of the house. Brian Albert's bedroom is in the back of the house.
The back to the right or as you look at it from the street?
The back to the right. Yeah, to the right.
How soon was it when you pulled in there that you saw John's body?
Immediately.
How?
And what struck me when I saw him was his mouth was open a little bit and his eyes were shut and he had spots of blood in different areas on his face.
She saw all that from the back seat?
How did she see if he was on his stomach?
How did she see all that?
I
And
could
snow's
see
covering up.
Right. I could see him if his face were up, like if he was on his back.
Yeah,
and
but
you
there's
could
also
see-
edits. Remember, there's edits that we don't know
Oh, I
about
know.
that they made too. So
Yeah.
And pronounced dead.
You can tell
He
where
died from blunt force trauma and hypothermia.
See, because when I thought he was on his back, I thought that could have been lividity, but someone said IV mark.
Yeah, that could be IV marks. Yeah, you're right.
looked like an IV to me. But then I heard that they said something about using the IV in the thigh. So I'm not sure at this point, but it looked like an IV poke mark to me.
Yeah, I
at
think
first.
the ME's
Your
probably
first place you're going to attempt, the first place we always attempted was the hands. So
Right.
that could be, but under the conditions, if I'd have been if I'd have been the medic on that call, I wouldn't have went for the hands, but that's just me.
I'm
I'd really like to know what were his hands under him, were they the side? I've always imagined just on his back with, hand. That's crazy. Crazy. And this is from the hospital because now they have another one of him with all of this is really red.
Yeah, I mean, it's very weird.
And it wasn't long before Reed became the #1 suspect. Authorities say they had noticed a cracked taillight after they seized her car.
I had told both Jen and Carrie that I cracked my tail light. I said, I just hit my car on top of everything, but I didn't look at the damage. And both women said, it's cracked. It's cracked. Calm down. You cracked your tail light. You're okay. Let's go look for John.
But according to police statements, Jennifer McCabe told authorities that while they were looking for O'Keefe, Reed stated, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? And when O'Keefe's body was discovered, first responders who arrived on the scene say they overheard Reed make other statements.
Firefighter said that you said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
I said, I hit him. It was preceded by a did and proceeded by
No,
a
it
question
wasn't.
mark.
Not
What I
that
Look
thought
at her
could have
face there.
happened
I know.
was that did I
Crazy.
incapacitate him unwittingly somehow, and then in his drunkenness passed out.
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks?
You were
did
drunk
you
in
have?
this too.
I had probably
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's like in his drunkenness.
Yeah, like
You were just as drunk.
4.
The Commonwealth says that you had 9 drinks that night. That's what the prosecution says.
I don't believe they're saying I wasn't in my right mind.
Well, they were saying you were intoxicated. Is it possible that you might have hit him unwittingly in your admittedly very large SUV?
No, not possible.
3 days after O'Keefe was found dead, investigators arrested Reed for manslaughter. She was eventually indicted.
Even saying, did I hit him, is not any better than saying, did I hit him? I mean, it's
Yeah,
like,
like who would think like immediately,
hit him.
like if you thought that that person walked into the house
Yeah.
and you saw him walk into that house and you're
Right.
claiming that he like her first story is, it doesn't make sense even with this Nightline interview. Her first story is, oh, I saw him at the door and I looked down my phone. Then why the hell do you think you accidentally hit him if you saw him at the door?
Right. There would be no reason.
There would be
And-
no reason for you to think that
Yeah.
or even to remotely think that. But no one thinks logically. No one says
And
that
no
doesn't
one-
make sense. If it don't make sense,
Everyone-
it's not true.
Right, and everyone that saw the SUV saw it parked. Even what's his name, Brian Nagel saw her pull up.
Yeah, it doesn't
That
make
area.
sense.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. She basically said at the scene, "Oh well, did I? Well, let's use her words.
Well,
Did I
when-
hit him? Did I
When
hit
she
him?"
talked to Jen, very first thing she said was, "I don't even remember going to your sister-in-law's house or your sister's house."
Yeah.
She only remembered leaving she barely remembered leaving the bar.
Right.
All right, I'm gonna have to replace Lolly as the prosecutor. I gotta fix this situation, guys. I'll be back. I'm going to Boston. I gotta fix the situation.
Alrighty.
I'm joking. Lolly, we gotta talk. You gotta show
Right,
some
for
little
real.
more passion a little bit about this. You know.
Well, he's
she-
very monotone, right? Like I think he
Yes,
needs to
God.
fix that like monotony sort of like his voice doesn't go up or down. It's just like flat. And it's like you
Right.
gotta fix that, bro. Come on. Or let the other ADA take over a little. Come on, man.
Yeah,
I mean,
see,
like
I keep thinking he'll have the evidence, so
we
he's
gotta.
not worried about it. He's just gonna.
But you know what the
You
key
gotta
to?
incite the jury a little bit.
Yeah, the key thing, the most important thing is storytelling. And if you can't tell a good story, people won't listen. And Jackson is a good storyteller. And he's telling this tale of framing and jealousy and all this stuff. And that's what I'm worried that the jury might listen to because they're more entertained with it. And
Yeah.
that's a sad
Yeah.
But
situation.
see, I look for facts, and Jackson never impressed me. I always think he's lying. Like he.
I think
just-
that's actually going to be a little bit of a problem for him because a couple of the witnesses have already sort of redirected him and being like, wait, that's not what I said. That is not what I said at all.
Yeah.
So like there's been 2 that I've watched and I've missed, a couple I have to go back every night and watch it, but that have literally called him on sort of and this guy even called it as spin. He said, no, you're spinning. And so I think that might be a little bit of a problem for the jury if they're watching this and they're going, wait a second, that's not what he just said. And then the witness then reiterates, that's not what I said. Then
Right.
like, how can you believe him if he's going to continuously do that with each witness and the witnesses
Right.
call him out on it?
Yeah, and the jury's not going to forget that. That's always going to be in their mind every time he's up, cross-examining a witness. They're going to, all they're going to remember is how his own witnesses had to put him back in check.
Hey, Zen.
Right.
Trying to catch up.
But like, I think like honestly, the problem I have with Jackson's story is it's so jumbled. It doesn't quite make sense. It's like
No, because he has nothing that would make sense.
yeah, I mean, like, let's say we listen to Jackson's narrative so far, that basically the female EMT has enough power to tell all the other EMTs to just repeat what she said, and that she did this because she's such good friends with the Alberts, and that all the cops are covering up for the Alberts. And not only that, they are trying to frame Karen Reed by, putting the cops. But they're incompetent too. So they're incompetent in their.
But Karen Reed is going to cut her own throat with the evidence. I mean, what we just watched.
I mean, come on, let's be realistic. If they were going to do a setup, there were so many
And she couldn't
other
have done
things
that.
they could have done.
No, because Nagel said he didn't see anyone get out of the car, and she was parked up there by the trees with the
Right.
console.
And that goes against her own story because she stated.
Right, that's what I just said.
Yeah, I mean, she stated that he went to the door, and if if they both arrived at the same time and he didn't see them go to the door and anyone leave the house, the car, then that goes against her, not the other way around.
Right.
No, and her
Here's the
was
thing.
saying she didn't have
Where
a jacket. That's why she's going to say Nagel maybe didn't see him because he was running.
All right. Well, you guys remember how they said she pulled up, right? Nagel pulled up behind her, so she moved up, right?
Yeah.
From where her car was sitting, she would not have been able to see John go to the door from where she was parked. So again, just like B. Tim just said, that does not jive with her own story. She would not have been able to see him go to that door if she was that far up.
No, but she didn't say she said I parked by the mailbox. At the mailbox, she could see the side door.
But then the story
But
was
then she moved
pulled
up.
up.
Yeah.
Well, she didn't say she pulled up on this Nightline interview.
Yeah, well, that
Not
was
on
her
this.
later. That was her
Yeah,
later
okay,
change of
later.
story. Yeah.
Right. Because if she had said, so I was leaving and stopped for a minute to look at my phone, that would have helped her a little, because she could have stopped there to look at her phone. But she said, I took him because it was cold and he didn't have a jacket. I took him, or I parked by the mailbox, which is.
But doesn't jive with her own story previously, to where she said Nagel pulled up and she pulled up
Yep.
to let Nagel park behind her.
Yeah.
Right.
There's no way this girl's going to there's no way her lawyers are going to allow her to take the stand. There's just no way.
Absolutely
and
not. Absolutely not.
And that's what I really wanted to see, man. I really
Your
wanted
lawyer
to
cannot keep you from taking the stand. No one can. They'll tell her not to, but they can't make her not.
You think her ego is that bad that she will?
Absolutely. Did you see when they were asking about her medical history, how she jumped up with a piece of paper and Alan made her sit,
Oh
sit
yeah,
down?
she was like ready to she was staring Jackson down, or maybe Yannetti, because he wasn't looking at her, and she grabbed the paper and was like giving this
Yeah,
like
she was gonna give, you don't do
heated
that.
look.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jackson's and David Yannetti has his hands full trying to control Karen Reed, because I feel like she's definitely a handful for a client. I have to say.
It's funny when they're walking down the street, which I don't know why they can't just drop them off in front, but when they're walking,
They
she's
used to.
way behind them.
It was the court actually that stopped them from doing that. They said they were going to ticket them, and that stopped in the middle of the summertime, because that's what they were doing, is pulling right up to the door and getting out. And then the court got all pissy and was like, "No, you need to go park somewhere and walk in, or we're going to start having the cops ticket you."
Right, but they're not allowed there now. So now they could do it without all the commotion. But I think they want that.
Well, no, there's
look.
nowhere to park. It's just a regular street. So that, I mean,
Right,
you're right.
you
They
don't
could
have to
ticket
park.
you.
Does he not have a driver? Is
They
Jack-
do, but they weren't letting the driver stop there. They were telling the driver, "No, you can't," because you'd be
Right.
blocking the whole road.
to let them out?
Yeah, that's what they were complaining about. That the driver was pulling up to let them out, and because it was sort of blocking the road of the people behind them, because there's no like where to pull off. You're blocking. It's very narrow right there. You're blocking like three quarters of that lane.
I have
With
to
all
say,
the
like,
media and stuff, they didn't want
Yeah,
it. It was
and
too dangerous.
and I think the most damaging thing on that whole situation and questioning, because the jurors are very much looking at the person. I'm about to say deponent, sorry, the accused, the defendant, and they see the family bawling and crying during that audio, and they see her. They pan down from her crying.
Absolutely not.
There's background noise in the
I
background.
know, I'm
sorry.
trying to figure out where it is.
Oh, okay. They pan down from like the mother crying to Karen Reed's cold face, stone cold face, and I think that is so damning for a situation where this woman claims to be this emotional person, and like I know if I was personally listening to an audio recording of like the last time I heard like my stepfather alive, I would get a little emotional. If like this woman had a relationship with this man for 2 years, she said she cared. She basically was taking care of those kids that she like left in a half hour and never saw them ever again. And she is cold as ice. And that is the affect is what the jury is looking at. And she has shown no emotions.
No,
At
not
all.
that are sad. Look, here's them leaving court. Wait. I got it.
And the only time she smiles is when someone is getting like reamed and attacked, and that viciousness is being shown, and the jury's going to see that, and the jury's not.
Oh
gonna
yeah,
like
the jury watches very carefully the demeanor of the defendant. They always do, and that's why your attorneys tell you to like don't make faces, don't cry. They don't even want you to cry, realistically.
Okay, so this is who is this?
When they're leaving,
Okay,
I just wanted to see it.
who's filming so close to the courthouse?
I think that's Grant.
Oh, okay, that's not what you're supposed to do, Grant.
But this is Tom CPU, so I don't know. It could be Tom CPU too.
If it's Tom CPU, he's not supposed to be there.
In front of the courthouse?
No, he's
Supposed to be in the
not.
buffer zone. He's supposed to be where the buffer zone is.
Well, they all just came walking up. I mean, Tom's been in front of the
I was respectful for that. I know.
I know, it's Tom CPU.
I do, but I don't. I know. Today's respectful day. God loves everybody, right?
Every day is respectful day.
Yep.
There's Grant. Yoo-hoo! Grant.
Here he comes down the stairs.
Grant, man.
Grant.
Your Twitters are getting off the hook, guy. Yeah, that was a little crazy. Not today. I'm talking about yesterday.
Wait, about what?
False narratives. False narratives.
That was very nice of you. Grant, what do you think about the way they handle the crime scene?
I think it's very
Ew,
weird
get
that
her off the screen.
Police don't normally process crime scenes, but I understand that state police have universal jurisdiction over homicides. So I just need to learn more about it.
Well, if the state police took her vehicle, they owned her vehicle at that point, correct?
No, I can't
No.
understand this now.
Canton still assists with the state police. You can go read it.
Right, but
There you come. Hello.
all right, please.
Yeah, I saw Yannetti pat Turtle Boy's ass before
Wow.
going into the courthouse. That was weird. I've never seen that before.
I think it was day 4 that Karen was walking down the street with her mother holding her arm, like.
And they're just
Go get some lunch.
wild.
Happy
Like,
Murphy.
oh,
There he is, my man. Here comes Paul coming down. I like that, Paul.
Oh,
you look so
handsome. My favorite color.
You
look so handsome.
Okay, we'll watch this.
All right,
Yeah, Dave, what, 2 or 3 to you?
here come guys. Now the media's everywhere.
Oh, shit.
We should have held off me the last act.
How'd that play out?
Not good.
That redhead right there,
It was just.
Yeah.
that's the one that was with
I'm
Chrissy that
declared
tried to
happy about
start
it.
a problem with
It's
us
all
at the
testimony.
bathroom in
Everything
the
was just-
courthouse.
Oh.
So did everything.
Did anything even happen today? It was like break after break after break.
Cyber.
Cool.
All right, guys, I'm gonna do my best to get her in frame. Here they come.
Poor Tom, he's gonna have such a heartbreak.
Fred, how are you today? How was your weekend? Did you have a good weekend?
Oh,
right,
geez,
I'll talk to you later.
Terrible questions.
Oh, look at her.
Okay, let's see.
Smiling, walking fast. Oh, that's who got it on fast.
All right, I'm right beside you guys.
Yannetti, just like Jackson, just like immediately like stopping her from saying hello to the guy and just like fucking.
Yeah, can
All
we
right,
like
all right.
mute these people's voices? Oh God.
Yeah, this is Tom.
Yeah, and all I can hear is him and Chrissy's voice, and it goes right through me.
Yeah.
This guy. I wish Betty and JLR were there.
I wonder if like Jackson pays for everyone's lunch. That's what I'm wondering.
Yes, I saw that they do.
Oh, geez, at least it's a full time
Enjoy lunch.
service. Yeah.
We'll be here when you get back.
I don't think she likes.
All right, stay safe, guys.
She doesn't.
I don't think she likes that. I think she doesn't like you.
Good job in there. Nice.
I'm sorry,
She
but it's just
tolerates
weird.
them.
Yeah, it's weird the way these people treat her. Like, yeah. Ugh.
Look, I mean,
All right, I'm heading out.
what are
All right,
we
my dear.
wearing
You
right
have
now?
to
We're
go.
wearing
Yeah,
a
you're the best.
freaking
I won't be here
pink.
tomorrow. I'll be here Wednesday morning.
Okay.
Like tomorrow, I got a doctor's appointment.
Oh,
I gotta
yeah,
go.
hey,
I gotta do that thing.
what's
That
happening?
Yeah,
that
I know.
work,
Yeah.
WORK,
Yeah.
it's awful.
But we'll be here for you.
Karen
And then
could care
it's
less about
Look at
any of
this.
these people.
Yeah. After this trial's over, she's gonna fucking distance herself because she's gonna say to herself, "I don't want to be arrested like Turtle Boy for witness
Who is that?
intimidation."
Who's that woman?
Yeah.
Can y'all see?
Oh no, they're not. They got chairs and everything.
Well, I recommended the chairs because if I was gonna sit there for 6 hours,
Yeah.
if I was gonna be there for 6 hours, I would definitely bring a chair and a table. I would probably, if I was like fucking Tom CPU or the Glare, I'd bring a table, be like louder than Crowder, put a table there, big signs, and be like, "Prove that Karen Reed's guilty. I'll debate you, bro." And I would just do that immediately, and that would be like a milking situation. Holy fuck, you gotta mute that.
For Christ's sake, they're wearing pink bandanas, screaming to Karen as if they've talked to Karen ever a day in their lives, which they have not.
She won't even look at them, make eye contact with any of them people. They could care.
Nope.
She don't care two shits about them.
Nope.
Man, I
And they
would be.
treat her like she's some idol or something. I mean, it's creepy.
Okay, I'm gonna need y'all to be quiet for a minute.
Okay, we're gonna hear the car.
Because-
meter.
The expert is coming on.
Okay.
Question of, I'll believe it when.
He is truly the greatest actor of this trial.
He was
I didn't
stunning
mean
to
to laugh
me.
like that, but oh,
What?
I'm a
I said I
fucking
didn't mean
child.
to laugh like that, but that was a good one.
Me either,
I don't know
but
if you
I had no
noticed.
choice.
The way he talks is like, okay, now I'm gonna tell you what happened and what we're gonna think from, for this.
Jesus
As
Christ.
he reads his chat.
Oh,
But
my
I'm a
God.
fucking child.
Yes.
I'm petty as fuck. Okay?
know.
Yes.
I'm petty as fuck. What do you think I'm doing with all these sound bites and these fucking? I'm gloating the entire time. I covered this trial with the absolute intention of gloating every single time that everything that I've ever predicted fucking comes to light and
What
happens.
came predicted?
What are you gloating about? What came to light?
Yes,
Same thing.
I'm a fucking child, bro. Straight up. I'm petty as fuck.
Okay, we got that.
So yes, seeing these idiots' reaction is just as much fun to me.
Oh,
I can't think of a better way to
he's
spend this moment right
Why is he reviewing Kate? Maybe because the trial's over?
now. After
Well,
seeing what we
Kate's
saw
on
today.
a panel with him this morning.
Yeah, with Kevin, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, Kevin was supposed to be with me, but
Kevin.
he's cheating on me.
And while
Yeah.
I'm waiting for my Chinese food, I can't even.
Ew, he's eating
I'd
Chinese.
rather have Kate too, by the way. Do what?
That's so unhealthy, man. Eating
No, I mean,
Chinese.
when I said that, if I were him, I would rather have Kate than me.
Oh
But-
no.
Oh my God, she's so smart.
And so are you.
Well, but she knows so much, like Twisted.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
know.
she. I know. I like Kate.
appreciate
Kate's
that.
good.
Yeah, because you both know more, closer ties than.
Yeah.
I watch
Right.
everything.
And
I
Kate
watch
is just
every,
smart, period.
Yeah, I watch everything Kate does. Everything she puts out.
Combo fried rice on the way. I'm stoked about it. I'm gonna eat that shit with chopsticks. It's gonna be fantastic.
I hate the way he does Kevin.
I can't.
While I wait for that shit, I'm gonna watch these fools sit there
Come
in their
on,
own
do it.
slop
Do it.
and hate Karen Reed
Shut up.
with no good reason to hate her. It's so much fun.
And we'll do the voir dire.
Oh.
So you can go ahead and release the civilian witnesses.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You are muted.
So he is watching the trial through Kevin's channel.
Wow, that's
Well,
weird.
yeah, that's what he. Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe he did. I don't know if he's watching it through Kevin's channel or if he's just critiquing afterwards. Who freaking knows?
I haven't
What I can
watched
say
him
is
in
he's
so
not
long,
very
I don't know.
smart, and I mean, it sucks because I
Okay,
previous to this case, I liked the glare and
Don't worry. We all had our failures.
Yeah, we all had our day.
I just feel bad because at this point, like two things: you realize that you're being told what to think, just a grift, or you're too coward to come out and say something doesn't smell right.
It's a little bit of both for him. He's too scared and he's too
getting
dumb.
numbers. He's getting super chats. He's getting memberships. He's good.
Right.
He's good with it. Trust me.
He is not that smart. The problem is the reason why I don't really watch the glare when it comes to, like, to even bother criticizing him is because he doesn't really have any intellectual good thoughts about the case. Like he doesn't like I can listen to like Jackson and know where he's going. I kind of appreciate a good lawyer's, like he is a good lawyer. I'm going to give him that. I cannot take that. Yannetti, I'm not sure. Yannetti seems to be falling
I need
asleep.
to see more of Yannetti to sort of figure that out. Like,
Yeah, I don't know what Yannetti, but it seemed like every single point, like the kind of the defense has scored, was from Jackson, and I don't know if that's intentionally. That's just Jackson.
Well, Yannetti did nothing.
Yeah.
In that case for months, nothing.
Yeah. So I have a feeling. So I can appreciate that, but the glare can't appreciate anything. He's too scared to be like think neutrally and say, yeah, that was a good point by the prosecution. Yeah, that doesn't look too good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's the problem with watching.
And when he
because
does say
none of them do that. None of them are like, oh, that was a good point by the, like, I can give a good point to the defense if they make one. I love the law. I've seen many cases. So I'm going to give it when it's due, like, but none of these people will do that. It's always, oh, well, they lied. It's all a lie. Everything's a conspiracy. Everything's a lie. Like, come on, dude. It can't be everyone else but you. That's not, I mean, statistically not possible.
When that moment when they were playing the calls and all the families were crying, and I found it moving too. I've got a little bit of water, and you're watching it, and then the camera pans down to Karen, and she's just stone faced, listening to a scene that she was hysterical at. I mean,
that's what you've got, bro. That's
important.
Everything.
Very important.
Bro, I mean, like, let's okay, Glare. Wait, let me state my point before I lose it. Glare, you just had Jackson state in a whole fucking tirade about how Jen McCabe wasn't reacting accordingly like Karen Reed. The reaction is what the defense is claiming is like the key to their case, one of the pieces to their cases. And now you have a crying mother crying right next to you about their deceased son, and people are bawling their eyes out in where the family's at. You got the recording of the 911. You are the boyfriend of the person who has died. This is the most traumatic memory you can think of, and then you proceed to just have a stone cold face. You don't think the jury's gonna look at that?
They're back on.
Absolutely, they are.
Yeah, I agree. What's your name? B-Tim.
B-Tim.
We watch it. Okay, gotta remove. It doesn't look like a snowplow has been, because even the big bank.
It looks lightly treated. You can see the lines in the thing. So it's been lightly treated, but not like hard treated.
And some of that is snowdrift, right? That's some of the banks.
Yeah, on the sides you can see it's been lightly treated. Like, so that usually, and I used to plow, so I know this. Usually, you wait till there's about 2 inches. So they probably went at around 2 inches, did a pass by, and now they're sort of going back around.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if what's his name? the plow guy. I'm wondering.
Lucky
if-
Loughran.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he actually, see, they're all parked across the left, right up by the curb.
Yeah.
And I
There's
got
Karen.
argued with and ignored and, no, they're across the street. No, they're not.
No, they're not.
they're
They're
not.
right there.
They're
Yeah,
up against
you
the
can
house.
even look on Google
Back on you,
Maps.
Trump.
Yes.
See. But people have their side and it doesn't matter. They're going to make it work.
It's astounding how people can have the evidence right in front of their face and still.
They're
Yeah,
still
they're
spinning it.
clearly
Spinning,
Republican.
spinning.
Okay.
And they keep.
If I could,
bonding
Sergeant,
on
just
the
ask
other
you
side
to,
of the
within
flagpole.
the sort of still frame up here on
Sorry.
the screen. Do you recognize people that are depicted within this still frame of this video?
Yes.
And if, to whatever extent you do recognize people, if you could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention to whom you recognize.
All right. That's going to be myself. Right there is going to be firefighter McLaughlin. That's going to be Miss Reed. And if you played it another second, I believe that's going to be Miss McCabe, or if not, Miss Roberts.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
So he got there at what time?
6:16.
6:16 and 20 seconds right now is what it says.
Gentleman you see sort of behind you in the frame, Sergeant, do you recognize who that is?
Yes, that's Officer Sarif.
My apologies, Ms. Gilman, you can run. You can take that down. Thank you very much. And so, Sergeant, you arrive on scene in that area. First of all, what's contained in that video? Is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the weather conditions outside that day?
Yes.
And when you arrive on scene, who, if anyone, is it that you speak to first?
Initially, I walked up to Officer Sarif. I said, probably some version of what's going on. Officer O'Keefe was already in the ambulance. And then I just began to try to talk to anybody and anybody.
And so the ambulance is still on scene when you arrive, is that correct?
Yes.
Officer O'Keefe is in the back of the ambulance, is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
And at some point when you're speaking with Officer Sarif, does he direct your attention to where Officer O'Keefe was prior to being placed in the ambulance?
Yes.
Where did he direct your attention?
If you're looking at the house, it'd be left-hand side, slightly probably right in front of the flagpole.
And about how far off of the roadway would you estimate that was?
Now it's right.
I would say 8 to 10 feet off the curb.
Speaking of the people, without reference to necessarily what was said to you, following your conversation with Officer Sarif, who, if anyone, you speak to?
I believe the first person I could really get a statement from was Miss McCabe.
And when you say first person you could really get a statement from, what do you mean by that?
It was a chaotic scene. People just kind of walking in and out. And so Miss McCabe was the first one that was able to give me a good statement of how they ended up here.
Following your conversation with Miss McCabe, who, if anyone, do you speak to next?
Next was Miss Reed.
And just to be clear, when we speak about Miss Reed, you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing.
She's sitting between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti.
I'll just ask the record to reflect identification.
Okay.
Now, when you're on scene and you're speaking to these individuals, what if any impact did the weather have as far as your ability to sort of hear things that weren't direct conversations you were involved in?
You couldn't hear. It was oddly eerily quiet, but the wind was so howling that I had a tough time actually hearing people. So you had to speak very loud or get next to each other.
And as far as your conversation with the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if anything, did you ask her, or what, if any, response did she?
So I walked Miss Reed to the back of 682. She was obviously cold. Got her in the back of the car, put the heat on, asked her, how did she end up here? How did her boyfriend end up here? She says, I don't know.
Prior to placing her in the back of the cruiser, how would you describe her sort of demeanor outside?
Confused, hysterical, shock.
What, if anything, was she saying or asking in regard to Mr. O'Keefe prior to you putting her in the back of the cruiser?
She was yelling out, "Is he dead?"
And is that something she said once, more than once, or something?
Numerous times.
About how loudly was she saying?
Oh, she was yelling it.
And so once back in the cruiser, you asked her some questions after she said, "I don't know." What, if anything, else did you ask her about?
I asked her if she had driven there, and she said, "I think so." And then right after that, she said, "I don't remember." Because of her state, I decided to stop questioning there. She couldn't keep her train of thought.
Now, you had notified Detective Sergeant Lank and Lieutenant Gallagher prior to your going to the scene, is that correct?
Yes.
About what time was it that either or both of them arrived?
Detective Sergeant Lang probably got there at about 6:20, 6:25. I immediately briefed him what we had, what was going on so far. And
about what time did Lieutenant Gallagher?
I believe Lieutenant Gallagher probably came in right around 7 a.m.
Now, following your conversation with the defendants, or if anyone else did you speak to on?
Then I spoke to the other party, Miss Roberts.
If you know, about how long a period of conversation are we talking about with respect to Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts?
Each interview?
Yes.
Couple minutes.
And why was it only a couple minutes?
It was a pretty quick statement. It seemed like they were only in the car for a very short amount of time.
Move to strike.
All right, so we'll strike after. It was a pretty quick statement. Next question.
Now, with regard to Miss Reed, after you had that brief conversation with her in the back of your cruiser, where did you go? Where did she go?
I believe she, at some point, we let her back outside of the car. We never closed the door on her because I was stood in the door frame with my head in the back seat. She got out. She kind of just did her own thing, paced up and back between talking to either Miss Roberts or Miss McCabe, yelling out.
At some point, did the ambulance and Miss Officer O'Keefe was in, did that leave the scene?
It did.
And following that, what, if anything, did you say or do with reference to the defendant, Miss Reed?
Once the Officer O'Keefe was transported, Miss Reed just was not listening to any directions. We were trying to keep her in Miss Roberts' car to stay warm. She's going back and forth. I finally told Miss Roberts, we have everybody's information. She's not needed here anymore. Go home, get warm. We'll reach out if we have to.
And shortly after, and at that point, did Miss Roberts take Miss Reed?
She did.
And what, if anything, happened next on scene with regard to Miss Reed?
It was moments later. I got a radio transmission from our officer at the working dispatch that Mr. Reed, her father, was on the phone with Miss Reed, and she was making suicidal threats to take her own life.
And based on that information that you received, what, if anything, did you do in regard to?
Well, once our Officer Devo, who didn't even know that we had Miss Reed at the scene, she radioed to us to confirm that did we have a Karen party on scene. I said we did. She explained that her father was frantic on the phone, and Miss Reed was stating that she wanted to end her life, and he, in quotes, said he wanted her to be in protective custody. So at that time, I knew that we'd be able to get a hold of her because I had all the information. I believe I just called Miss Roberts' phone, told her to bring her back to the scene.
And about how long was it after you spoke to Miss Roberts that they returned?
They couldn't have gotten very far, especially in the road conditions.
And based on those statements that were reported to you from dispatch from defendant's father, what, if anything, did you do with regard to Miss Reed?
I told Officer Mulaney, who was on scene, most of our patrolmen have, it's called Section 12 paperwork inside of all of our cruisers, just for that reason. I advised him to fill out the proper paperwork, and we were going to section Miss Reed to the hospital for mental evaluation.
And what is the Section 12 from your perspective?
It's a tool for police officers when you come on scene with someone that's having either a mental breakdown, claiming that they want to hurt themselves, anything like that. We have the power as police officers to fill out the proper paperwork. We're not medical professionals. Let a doctor determine if she does need medical help. And if she doesn't want to go, or him, that paperwork allows us to actually physically put her on a stretcher and send her to the hospital. Once she gets to the hospital, it's up to the doctors there to do their due diligence. And if they deem that she's not mentally unstable, then she's released. But at least it's off of us.
Now, the time that Miss Reed returns to the scene, the fire department, being the ambulance and the engine have already left, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And then going to apparatus from the fire department come back in reference to the Section 12.
Correct. So I believe this group was from Station 2, which is the other fire station in the town of Canton. They arrived on scene.
And during that time in between, who arrives first, the fire department or Miss Roberts with Miss Reed?
Miss Roberts.
And during that time, after Miss Roberts arrives with Miss Reed and prior to the fire department arriving, what, if any, interaction did you have with Miss Reed during that time?
None.
And then once the fire department returned on scene, what, if anything, do you direct them to with regard to Miss Reed and with regard to the paperwork you had Officer Mulaney fill out?
Officer Mulaney and Officer Sarif, and looks like in the video, escort Miss Reed to the ambulance, and she's safely transported to the hospital. Our officer back at dispatch called back Mr. Reed, advised her that his daughter was safe.
And then turning back to the scene, following Detective Sergeant Lang's arrival, what, if any, where, if anywhere, did you and Detective Sergeant Lang go on scene following?
So when we were waiting for the fire truck to arrive, we noticed that the lights went on at 34 Fairview. We needed to obviously speak to the homeowners. I told Sergeant Lank at the time, I believe he was on the phone with CPAC for the state police. I said, the lights just went on the front door. Let's go speak to the homeowners. And we both walked in.
You actually physically walked into the house, is that correct?
Yes.
With respect to prior to you seeing sort of the house lights go on at 34 Fairview, had you seen anybody go into or out of that residence while you were there?
Yes. At some point, either myself or Sergeant Lank told Ms. McCabe that she needs to wake up the homeowners. We need to speak to them.
And why did you say that specifically to Ms. McCabe?
We have no idea why John O'Keefe is laying on the front lawn of a house. We have no idea. The statements from the three people, we need to figure out what happened that night.
And so I guess my question is more, why Ms. McCabe versus somebody else?
Ms. McCabe is the sister-in-law of the homeowner, so she would be a friendly face to knock at the door at 6 o'clock in the morning in a blizzard.
Now, beyond anybody at 34 Fairview Road, again, before you observe those lights go on in residence, from the other houses sort of on the street up and down, who, if anyone, did you observe come out of any of those houses?
Nobody.
And was that something that about the time that you were on scene?
Correct.
So how long were you on scene for in total?
Looking at the log, we were there for almost exactly 2 hours.
And so during those 2 hours, no one from any of the houses on the street came outside?
No, I mean, every emergency truck that showed up at 6 o'clock in the morning during a blizzard, there's no other cars on the road. So you're not coming down with sirens blaring, waking up an entire street, a neighborhood. There's no need for it. So it was just lights and flashing. And to be honest with you, you couldn't see very far.
So you and Detective Sergeant Lang go into the home at 34 Fairview, and who, if anyone, did you speak to?
Mr. Albert, Mrs. Albert, Brian, and Nicole.
And who, if anyone else, was present in the home when you spoke with them?
When I was in there, I know Jen was in there, but we didn't speak to her because we already spoke to her, but we just spoke to Brian and Nicole right in the front.
Now, you heard over the course of the 911 call from Ms. McCabe that she references The 34 Fairview is the Albert residence, correct?
Yes.
And did you know Brian Albert, or were you aware of who he was prior to going to the house that day?
I know of Brian Albert, yes.
And how did you know?
He's a brother of a coworker that I've worked with for 18 years.
And coworker that you worked with for 18 years, who's that?
Detective Albert.
What's his first name?
Kevin.
And had you ever been to that house before?
No.
You ever been inside that house before?
No.
And when you go inside that day, it's Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Ms. McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
And during the time that you were in there, do you recall seeing, or who, if anyone else, do you recall seeing in there besides those three people, yourself and Detective Sergeant?
Nobody. Detective Lang took the lead on speaking to Brian and Nicole Albert, and I kind of just moseyed in the front of the house, looked in the dining room, and listened to what they said, what happened. They seemed like they were generally in shock that there was a
objection.
Sustain. Next question, please.
What, if anything, did you observe about their demeanor when you spoke?
They looked like they just got woken up at 6 o'clock in the morning.
And as far as you indicating that you're sort of looking or poking around the front area near the front door, correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, of note did you observe inside the house when you did?
Nothing. Everything to be in order. It seemed like a normal house.
And following, if you know, about how long was that conversation in the house?
I would say 20, 25 minutes.
And following that conversation, where did you and Detective Sergeant Lang go?
At that time, we both left the residence, came outside, and at that time, Lieutenant Gallagher was arriving. We had like a little bit of a powwow, figured out what was going on, and I believe that's when we saw Jen McCabe's husband show up and walked in.
And again, you didn't know Jennifer McCabe prior to that day, correct?
No.
Did you know her husband prior to that day? So after you saw her husband, who you now know to be your husband, walk in, what, if anything, did you and Detective Sergeant Lang?
Sergeant Lang ran back inside to get a statement from Mr. McCabe as well.
Did you go with him as well?
I did not.
And after you have sort of the conversation between yourself, Detective Sergeant Lang, and Lieutenant Gallagher, what, if anything, did the three of you do from there?
Lieutenant Gallagher immediately said we need to seal off the area of where Officer Keith was located. We grabbed some crime scene tape, put around. He wanted to photograph the area as well.
And who, if anyone, grabbed the crime scene tape?
Myself.
And what, if anything, did you do?
I wrapped it around probably the flagpole, tree, and cruiser. It was hard to keep up just because the wind was blowing at such a good rate.
And then what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with respect to the area that was identified to you as where Mr. O'Keefe was on Officer Sarah's ride?
Lieutenant Gallagher noticed that the snow was coming down at such a good clip. We couldn't keep it clear, and made the idea of anybody have a leaf blower, and I did. So I told him I'm not too far away from the house, so I shot back to my residence and grabbed my own.
And about how long a period of time was it between the time that you sort of left to go get the leaf blower and the time that you arrived back?
No more than 5-7 minutes.
And once you arrived back at back in the area of 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, happened there?
I started it up for Lieutenant Gallagher. He took it over, and it worked great.
Now, with respect to that sort of implementation of the leaf blower, what, if anything, did you or other officers do to sort of memorialize?
So as Lieutenant Gallagher was using the piece of equipment, I used my iPhone, videotaped it, and took 2 still photos.
Donna, may I approach?
Yes.
I actually don't need to. Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 33 up on the screen. Just the first one. Sergeant Good, have you seen what's up on the screen as Exhibit 33 before?
Yes.
And what do you recognize as?
That's Lieutenant Gallagher.
And what, if anything, does Lieutenant Gallagher have in his hand at the time in this particular case?
The leaf blower.
And what's depicted on the screen, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you memorialized on scene that day with respect to the leaf blower?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run just this one video. Coming to just right there. Now, with respect to using that leaf blower on scene, Sergeant, what, if anything, did you observe in the snow when that was used to blow away sort of the layer?
It exposed the blood and small drinking glass broken.
And do you see those items in what's frozen up on the screen right now?
I do.
If you could, using that laser point, direct the jury's attention to where you observe each of those items in this.
So that's the glass right there. And then all the blood droplings.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that. Now, prior to using the leaf blower, what, if anything, did Lieutenant Gallagher instruct you and any other officers to do with regard to your cruisers that were parked on scene?
We needed to move them out of the way. He wanted to be able to get a good shot of the area, so we kind of closed off the road. And
Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 41 back up again. Yeah, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward on this to about 40 minutes and 30 seconds. Good, pause it right there. Now, Sergeant Good, what's up on the screen, is that the point that you are referencing now as far as about to move your cruiser for that purpose?
this was early when we moved out of the way of the ambulance, I believe.
Fine.
Oh, no, could be right.
Regardless, you recognize this
Yes, sorry. If you just play forward, I'll know.
I'm sorry.
Just play forward, I guess.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, I'd like to play this through to about 41 minutes and 12 seconds or so. But if you could just pause it real quick, I'm sorry. Sergeant, at some point when you move this cruiser, what, if anything, you're able to see in this footage of the front lawn area of 34th Fairview?
So my cruiser camera pans the front yard of 34th Fairview, and it shows the snow undisturbed. No footprints, any tracks, anything like that leading anywhere.
And if you could just speak up when we get to that point, and Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it on that area. Pause it right there. Now, the area that you were speaking about before, is this sort of the portion of the video?
Yes.
And using the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to the portion of the yard that you were talking about in indication of no footprints or anything that you observed in that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could just let it run through for a couple more seconds. Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, you can take it down. Now, Sergeant Good, you had spoke about as well some photographs that were taken to memorialize the area of where Mr. O'Keefe was found. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 8. First, just if you recognize it.
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is 34 Fairview.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 8 up on the screen. What's up on the screen? Is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed on scene that day?
Yes.
If I could ask you to flip forward in that book before you to Exhibit number 10.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if we could have Exhibit 10. Sergeant, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as Exhibit 10?
Yes.
And similarly, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is a scene where our officers and the witnesses found Officer O'Keefe.
And if you could, using that laser pointer you have before you direct the jury's attention to where you were directed to where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Objection, hearsay.
No, I'll allow that.
Go ahead, sir. Now, sir, if I could ask you to flip forward in that book just a little bit more to what's been marked as Exhibit 20A.
Okay.
So then if I could have that exhibit on the screen as well. If you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 20.
Yes, that's the curbing.
And as far as the curbing is concerned, how is it sort of cleared off in this particular area?
We'd have to kick it off with our shoe to clear it off so we could actually see it, make a mark of it.
And again, that area that you were directed to, as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was found, you observed that in this photograph, Exhibit 28 as well?
Yes.
You could, using the laser pointer before you direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph that is. Thank you. Now, may I approach just to,
Yes.
lastly, I'm just going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 27. Sergeant, do you recognize that?
I do.
Ms. Gilman, if we could have 27 on the screen. And Sergeant Good, what's up on the screen as, and before you as Exhibit 27? Sorry, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 27?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in this.
So we have the blood, and then right here is the broken drinking glass that was located.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
May I approach just to retreat?
Yes.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Following your time on, on scene that morning, sir, where did you go from there?
Once we cleared 34 Fairview, I returned to the Camp Police Department.
And the items that you were talking about as far as the blood, which is believed to be blood droplets in the snow and the piece of a cocktail glass, what, if anything, did you or other officers do with regard to that?
Overruled.
Go ahead.
Detective Sergeant Lang transported those back to the police department.
Again, just one moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Yannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Afternoon.
Sir, you and I have never met, correct?
No,
We've never spoken.
no,
Sergeant Good, you grew up in Canton?
I did.
You attended Canton Public Schools?
I did.
Graduated from Canton High School?
I did.
That would have been in 1998?
Yes.
Is it true that in your graduating class was somebody named Courtney Proctor?
Yes.
You knew Courtney Proctor?
Yes.
You knew her to be Michael Proctor's sister, correct?
Yes.
Also in your graduating class was somebody named Jill Daniels, correct?
Yes.
You knew her, or you now know her, to be Christopher Albert's sister-in-law, correct?
Yes.
Christopher Albert is married to Jill Daniels' sister, correct?
Yes.
And you know Christopher Albert as Brian Albert's brother, correct?
Yes.
So it is fair to say that you graduated high school with Michael Proctor's sister and Christopher Albert's sister-in-law, correct?
Yes.
And, you know, growing up in Canton and, you know, working for 18 years as a Canton police officer, you're well familiar with the Albert family of Canton, correct?
I work with one of them.
You know that the Albert family is a well-known family in Canton, correct?
Sure.
The Albert family is well connected to the town of Canton, correct?
I don't know what you mean by connected. They live in Canton. Yes.
All right, well, Christopher Albert is a Canton town selectman, is he not?
Yes.
And you've already established that Kevin Albert is a Canton police officer, correct?
Yes.
And you already testified that you knew Brian Albert as well, and you knew that he was a Boston police officer who lived in Canton, correct?
Yes.
In fact, he and his family lived at 34 Fairview in Canton, correct?
Yes.
You also knew that his family had been there for years. Before Brian Albert owned the house, his parents owned it, correct?
Yes.
Now, as of January 28th of 2022, who among the Albert family did you know either personally or professionally?
Professionally is Kevin Albert.
Okay, and what about personally?
I knew Chris.
And you know that Christopher Albert, in addition to being a town selectman, also owns a pizza place in Canton, correct?
Yes, he does.
What's the name of that pizza place?
That'd be D&E.
And have you eaten there before?
Yes.
You've seen Christopher Albert there before?
I have.
Now,
On January 29th of 2022, you learned at approximately 6 a.m. that John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
And as of January 29th of 2022, you knew that Brian Albert at that time, of course, was the brother of your fellow Canton police officer, Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
And how long have you known Kevin Albert for?
As long as I worked at the Camp Police Department.
And that is approximately 18 years?
Coming up on 18 years, yes.
And is Kevin Albert older or younger than you or around the same age?
He's older than me.
By how many years, if you know?
I don't. Probably
Approximately?
5 years?
Have you ever shared a patrol car with Kevin Albert?
No.
Have you ever worked on an investigation or a case with Kevin Albert?
I probably have, yeah.
In addition to being a colleague, would you also consider Kevin Albert to be a friend?
Yeah, we've socially hung out after work.
And because he is a fellow Canton police officer, you'd expect that he would have your back in a crisis, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'll let him have it.
I hope he would defend me while working. Yes, he's a police officer.
You would certainly protect him in a crisis, correct?
At work, when we're police officers, yes.
Sure. Well, even out of work, if he was in a crisis, you'd probably help, correct?
I don't know what you're asking.
Well, there is the teamwork that is part and parcel of being a police officer with your fellow officers, correct?
Sure.
It's a dangerous job.
Sure.
You need to have each other's back.
Sure.
You need to depend on your fellow officers, correct?
Sure.
And it's been said there's a brotherhood among police officers, correct?
To a fact.
And, when you meet another police officer, he or she will tell you that they're, quote, on the job, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
And in terms of, depending on your fellow officers, you're taught all this beginning in the police academy, correct?
Objection.
No, he can have that.
What am I taught?
Well, I'm asking you. With regard to the teamwork and, having each other's backs and, working together and depending on each other, you're taught that starting in.
Sure.
And it's reinforced over the years by superior officers and your colleagues, correct?
Sure.
Now, you were assigned as the primary investigator in the reconstruction analysis for this case, correct?
Assigned as the what?
You were assigned as the primary investigator in the reconstruction analysis for this case.
I don't know reconstruction analysis. No, I was the patrol supervisor that day.
If I may just have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show him the whole thing. Direct him to page 5. That line. Now, I'm going to show you what is, not sure how many pages, but there are quite a few.
Okay.
It's a.
Your Honor, if you could not describe what he's showing to the witness and
Yeah,
just
just
show
go
it
ahead
to
and
him.
show it to him.
Sure. I'm going to direct you, I'm taking out the first 4 pages and directing you just to the 5th page.
Okay.
And specifically the second paragraph, and it's numbered number 2.
Okay.
And I will ask you if you've seen that before.
Okay.
And I'll take it back from you.
Okay.
You, may
Sure.
Thank you. Do you recognize what this is?
Looks like some state police form.
Okay. Is it a
Why don't you not ask him? He just answered what he thought it was.
are you familiar with a collision analysis and reconstruction section, a CARS report?
I know the state police has a CARS section that handles motor vehicle homicide.
Does this appear to be a CARS report?
I've never seen one. You just showed me one. I'm not in the state police.
But you did see that your name is listed in the paragraph that I pointed out to you?
Sure.
And you're listed as Sergeant Sean Good, that's you, correct?
Mhm.
Of the Canton Police. And were assigned as the primary investigator in this reconstruction.
Because I wrote the offense report from that day.
Well, I'm just asking you. I'm dealing with a state police report that lists you as the primary investigator with regard to the reconstruction.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sustained. Sure, why don't you all come up for a minute? Bring that, please.
And we gotta. So everybody's muted, or is it just me? Interesting. He's already laying the groundwork though for the, well, you'll, cover for each other. Oh, now we're back.
Sergeant Good, what was your understanding on February 1st of 2022 regarding the Canton Police Department's role in this homicide investigation?
I believe at some point on the 29th, we recused ourselves and we weren't part of the investigation.
Oh, so you did know as of the day that John O'Keefe was found on Brian Albert's front lawn that the Canton Police had recused itself from the case, correct?
At some point, I was notified after I finished all my paperwork, yeah.
And what was your understanding of the recusal decision in terms of what Canton Police was either allowed to do or not?
Well, he had passed away, so now is no matter what, it's state police investigation. It's a homicide. We do not investigate homicides.
Well, you've been a Canton police officer for 18 years, correct?
Yes.
During those 18 years, do you know how many homicide investigations have occurred in Canton?
None.
None?
Homicides? No. That I was involved in? None.
That the department was involved?
I can't think off the top of my head, no.
So in the 18 years, this is the first homicide that your department's been involved in, to your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that although the state police have primary jurisdiction, they work hand in hand with local departments, usually, unless there's a conflict of interest?
Yes.
So in this case, you learned that there was a conflict of interest. And my question to you is, what did that mean in terms of your potential involvement in the investigation once that conflict was determined?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Were you the primary investigator for the Canton Police Department as of February 1st?
No.
Did you participate with the state police in any part of the reconstruction?
No.
Now, Sergeant Good, who is Brian Higgins?
He is a ATF agent that has a satellite office out of the Canton Police Department.
And when did you come to meet him?
I have no idea when he started. It's been years.
It's over a decade,
I don't think so, but maybe.
between 5 and 10 years?
Sure.
And how often would you see him at the Canton Police Station?
I worked midnights, so during that time, but I mean, 3 times a week I would see him. I mean, we don't have the same work schedule. I don't know when he works. He doesn't know when I do.
Okay, and when you say you work midnight, that means you come in at midnight?
Yes.
At 8 a.m.?
Correct.
And he works in the same building as you in terms of the fact that he has an office there, correct?
Yes.
Are there any other ATF agents that have offices in Canton?
There could be. They don't check in with us.
Do you know of any ATF agents that have offices at the Canton Police Department?
Not that I know of, no.
What about officers from other local departments, surrounding towns? Do they have any offices at the Canton Police Department?
No.
And you're not sure exactly how long he's had that office for, but it's been years.
Correct.
He has his own key card to enter the building?
Yes.
And you say you've seen him 2 or 3 times a week in the time that he's had an office there?
Sure.
You're aware that Brian Higgins is a close friend of the former Canton Police Chief, Kenneth Berkowitz?
Sure.
You know that Chief Berkowitz was the reason that he was allowed to maintain an office at the Canton Police Department.
I didn't know that.
Well, his close friend, Chief Berkowitz, was your boss on January 29th of 2022, correct?
His close friend?
Yeah, Brian Higgins' close friend, Chief Berkowitz, was your boss on January 29th of 2022.
Okay.
And does okay mean yes?
Yes.
And you worked the midnight shift that day as well?
No.
What was your shift?
I took it off.
Were you assigned to dispatch that day?
The night of the incident?
Yes.
No, I stayed inside. I was inside.
Inside where?
The dispatch. I handle all the calls, send the guys everywhere.
All right, that was my question. I'm sorry if I'm not being clear, but you were on duty, correct?
Yes.
What was your shift?
My shift was I stayed inside.
I'm sorry, what was the timing of your shift?
12 to 8.
Thank you. And when you say you stayed inside, that meant you were handling dispatch, correct?
Correct.
And when you're handling dispatch, you're not expected to leave the station and physically respond to calls that come in, correct?
It depends on the call. Anything within reason that a supervisor should go, I'm leaving the station.
Okay, but
normal car accidents, stuff like that patrol can handle, no.
Okay, so unless it's something unusual, you're going to stay at dispatch, correct?
Correct.
And just after 1:30 a.m., while you were working dispatch, that's when you saw Brian Higgins enter the Canton Police Station at 1:30 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
Come into the dispatch area.
I said that earlier. I don't remember him coming in, or just did I see him on the cameras walking down the hallway? We have I think we have 7 or 8 monitors in front of me that I'm able to watch people around our building.
So it could be that you just saw him on a screen, or it could be that he was in your room.
Correct.
But you don't remember which, correct?
Correct.
And before he showed up there at 1:30, you hadn't called him to ask him to come in, correct?
No.
You hadn't asked him for any help with any investigation at 1:30, correct?
No.
When you first saw him there at 1:30, did you have any idea why he was showing up?
No.
And when you first saw him, do you remember what entrance he used to come into the Canton Police Station?
I don't. It was from the back parking lot. I don't know if he was on the left back rear or right back rear.
And you would agree with me that 1:30 in the morning was hours before John O'Keefe was found unresponsive on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
You had no information at 1:30 in the morning that John O'Keefe was out on Brian Albert's front lawn at that time, correct?
Correct.
And when Brian Higgins entered the department, that was the first time you had seen him on either the 28th or the 29th, correct?
Correct.
And this is again at 1:30 in the morning.
Mhm.
And
Yes.
you have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you. You didn't know where he was coming from?
No.
You didn't know what he had done that night?
Absolutely not.
You didn't know who he had been with that night?
No.
This was a Friday night into early Saturday morning with a major blizzard forecast.
Correct.
It already started snowing.
Yes.
It was supposed to get worse.
Yes.
Was it unusual to see Brian Higgins come into the station at 1:30 a.m. on a weekend?
No.
And you don't recall how close you got to him?
No.
Are you able to tell this jury anything about his demeanor?
No. He just walked in. It's not unusual. We wouldn't have made pleasantries or say hello to each other. It's not uncommon.
And you don't recall whether or not you got close enough to him to smell his breath or to smell what he smelled like, correct?
No.
At any point, did he tell you why he was there?
No.
How long did he remain at the station for?
No idea. I only saw him come in, never saw him leave or anything like that.
Did you ever see him do any paperwork at the station?
That night?
Yes.
No.
Did you ever see him do any administrative work at the station?
I can't leave the dispatch room. His office is out on the second floor.
So let's skip ahead a few hours later. You're still working dispatch when a call came in that a man was found unresponsive on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
Just after 6 a.m.?
Yes.
You yourself took that call?
I did.
And with regard to who is responsible for entering the information that came in on a call to dispatch, who is that?
The person that's working the desk.
So at 6 a.m., you were responsible for taking down the information and entering it into your system, correct?
It's being recorded through the 911 dispatch, correct? But I didn't enter it into our IMC program, which is our daily log.
Okay, who enters that into your daily log?
That'd be the person that's working the desk.
And you had previously testified that location is important, correct?
Correct.
You would discuss the fact that if a call comes in on a cell phone as opposed to a landline, you want to know where that cell phone is, correct?
Yes.
And you have ways of pinging the cell phone such that you can actually see the location on a map, correct?
Sure, yes.
And you would agree with me that ultimately when the location was entered into your system, the location was entered as 32 Fairview, correct?
No, it was 34. At least we put it out as 34.
34 was the actual address, but 32 is what made it into the police report, sir, did it not?
No, my police report says 34 Fairview.
Now, when that call came in after 6 a.m., you decided that you would personally go out, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I actually have the front page of your police report. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
I'd ask you to read that silently to yourself, take a good look at it, and look up at me when you're done. And you've had enough time to review it?
Yes.
Getting back to the location, which you said was important, what is the location listed in your very police report?
On the face sheet, it says 32, but in my narrative is 34.
Okay. The face sheet is important, is it not?
Yes,
People see the face sheet before they get to the narrative, correct?
sure.
Is accuracy important?
Yes,
And the very first thing that's entered with regard to the location is inaccurate, right?
say it again.
The very first entry with regard to the location on your police report on the face sheet is inaccurate. Would you agree with that?
I guess so, yes.
And with regard to the name down the bottom of that report, I left the report in front of you so you could look at it again. Would you read that silently to yourself and look up at me?
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory as to what name is listed?
Yes,
What name is that?
John O'Keefe.
No. I can have that back for a minute. Okay. Now, you decided that you wanted to go to the call, or you decided it would be a good thing for you to go to the call personally, correct?
Yes,
So you called Officer Kelly Deaver into dispatch,
I did.
and you did that because you wanted her to cover the desk for you so that you could personally respond to the call, correct?
Correct.
Responding to the call wasn't your duty assignment, but you made it your duty assignment, correct?
Correct.
And if you were going to leave, somebody had to cover.
Correct.
After that, you personally called two of your other colleagues who were not on duty that night to respond with you to Brian Albert's house, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you previously testified, I believe, that Sergeant Michael Lank was one of those officers, and he arrived at 6:25 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And then Lieutenant Paul Gallagher was the other officer, and he arrived closer to 7 a.m., correct?
Yes.
When you responded to 34 Fairview on January 29th, did you know that residence?
Yes.
And what did you know that residence to be?
I knew that to be Brian Albert's house.
You and Sergeant Lank had both been to that residence before, correct?
No.
Together.
Actually, we have. We were there for a police report years ago.
And so when you decided to respond to the scene on January 29th, that residence of 34 Fairview, you knew exactly where you were going.
Yes.
And when you got there, you knew you were outside the home of Boston Officer Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
And this was a memorable event. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Before January 29th of 2022, you had never responded to a call where the body of one police officer was found on the front lawn of another police officer's house, correct?
Yes.
And at some point after you arrived, you saw both Sergeant Lank and Detective Gallagher arrive, correct?
Yes.
It was Sergeant Lank who first entered the home and made initial contact with Brian Albert and his family?
No, I was right next to him.
So is it your testimony that the first time the police went in the house, you were there with Sergeant Lank?
Yes.
All right. And when you went in, can I have Exhibit 8 on the screen, please? Okay. Terrific. You're able to see Exhibit 8?
Yes.
Is that a fair depiction of what the house looked like when you entered it?
Yes.
Did you see the front door?
Yes.
Is that the door that you entered?
Yes.
And you had testified that you looked around the immediate area where you were while Sergeant Lank was asking questions. You noticed that when you entered that front door, you come into a foyer area, and directly in front of you on the left, you can almost reach out and touch. There's a door that goes down to the cellar, is there not?
I don't know. I don't remember a door there. I remember the stairs going up to the second floor.
I see. So you don't remember that as you step into the house, you can go down a cellar door right away?
Objection.
No, I don't know where his cellar is.
The objection sustained.
You don't know where the cellar is, and that's in part because you did not go down to the cellar, correct?
Correct.
You never examined it?
No.
You never saw what condition it was in?
No.
Saw whether there was any signs of struggle down there?
No.
Never saw if anything was tipped over?
No.
You never saw whether there was any blood or other trace evidence down there?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. You've made your point. Can we turn the lights back on, please? Do you need this, Ms. Giannetti?
I do not.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, now going back to when you first arrived, Sergeant, you were alone in your cruiser, correct?
Yes.
You weren't driving with a partner that morning?
No.
You were the second officer on scene?
No. Third.
Who got there before you did?
Officer Saraf and Officer Mulaney.
Okay, so Mulaney actually beat you there?
Yes.
But only within a matter of minutes, correct?
Sure.
You arrived in your marked cruiser, correct?
Yes.
You had your overhead emergency lights on, correct?
Correct.
You pulled up right in the front of the house, facing in the wrong direction in terms of the lane that you were in?
Correct.
You were parked on Fairview, adjacent to the Albert residence, and you were facing towards Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
When you parked, you left your motor running, correct?
Yes.
And when you got out of your cruiser, one prominent sound that you heard was Karen Reed screaming at the top of her lungs, correct?
Yes.
She appeared to be in distress.
Correct.
She appeared to be crying.
I did not see her crying.
She was hysterical.
Yes.
She was very loud.
Yes.
And you could hear her yelling throughout that morning, could you not?
Correct.
After you got there, other emergency vehicles showed up?
No.
Did you see any other cruisers show up?
If you want to call it an unmarked detective pickup truck or cruiser, sure.
Okay, so there was one additional police vehicle that showed up?
Sergeant Lang arrived in that, and then Lieutenant Paul Gallagher arrived in his unmarked cruiser.
Okay, so two additional vehicles. And also Officer Saraf's vehicle was there?
And Mulaney's, correct.
Mulaney. So we're now up to 4 police vehicles on scene?
Yes.
They all had their lights on?
No. Detective Sergeant Langs does not have any lights in it, and neither did Paul Gallagher's lights were not activated, I believe.
I see. So you and Saraf and Mulaney had your lights on?
Correct.
And I actually miscounted. That would be 5 police vehicles, correct?
Sure.
All right. 3 with their lights on. What about ambulances?
There were 2 ambulances that showed up, one for the first transport of Officer O'Keefe and second for Miss Reed, but they were never there at the same time.
All right. When you first got there, was the first ambulance there?
It was.
And that ambulance also had its lights on?
Yes.
How many fire trucks were there when you were there?
Just one.
And that also had its lights on as well?
Correct.
And engine running?
Yes.
And everyone was essentially parked around and in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And all the while, the first responders are talking over the noise of the storm, correct?
Yes.
And they're also talking over the screaming by Karen Reed, correct?
Sure.
At one point, Kerry Roberts even yelled at Karen, and I apologize for the language, but she yelled at her to shut the fuck up, correct?
I have no idea. I don't recall that.
The scene was very chaotic. Would you agree?
Yes.
All right. Could I have Exhibit 16 on the screen, please? Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. Okay. Now, this has previously been admitted as sort of a side-to-side comparison between your cruiser dash cam and Officer Saraf's dash cam.
Okay.
And they've been synchronized.
Okay.
If we could start at 9 minutes in, please.
So, Ms. Giannetti, this is not yet in evidence.
I had it as Exhibit 16, am I
Right.
correct?
Right. So it's not in yet.
I see. With regard to your dash cam, sir, do you recognize the bottom video here as depicting your view as you were driving to the scene?
Sure.
And that appears to be a fair and accurate representation of what was shown to you on direct examination with regard to your dash cam?
Yes.
You can continue. Okay, we can pause it there. Would you agree with me, Sergeant Good, that you're arriving on scene at approximately 6:16 a.m. on January 29th?
Yes.
And I'd ask you to review and compare your dash cam video with the top dash cam video for the next 30 seconds or a minute, please. And I'll ask some questions after that.
Sure.
You can pause it. Sergeant Good, does it appear as though the top dash cam shows the exact same thing as the bottom dash cam, just from a different vantage point?
Yes.
Play it for another 20, 30 seconds. Were you able to see when people are moving, or when somebody's moving in the top version, they're also moving in the bottom version, just again from different vantage points?
Yes.
So do these both appear to be fair and accurate representations of the dash cams that were going on at that time?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay, I'd like to see Councilor Ziba for just 1 second on this.
We got a sidebar action going on again. He's trying real hard to get his points across about, I don't know. He badgers a little bit. He keeps badgering the witness. That's going to turn the jury off on him. So what do you guys think so far? You think they've proven it? And we're back.
So this will now become Exhibit 16. We had it as a placeholder from before. It was 379, and on Friday, we said that it would stay as 16, assuming it was put in evidence. That's what you have, Tori and Jim? Great.
Okay, Thank you. Now, Sergeant Good, you've testified that you got there at about 6:16 a.m. and relying on Exhibit 16 that I placed before you, correct?
Okay, yes,
You stayed on scene for over an hour and 40 minutes. Would you agree with that?
yes,
You left maybe around 7:50 a.m. or so?
correct.
And during the beginning part of the 1 hour and 40 minutes that you were on scene, with all the vehicles that we've just seen at around 6:16 a.m. and for the first 10, 15 minutes with all those lights flashing, you never saw Brian Albert come out of his house, correct?
Correct.
And did you see first responders working on John O'Keefe when you were there?
No,
He had already been loaded into the ambulance at that time?
correct.
So you didn't see him actually being scooped up and put on a stretcher, correct?
I don't recall, no. Houston.
And with regard to the remainder of the time that you were on scene, up until all the way through 7:50 in the morning, did you ever see Brian Albert come out of his home?
No,
Did you ever see anyone come out of the Albert residence?
other than John McCabe and Matt McCabe, no.
Were you aware when you entered the Albert residence that morning that John O'Keefe was found on his front lawn wearing only one shoe, black in color?
I was not aware of him missing a shoe, no.
While you were there, you were listening to the questions that Sergeant Lank was asking Brian Albert?
Yes,
Did you ever hear Sergeant Lank ask Brian Albert that morning if he knew where the other shoe was that was black in color?
Objection.
Sustained.
While you were there, did you ever hear Sergeant Lank ask Brian Albert when he learned that John O'Keefe was lying on his front lawn?
Objection.
Sustained.
You knew that Brian Albert, as a Boston police officer, is a first responder, correct?
yes,
All police officers are first responders, correct?
yes,
You know from your training that all police officers have to receive CPR and other necessary training to be first responders, correct?
yes.
At any point in time, did you ask Brian Albert why he didn't come out of his house?
No,
Did Sergeant Lank, in your presence, ask him why he didn't come out of his house?
Objection.
Sustained.
After clearing the scene at 7:50 in the morning, did you go back to the station?
I did.
Do you know whether or not Kevin Albert was working that day?
I don't.
Did you see Kevin Albert that day?
I don't recall seeing him.
Did you speak with Kevin Albert that day?
No,
Now, since that day, it's been almost 2.5 years. You've continued working on the same police force as Kevin Albert, correct?
yes,
At some point in time, you and Kevin Albert discussed the fact that you were one of the first responding officers to his brother's home for this tragic incident, correct?
yes,
It's a very unique situation, correct?
yes.
Many officers in the department were interested to know what you saw and heard that day, correct?
Sure.
At what point in time after January 29th did Kevin Albert broach the topic with you as to what had happened on January 29th?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure. I don't recall ever immediately talking to Kevin Albert about the incident, no.
Right, well, you had said that you don't recall talking to him that day, but certainly within a couple of weeks, the two of you caught up, correct?
I can't remember, no.
I'm sorry?
I can't recall that, no.
Within a couple of months, you talked about it?
Sure.
And when you say sure, sir, I take that as, you're saying, well, if you really want to go there, I'll give you the sure answer. You have to answer yes or no.
Okay, yes.
So you answer yes or no if you
Yeah.
can, and if you can't, you can't. So
Right.
ask the question again or just move on, please.
Okay. do you recall where you were when you and Kevin Albert discussed what had happened on January 29th?
No,
Do you recall who else was present?
no,
Do you recall whether it was in, certainly told him what you observed and heard that day, correct?
yes,
Now, when you arrived, you were on scene not only to assist with, first aid and secure the scene, but as a first responder, your job is to assess the situation and also make an initial determination about gathering evidence. Would you agree with that?
yes,
You'd be on the lookout for any physical evidence, correct?
yes,
And you'd certainly be on high alert for any individual who made any statement about what may have occurred, correct?
correct,
That's important not only for treatment purposes of somebody who apparently is hurt, but also for investigative purposes, correct?
correct,
And again, you were the third officer on the scene by minutes in terms of the other two officers arriving before you, correct?
yes,
And while you were on scene for over an hour and 40 minutes, and by the way, when I say on scene, it's clear to you that I'm asking you about 34 Fairview, correct?
yes,
There was no scene at the Canton Police Department, correct?
No, I'm talking about 34 Fairview.
Of course, a scene is where something happened, correct?
Yes,
While you were on scene at 34 Fairview for an hour and 40 minutes, did you ever once hear Karen Reed say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I did not.
And you wrote a report regarding this, correct?
I did.
You are trained over your 18 years that you include every important detail in that report, correct?
Correct.
Certainly a statement by Karen Reed screaming out, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, would have been an important detail that you would have included in your report, correct?
Yes,
You do not intentionally omit, I should say, any important details from your report, correct?
correct,
Did not include that language, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in your report, correct?
correct,
And the reason you didn't include it is that you never heard those words come out of Karen Reed's mouth, correct?
correct,
Okay, now getting back to, potential physical evidence, if you're at a potential crime scene, you want to find what you can, correct?
correct,
You want to properly secure any physical evidence, right?
correct,
In order to assist the investigation, you're prepared to conduct a thorough search for evidence that may shed light on what had happened, correct?
correct.
And you did participate in a thorough search in this case, did you not?
The best we could in the elements that we were dealing with. Yes,
You had previously, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off if I did. You had previously testified, and I think I'm quoting you, the leaf blower work rate, correct?
yes,
You would agree with me that with that leaf blower, your department was able to actually get down to the bare ground, correct?
yes,
And you were directed to the precise area where John O'Keefe had been laying, correct?
yes,
And so you knew the area that needed to be searched, correct?
yes,
You certainly want to properly search around that area, correct?
correct,
And after John O'Keefe was in the ambulance and then transported to the hospital, that was the very area that you were eyeballing, correct?
yes,
And you visually searched that area as best you could in the conditions, correct?
yes,
And you tried to be as careful as you could be.
yes,
You did not want to miss anything.
correct,
You took the job very seriously.
yes,
In addition to scouring the area with your eyes, did you use your hands to search in the snow?
I don't remember doing that. I was recording it.
I'm sorry.
I don't remember it that way. I was recording the scene.
I see. Okay. Did you see other officers using their hands to search the scene?
I don't recall it that.
Do you recall officers using their feet to clear some areas?
Yes,
And you were the one that actually got your leaf blower, correct?
I did.
first time you ever used that in an investigation, fair to say?
Yes.
And your search was thorough enough, when I say your search, I mean your department's search, in addition to your observations. It was thorough enough that you actually did recover small droplets of blood, correct?
We did.
Who was it that collected those blood droplets?
That was Lieutenant Gallagher and Sergeant Lang.
In addition to the blood droplets, you were looking for anything else that might be out of place there?
Sure.
Small items?
Of course.
Large items?
Anything.
And as you were on scene, it was starting to get lighter as the morning progressed, correct?
Yes.
And again, you didn't clear the scene until almost 8 a.m.
Correct.
And you searched and were keeping alert to what was around you for the time that you were on scene, correct?
Yes.
During that 1 hour, I should say, and 40 minutes, you did not find 45 pieces of red and black and clear taillight pieces at 34th Fair, correct?
No.
How many pieces of taillight did you find on or around that property?
That morning, none.
Did you find a men's hat, black in color?
No.
Did you find a size 12 men's shoe, black in color?
No.
Now, you would agree that it's important to preserve and secure a crime scene?
Yes.
Why is that?
You don't want the crime scene to be contaminated.
And you'd like to prevent a crime scene from also being manipulated. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And what steps were taken, either by you or in your presence, to close off and secure the crime scene at 34th Fairview?
We had crime scene tape up while we were there, and then we also had Officer Mulaney on the road.
And when you say you had Officer Mulaney on the road, you mean blocking off the road?
Correct.
Are you aware of something called a crime scene log?
No.
You recall being trained in the academy that when there is a crime scene that needs to be preserved, it is advisable to set up a log so that all personnel are required to sign in and sign out. Again, to prevent contamination and to prevent manipulation. Do you not recall that training?
I don't recall that, no.
With regard to the fact that it was actively snowing at the time, did you consider putting a tent around the area to prevent and minimize the environmental intrusions like the snow?
It would have been useless.
Did you utilize any heaters to assist in melting the snow in that area?
No.
And before you cleared the scene, or I should say when you cleared the scene, did you post an officer to guard the scene so that nobody could get in or out?
No.
How long was the road closed off for?
While we were there, so those 2 hours.
All right. And then after the 2 hours, there was nobody guarding the scene. Would you agree?
Yes, correct.
The road was not closed off.
No.
That crime scene was open to the public.
Correct.
So with regard to, a crime scene log, a tent, heaters, keeping an officer there to make sure nobody got in or out of that crime scene, you would agree none of those protocols were followed, correct?
I don't believe there is a protocol for a tent in our policy.
Okay. So I guess leave the tent out of it. None of those other protocols were followed, correct?
Correct.
And certainly a tent was not put up either.
No.
Correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to your police report, going back to that, your report clearly listed persons involved in the case, correct?
Correct.
And that police report is generated by computer software, correct? That's particular to police reports?
Correct.
And that's one of the categories that you can fill in, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree with me that with regard to all of the persons involved listed in your police report, everybody's first name and last name was completely spelled out except for one? Would you agree with that?
I don't. I believe those names were entered by Detective Sergeant Lang.
Okay, but certainly the report has your name on it, correct?
Correct.
So you would review the report before submitting it in your name, correct?
Correct.
So regardless of who entered or didn't enter, my question remains, which is that with regard to the persons involved listed in that report, everybody's name, first and last, is spelled out except for one, correct?
Correct.
Whose name was not spelled out completely?
I don't know.
May I approach?
Okay.
Page 2, Counsel. And I just
Thank
ask you to look at it silently and then look up at me when you're done. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Having reviewed that report, does that refresh your memory as to whose name was not completely spelled out?
Correct.
Who was that?
Brian Albert.
Did you omit Brian Albert's first name to mask the fact that he was involved?
No. No.
Do you know who Colin Albert is?
I know that he is Chris Albert's son.
And so therefore he'd be Brian Albert's nephew?
Yes.
Anywhere in your report, do you mention that Colin Albert was present at 34 Fairview the night of January 28th going into January 29th?
No.
Now, would you agree with me that this report also lists home addresses for everyone in the persons involved section except for one person?
Can I see the sheet again, please? Thank you.
This is the same, if I may approach.
Yes.
This is the same sheet that I sent you last time.
Thank you.
Take your time with it, sir. Thank you. And Sergeant, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
What am I talking about?
Brian Higgins.
Okay. So with regard to Brian Higgins, his home address was not listed on there, correct?
Correct.
And what address was listed for Brian Higgins?
1492 Washington Street.
And what is significant about that address?
It's the town of Canton.
It's the Town of Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Now, Brian Higgins was not an involved person because he was an investigator on the case, correct?
Correct.
He was not involved in this case in an official capacity, correct?
Correct.
You were, right?
Yes.
So listing the Canton Police Department as Sergeant Sean Good's address would be appropriate. Would you agree?
Yes.
Why was Brian Higgins' address listed as the Canton Police Department?
I don't know.
But that is something that you kept in your report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I also want to ask you something else about your police report. And I want to focus on whether it was altered after it was first submitted, okay? If I can...
Hold on. Do you have your report with you?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have a copy for him, Ms. Gianetti?
Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yes, sure, go ahead. No, that's okay.
I've placed a document before you. Feel free to familiarize yourself with it, and please look up at me when you're done.
Good.
Does that appear to be your police report, sir?
Yes.
Now, and with the court's permission, I'd actually like the officer to have the report in front of him when I ask him these questions.
Okay, but nothing's going up on the screen, right?
Not yet.
Okay, so approach before it does.
I will, I promise.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm directing your attention to the first page.
Okay.
You will agree with me that this report is submitted with regard to incident number 22-87-OF?
Correct.
And this is call number 22-449, correct?
Correct.
The date and time reported is listed as January 29th of 2022 at 06:08, correct?
Correct.
Which would be in military time, 6:08 a.m.
Correct.
The report date and time is listed as January 29th of 2022.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so why don't we come to sidebar now? And
Karen already said that didn't happen with him. It was either Karen or Jen. I don't know which one.
You're right, it was stated.
It was stated.
Yeah, that the cops would, mine over some beers. I was reading chat, sorry.
Yeah. Did Twisted leave? Because
Yeah, she had to get her little one from school.
Oh, because her thing is still up.
Yeah, she said she had to get her little one from school. This is all laying the groundwork for what they've been putting out all this time. But I don't know, man. They might be smarter to keep Turtle Boy as far out of this as they possibly can, though it would be virtually impossible at this point. Because
if he comes up, like, where did he come from? Why is he harassing people?
Excuse me.
Because if they say if they bring up Elizabeth Proctor, Jen McKay being at Elizabeth Proctor's house, that'll open it wide open.
Yeah, and then it's going to have to come out that he's right now under indictment for how many felony charges for witness tampering and stuff.
I wonder if the judge knows that he spent the entire weekend putting up that girl's pictures.
I was blown away when I got that this morning because yesterday was family day, so I was on and off and I wasn't around a lot. But when I seen it this morning, I was like, you've got to be kidding me.
Yeah, that is witness intimidation. Big witness intimidation.
If you got that, what else do you have and how far will you go?
Surely someone's watching him.
You would hope so. We have concerns about him even being able to see who the jury is. Because I put nothing past him.
Oh, I'm sure he knows who they all are.
I put nothing past him and his little cronies.
Did I already ask you if you saw the picture?
Yeah, you showed me. Wow, long sidebar. Think they'd have a long sidebar at the end of the day? Come on now. This witness, though, seems at times to be frustrated.
Well, I mean, Proctor called the police department a scene. They didn't protect this real scene all day until 5:30 that night.
Yeah, that's
not good.
That's not good at all.
Did he take down the, he must have taken down the jacuzzi one. 'Cause I don't see it.
And how is he coming up with
you.
pictures?
He's getting them off Facebook, other people's Facebook. I
But
mean,
that's stalking someone.
well, I mean, he's putting up threatening shit about him.
Yeah.
Trying to do this at sidebar now. Okay, so the same 3 cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone.
Is it
Don't
over?
do any independent research or investigation into
What?
this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning's a hospital.
Sirs, if you would fold and close your notebooks, leaving them on the chair, and taking all your belongings, follow me, all rise.
Goodbye.
It's going to be so late tomorrow because I have to go to the doctor. I'm done. I'm going to miss probably some of the good juicy testimony tomorrow morning.
But so today is a half day?
Well, no, it's going on 4 o'clock.
It's only 3 here. I guess the time difference.
Yeah.
Okay. So did they start at what time did they start? At 9?
Yeah.
Okay. So I start at 8. Bullshit. Okay. So I'm going to try to find. Here it is. No. Did you see the selfie one?
No, I didn't see them all. Oh, my.
What?
You're not going to take a selfie.
Oh, yeah, I seen that one about her. Yeah, I cannot believe. And that dude even asked her, he's like, you're not going to take a selfie. She goes, yeah, I am.
Okay, let everybody listen. So before she comes over here, her and her father are over here just talking and whatever. And then she walks over because they're going to go in, right? And he must say, can we get a selfie or something? Because watch what.
You're not going to take a selfie.
And then she pushes one time. And I'm sure she's here. What do you think?
Yeah,
I mean, why would you turn that way to show him something? Why wouldn't you just show it to him? You know?
Yeah, there's her arrogance is unbelievable. The last thing I'm going to do if I'm on trial for my life, for going to prison for many years, is worry about taking selfies with somebody outside the courtroom.
Where is the picture? Is that it? Must be here. Suddenly, I have to click. Okay. So why can't I? Oh, it's over here. Okay. Can the chat see this picture well? Hey.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Okay, hold on. Okay. So if you look at the whole picture, which is here, and you can't really see it because I don't have the whole picture, but if you look at the whole picture and then here, I don't know if you can see it, but see that hand, the little hand right there on his shoulder? Okay. her arm, you can't really see where it is, but it would be a very awkward thing for her to go back and then come forward. Plus, that's her boyfriend. You know what I mean? Like, why are you putting your hand on him? So anyway, and this looks so white.
It doesn't look like it fits. It looks like the photo was edited. But you know, I'm no expert, but it
Okay,
does.
but here's the thing. That's not her hand because her hand is right there. She's holding a drink up next to her. So that's not her hand. So whose hand is it? It could be hers, okay? We could say that could be hers.
But her shoulder pointing down. So if that would have been her hand, her shoulder would be
Right. It would be going across and then, so anyway, it's just not her hand. We know that. Then there's an arm up here.
Yeah, I see that.
It's laying up there. It's not his arm because
there's no,
just not his arm, okay? His shoulder is right here. He'd have to bend over here because that's the elbow right there. Anyway, and then that whole white thing. And then this can there's her arm, right? It looks like her shoulder, and then her arm would be extended from her spaghetti strap, right? It would be over here. And you're going to tell me she reached, so she, with her little small arm that you can see over here, reaches all the way around to that being hers. And the arm looks hairy to me. But anyway, so this arm is the biggest mystery. Like, where did that come from?
Yeah, because it's not hers.
No, and that's not her either. That is not her.
Like,
I mean, she'd have to go way.
That's a long arm. That's a really long arm.
Yeah, and her arm would be up. That's her shoulder right here. That's not an arm. This would be her shoulder.
Right, and it would be
sloped. It would be up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she was totally photoshopped. So I hope they look at the rest of the pictures that he has been putting on all day, or that they gave to the prosecution. And he was posting them all weekend, posting them.
Wow. So yeah, tell me you're still not working for the defense without telling me you're still working for the defense, you know?
Yeah, I saw a post yesterday that said Karen's team pays for all their lunch, all the turtle people.
Huh?
Yeah. There's Turtle Boy walking away. Words can hardly convey how upset I am this morning. This is a trigger. Wait, this is bigger than, oh my God, my eyes. Bigger than Bill and Monica, Anita Hill and Clarence Thomas. Okay, you're showing your age. If I had a sawbuck for every time someone gave me a love tap. Oh, okay, that's where he tapped him on the butt.
Right.
Are you kidding me? Oh my God. I want to see it.
People just.
He just has the picture. He didn't get Grant.
There's just too many egos in this case.
Yeah, but he's crazy for doing this. And he did a show about it last night.
Oh, did he? Because I wasn't on last night. He did. Oh, dear God. I haven't even looked yet. I haven't had a chance because I came into you as soon as I got the kids off to school and stuff. But I haven't had a chance to
check on Blair. How do you think it went today, Blair?
Oh, he's going to do one of his reviews of it because that's what he did the other day. He did like the second day of court, and then he did like almost 2-hour review video, and then he did today. And I'm like,
that's all he does. He's just getting as much money as he can. He always plays. All he talks about is other people's video.
I thought he was going to, stream all of the trial like he stated. Maybe he's not going.
I think he is. Yeah, this is right at the end of the day. He streamed it all day.
Oh, he was. Yeah, today he was. But wasn't
Yeah, he
there?
was the other day too. Hey,
Yeah,
they showed that piece of, okay, I just saw it. That red piece. Did he show it or did they? Just happens all the fucking time.
I missed it. So
I just saw that red piece. Did they talk about it?
Not
Stop
to,
clicking.
no, not to that degree. I wouldn't know why she even had a piece. Why would it just doesn't normally make.
Why what?
Why did she even have a piece of it? Like they're saying, like they're alleging.
She had a piece of the tail. Like what? Did I miss all this?
No, no, no. You had said that earlier. I said, why are they alleging that in the first place? Do they know if she really did? You had mentioned that earlier in the day.
Yeah, somebody said, and that's where his body.
Right.
Yeah, there has to be a better way. Get offline so I can pull this thing up. I'll see it when I can pull it up. But that red piece that everybody keeps saying Proctor or Berkowitz threw out the window or whatever, where you see just the red piece of tail light by itself and everybody was playing it, saying,
right.
Well, that was the piece they took a picture of and attached it to Proctor's first report, which would have been before Berkowitz.
Right.
Okay, well, apparently, I was wondering if they brought it up. Okay, so anyway.
So not
I
like
just
that.
have to do this. It's always a good way to end my day. Stop. All right. Anyway, so he didn't have any big breaking news because I had to step away.
Moments. No, I mean, you heard that. I think some of the most important thing was them not securing the scene.
Yeah, that was pretty big.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was because they had plenty of staff around to do that. And at that point, they knew it was a crime scene. So there was really no.
Well, they could have at least.
Excuses for it.
They could have at least parked their cars there. You know what I mean? They wouldn't have to get out and stand around it. But when the search team, which they're rescue and recovery, I don't even know why they used them as investigators, but they did. They came out and I think some people from Mass State troopers came out. And that's when they found the red pieces. So I can't see people, I'm not agreeing on the conspiracy, not at all.
Mm-hmm.
Cover up, it happens too much. I mean, to drop a gun there or drop some dope there, you know what I mean? Like that happens all the time. So if he went back and dropped a piece there, not knowing there would be microscopic pieces on John's shirt or that they would find all the red pieces, you know what I mean? Like I could see that. I wouldn't approve of it, but should she get off because of that?
No, because regardless of that piece or not, there was still
There's other pieces, yeah.
And there was, like you said, the microscopic pieces on John that would have only been there.
But also Proctor gathered the clothes and he's the one that took possession of them. So he could have rubbed some.
See how they're going to combat this.
Yeah, because wrong, if that happened, she will probably get off.
Yeah.
But she's still hidden.
That's a real possibility. That's why they really got to come out swinging and knock this down real quick. But I still don't get no one. You know, like you
think she hit him.
They'll park a car, even though it's unoccupied. They'll still put a police car there, which will make you think there's a presence, something.
Yeah. Them not having that scene secured that amount of time. Well, now they did take video of the scene.
Mm-hmm.
And they will take video when they come back, like at 5 when the search people. They will take video and they'll take pictures. But they didn't find the red tail light until later that day.
Right.
So
Well,
yeah, they're screwed on that. If I were a juror, they'd be screwed on it.
Yeah. They're going to have to really come out with some serious.
Yeah, but I don't think they can overcome it. Only because Proctor took the clothes as well. So, and he said he didn't go back to the house that night, but he did say he went to the scene, then tries to say the scene is the back at the station, which I've never heard that you would call that the scene.
Yeah, I've never heard it. I just always heard it as station house, but I don't know. They different in that little police department. I have no idea. And
Yeah, I've never heard it called the scene. And he's saying, or I've heard Proctor said, and probably his text messages aren't going to help him. Calling her a cunt and saying he's looking for her nudes. That's not going to help him.
No, that's not. Like I said, tomorrow morning is going to be, I'll be sitting in my doctor's office trying to listen and not paying attention.
Was I not showing glare for the last 10 minutes?
No, glare's on.
Okay, but a while ago,
When they establish that this investigation is fucked, that every piece of evidence that they plan on using against Karen Reed as some sort of smoking gun bullshit is no good.
Just
Hold
that
on. She still has her words. We still have her words. Nobody planted those words in her mouth.
And there's still a long way to go, Claire. Don't count it out yet.
Yeah. Runs with scissors. They are doing voir dire of Lank right now. Was that earlier? I think that's earlier. My chat didn't. I don't think my chat. I can't see the other one. Let me see. Yeah. They're doing voir dire. Oh, in the courtroom?
I didn't see that. Oh.
Okay, I don't know then.
She's not Runs isn't sure if it's live or not. But, you know.
Oh yeah, because I don't see it. Why would they voir dire him after an hour of testifying? Voir dire just means to see if they qualify, not
right
for impeachment, or
He didn't say anything to impeach him. Well, I mean,
yeah, he didn't lie.
I mean, this guy just sat up there and said that he had no training in the police academy as far as preservation.
Oh, of Lank. That wasn't Lank. That wasn't Lank. That was good. Okay, I got you. So where Runs with Scissors, where are they doing this?
Evidence.
I love to watch
What?
them.
Like that's like he specifically asked Yannetti specifically asked him, like, when you were in the police academy, what training? I don't recall. Wait, what? Did you receive training? I don't recall. What?
Did that happen?
Yeah,
did
he
you
did.
receive training? And he said no.
But
You
he
can't be a police officer without training.
Yeah, he had to have training, but like I said, he even said some things that he would say sure instead of saying yes and no, and
Yeah, but training?
Mhm.
I have to listen to the whole damn thing over again when I get home. I am home.
Is no good.
And part of it again too to make sure that I, because sometimes you zone out when you're listening. Cause
Yeah, I know.
And I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. But like I said, to me, the biggest thing was not securing the scene.
Okay, so Runs with Scissors. Yes, they released the jury. They brought Lank in to do a voir dire regarding some 2000. Oh, really? I thought she already said that was out. The jury's going to give a shit about They all live in the same town. What is it? 40,000 people?
They're going to bog them down with so much crap that.
Was it live? Oh, Grant tweeted it. He was in the, so it wasn't live.
Oh,
Grant
okay.
was tweeting it. Let me see.
I can't find it. I'm looking, but I couldn't find it.
No, I think Grant was in the courtroom.
And I can't go on Twitter on my phone while I'm on live because it'll yeet me.
Okay, I'll go find it. And I'll put this here. Lank arrives. This is a voir dire of Lank related to whether the parties may ask certain questions in front of the jury tomorrow. Wow, Lank brought charges against Tim Albert at one point for committing a crime. Okay, Grant, you didn't know about this? Lank and Brian Albert have had arguments in the past, but they are civil. How long ago was that? Like 20 years ago?
Yeah. What?
Breaking news. Canton police officers.
It's stuff the jury doesn't. Yeah.
Now he's saying in the recent past, Canton police officers Lank and Good previously brought criminal charges in the recent past against a member of the Albert family, Tim, according to testimony. Okay, I've got to watch it all over again. My God, the entire defense conspiracy has fallen apart. I don't know how you got that out of that. Stop saying wow, Grant. There's no wow.
Yeah.
Lank brought charges against Tim Albert. Okay, so basically, I don't know why they would cover for them if they're always fighting with them.
That also, and if that is any of that is true, then that really does just put their so-called cover-up theory out the door.
They would,
clearly they didn't get along.
Right, they would be for them to be arrested.
Right.
You know, if they were that shitty with them, they'd run in the house first thing. That makes, well, why would they bring it in?
They bring it there. I mean, they opened up the door and they brought in Colin and stuff already. And I'm thinking,
yeah. And look at all Turtle Boy did to Colin.
Yeah, you open up the door, then that allows for it all.
Yeah. You said Colin's name.
Mm-hmm.
To me, that's opening the door.
And it's just gonna.
Is that when she cut it off when he was asking about Colin? I don't remember.
No, they cut it off when you were there. Oh, when they went into a sidebar.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't about him.
Okay. Let's see.
What I do is at the end of the evening.
Are you seeing Glara right now?
Yes.
Okay, because I was playing it. Do what now?
Listen this evening after I get the kids all settled and stuff. When I zone out sometimes.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
It's like.
Yeah, because I'll start listening again, and like I've missed the last 5 minutes. You know.
Mm-hmm.
And it's good to watch them over again anyway. Yeah, I'm going to have to agree. I'm going to have to agree with they left it unattended, which I thought it would come out that at least there was a cop car there.
Yeah.
Apparently, they left it wide open. And so Jackson could easily say, oh, well, people from the house went out there and put a shoe by the fire hydrant, sprinkled some, tail light out there and went back and nobody knew the difference. They can say all that now.
Yeah. Yeah, he did ask about his relationship with the Alberts, but I didn't think it was anything groundbreaking,
Yeah, that's good. They're talking about Lank.
Yeah.
On what I was just saying. Here, I want to hear this real quick. Well, what was the question? So, yeah, he's not saying what training. Fucking asshole. And that's purpose. He did that on purpose. So what was the actual question?
I think it was if he had training and,
A certain thing,
yeah.
not training to be a policeman. He's not a detective. Oh, okay. Okay. So now he's going to tell us what he knows about being an officer. Yeah. So I know they called Proctor. I know they did. This is not good. I'm telling you right now. This is not good because they did call Proctor. I don't know if that came up, but they called him because they had to. It became his case at 7:45 and they left at 8. So.
But that's why they contacted him, not because of, oh, we're going to do this cover up, but this blank.
Right, but that's not Canton's fault. Once it became their case, Proctor, they probably said, what do you want us to do? Do you want us to stay? Do you want us to go? What do you want us to do? And so Proctor probably said, if he said, you can just go, then it was up to Proctor to secure the scene, not Canton. I mean, he could have had Canton do it, but he apparently didn't tell him to.
Right.
Yeah, so that was his scene from that 7:45 on, after John was pronounced dead.
I'm reading all Grant's post about this thing that happened 22 years ago, which has no.
Runs with Scissors says she has no volume.
Oh, I don't know.
Can you hear?
I can't hear the glare. I can hear you.
Oh, you can't hear the glare?
I didn't think you were
Well,
playing
why
it.
didn't you tell me?
Because I didn't know it's not even moving. I didn't think you were playing it yet because you were talking.
Yeah, I was playing it.
I was waiting for you to start it. I just figured you was talking.
I think after about the third time you try to share a different screen, it stops participating with you.
It gives me a hard time sometimes too. I'll have to go out and I'll have to unshare and reshare.
Okay, I'm gonna try it one more time. Yeah, so I get it'll probably be this technicality bullshit. Can you see him now?
Yeah, I can see him.
Okay, see if you can hear him.
I don't want to live in that town.
Can you hear him?
Yep.
So
Grant being sarcastic.
Yeah,
about what?
I suppose.
No payment. And he was showing even Venmo, her Venmo friends. He was showing that yesterday.
How does that not violate?
You would think it would. When they're free to go, that doesn't mean they can't be called back.
Yeah.
It's insane to me.
I have a feeling a couple of these witnesses will be making another appearance on the stand.
I'm sorry.
I have a feeling that a couple of the witnesses that have already testified will be making another appearance.
Yeah, that's what they asked at the very first today was they wanted to bring Katie back because over the weekend they got more pictures. Dude, you've had a year.
Yeah, you've had a whole year. You got him because Turtle Boy made him up.
AI is going to be detrimental to trials. I mean, it's not going to do any good anymore to say, well, do you have the metadata? Well, you can make the metadata.
Yeah.
You can do all kinds of shit with AI.
Yep.
You can have them on a recording.
Trust nothing, believe nothing. Isn't that sad?
Yeah, what's it going to come to then? When you have to, unless you see them, then you're not even going to be able to trust what you see. You know what I mean?
You could see the same thing, but have two totally different takes on it.
No, I'm talking about AI, like deepfake AI.
Yeah.
You could show someone actually killing someone.
Exactly. It's scary what you can do with that technology. It really is.
I hope they're ahead of it. I hope the judicial system is way ahead of it because
I don't know that them people that are good with the AI, they can make that shit look so. I mean,
yeah, you can change dates. You can You do way better Photoshop. Apparently, Turtle Boy hasn't found out about AI yet because that was an awful Photoshop. I mean, awful.
He has his minions do all that stuff.
Well, that one should be fired.
Yeah.
Because I didn't see anything shady with the rest of them. I didn't see the one at the baby shower.
But even so, what? Those photos were so long ago.
Even if they were last week, Katie
were-
knows what kind of relationship she has with this woman. If
Yeah.
she doesn't consider her a friend, don't push her to say because she's a cunt.
Right. And just
You know?
because she was there doesn't mean that they're BFFs and hang out. Maybe she was brought with somebody else.
Oh, yeah.
So it doesn't mean that they're good friends, but he's trying to make her admit to it. And
Court's not still live. Court recessed.
I think that's one of their downfalls is the way he does kind of badger the witnesses and try to change up what they say. And then they're the ones that got to tell them. Being that they're first responders, I think the jury's going to look at him like, yeah, dude, you just got told. You're trying to say something that could hurt them a little bit. But I don't know. Today, one of the biggest, like I said, one of the biggest things for me, not even about this information about blank and all that from 22 years ago. It was the fact the scene was not secured.
So if I put a comment up, it doesn't show up on the screen if I'm sharing.
Oh.
I didn't know that. I thought it did. Anyway, Runs with Scissors said the
homicide experience, right?
So he said he didn't have homicide experience.
Right, because he did not investigate homicides.
Yeah, I don't think they probably have a bunch in Canton.
It's a real small department, correct?
43, I think.
That's small.
Yeah, I'm going to see how big it is. I wanted to go over some of the documents, but I can't find Good's report. Like, I don't see their police report in all this.
I would have to look through the drives. I have several drives of it. It would take me a minute, but
No, I've got Sleuthy's thing, and I go back and it's not that hard, but I'm apparently missing something.
His don't stand out for some reason. So I don't know.
Or it's on someone else's. Or I think he told, I don't know, to Proctor. I want to see what their population is. Canton. And population, it should say. You can go away now, thanks. Canton doesn't have a Wikipedia. That's pretty bad. In 2020, their population was 24,370.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm
How would
surprised.
you not know, everybody?
Department then.
Yeah. How would you not know, everybody? Official
Well,
website.
Some people aren't social butterflies, and I don't know.
No, I'm saying because you have to go to school.
At one time or another, I'm sure they were familiar with each other. I just don't think they hung out as friends.
Yeah,
You know-
I went to a very small high school.
Yeah.
And I didn't stick with my friends after a couple of years. I mean, I didn't even see them. You know, and stayed in the same area.
Yeah.
Tim's back. Woohoo. Hey, buddy.
What's up? I was away for an hour. I had work. What happened while I was going?
You got to say it again. I can't understand you.
Oh, can you hear me now? Better?
Yeah, I can hear you. I just couldn't understand you.
Yeah, what happened? I was away for an hour. I didn't really see what happened.
Well, okay. So did you hear that they didn't secure the crime scene from 8 o'clock until when certs got there around 5:30?
No, I did not.
Well, we can listen together because I didn't either, really. Why is it? But
Yeah, they want to submit like that whole fight occurred that 22 years ago. What was that? Was it the one with the jeopardize yourself thing situation? Is that the one?
yeah, I
you're
think
referring-
that is something they're doing in Voir dire because.
Yeah, they might. She might allow it in with that particular thing. She might allow some parts in. That's the part I saw a little bit just a second. I missed a
Okay,
little.
but it didn't happen on. It runs with scissor. I don't. Did you watch it on TV or where did you see it?
It was on Court TV. Basically, they're
Okay,
discussing.
so
it.
at the end they must have.
Yeah, they basically went in voir dire and then talked about the 2002 incident with the Lank incident. I think that's a self-deprecating thing.
Okay,
And
so
they
this-
might, yeah, they might let that in a little bit in, and it's kind of weird. So they are saying,
Yeah,
they
I
fired
don't
the-
know how they. So Good already mentioned, or he didn't mention Colin. Vianetti mentioned Colin to Good, I think. I mean, I heard Colin. So anyway, let's.
Now this is kind of like reflect the whole blood thing, kind of reflect the OJ Simpson's trial a little bit, where they had that one police officer that were kind of villainizing.
Yeah.
That did the DNA.
Yeah.
It kind of reminds me of that's like what they're trying to do. Like they try to villainize everyone involved in this investigation.
Right.
And by the way, OJ was, in my opinion, was completely guilty of the
Yeah,
charges.
mine too. But here's the thing. He admits, Good admits that they left the crime scene completely unsecured all the rest of that day until certs arrived. So it really was. I thought, well, we're going to find out they had a cop car there or.
That's not good. That's really not a good situation for
Not at all. Not at all. Because anyone from that house could just walk over there, drop some shit. Proctor, he takes the clothes, but of course the clothes went to the hospital first. But then he got the clothes from the hospital and would have had to have taken them, put them into evidence. Then when they were testing them, I don't know how long between that was, but leaving the crime scene open that long, insane.
Yeah, that's gonna definitely bite them in the ass.
Yeah.
This was during Jackson's questioning.
This was during Iannetti.
Oh, okay. So he finally got something. Okay.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it. I don't know if I'll find it or not. We'll listen. Was it at the end, Kathy? Kathy, do you remember? It was kind of towards the end, right? When I went. Oh my God.
Yeah. It was right before they did another sidebar and then came back and said they were going to end for the day.
Okay, we'll listen to it from here. Shut the fuck. Shut the fuck. She didn't say shut. I didn't hear anybody say that.
It just seems to me like a lot of the mistakes of this, like, whatever mistakes you point out in this situation was due to inexperience when it came to, homicide investigations. That's just my opinion. And also the inclement weather that basically added to the chaos of the situation.
Oh, yeah. Very much.
Now,
but listen, they had already called Proctor because at 7:45, it went to him. When they called it on John, then it goes to the state troopers. So Proctor should have had it secured. That wouldn't have anything to do with him. So that's going to be on Proctor.
Yeah,
Not looking good for it.
well, Proctor's been the weakness of this entire case. Yeah.
Unfortunately, he's the lead,
Mm-hmm.
And then Tully sends a bunch of phone records to Turtle Boy and says, "Oops, sorry, oops."
Yeah.
So he's not looking, and that's how she's going to get off. I mean,
If she gets off, that's how she would get off. Yeah.
yeah, and rightfully so, because police need to do their job. And Otherwise, this is what happens. It's not even new.
Unfortunately,
combat it tomorrow because it sucks and I'm gonna miss the morning. Oh my gosh! I'm gonna interrupt or stuff because I've got to hear what they gotta say.
You can't turn it on your phone?
Yeah, but not during a procedure.
Oh,
I'll have my earbuds in.
I think that's what I was going to tell y'all the other day. That was so funny because today, when someone came, I had it on, but I couldn't watch it for like 20 minutes.
No.
So during the Zimmerman trial, there was one person I wanted to see more than anybody else. I might have told you about it. And I'm in the hospital and watching it intently and talking to it. There was another woman in the same room. And we're watching it. And I'm like, Rachel Jeantel is going to come out. Okay. In walks a nurse with a wheelchair to take me to get x-rays. And I'm like, are you serious right now? This has gone on 2 years. We're in the trial phase. And the minute they call her, I got to go.
You got to go. You can't bring in the X-ray room.
Oh, no. I had it on my phone. I was like, do what you got to do. I'm watching this.
But, like, I think today's, like, the parts I seen, I got to watch that part with the whole, they didn't watch the crime scene since 8 to 5. That's kind of crazy to me. But
no, it wasn't because it's 8 to 5. It was no longer Canton's crime scene.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he didn't say anything about 8 to 5.
Oh, okay.
No, he just said, nope, we didn't secure it.
So basically what happened was they switched it off to another agency and it's just kind of in between someone dropped the ball, passing it by to secure the scene.
No, they called him. They called Proctor because it was a big thing. What earlier? Like they're saying, oh, you called Proctor right away. And why did Proctor have to know? Well, by the time they left at 8, they had called him.
Okay.
When he died, when they pronounced him dead, the Massachusetts state trooper take over the case. They still help. Canton would still help. So I would think Proctor would say, make sure you secure the crime scene. Make sure nobody goes in there. You know, I'll have somebody there as soon as possible. Nope.
The state's known about this, so I'm sure the prosecutor's office is ready to combat this somehow. They've known about this, so, and they know that could be the one thing that could really throw their case out.
I tried thinking, what could it be, you know, because they've said it all along that it was not secured.
Right.
And I'm thinking, yeah, no, they'd have a car. They wouldn't just leave it.
Well, the only thing it would call into question, in my opinion, is not the cocktail glass or the blood scene. It would call into question the taillight fragments that were later found at the scene, because you can basically raise a little bit of a reasonable doubt situation.
Absolutely now. Yeah. I just didn't believe it. I wouldn't believe you would leave a crime. Well, there was a blizzard. So
like I said, we got to see how the prosecution is going to combat this. Tomorrow's going to be very interesting.
Then they're going to have to combat Proctor and his damn text messages.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if those text messages are done in lieu of the situation with Turtle Boy, and it might open the door to that situation. Because remember, they went to everyone's house. They went to Proctor's house.
When did they go to anybody's house? That night? I heard they went immediately. These guys weren't going.
No. You're not knowing the situation.
I'm
Turtle
sorry.
Boy did like a whole campaign where he did like a whole big roller cars going to each house, and he did that on Proctor's house multiple occasions. So I don't know if those text messages are a response to like him thinking like Karen Reed had something to do with Turtle Boy, and that opens up the whole bag of worms for the defense, where they have to explain away them tapping, all that stuff,
Or was he looking on Karen? Okay, so here's the thing. Proctor can't take a phone and just look up anything he wants to. That phone has to go to someone. They have to give them parameters to search. You don't just get to search whatever you want to. You don't get free will to do that shit. So if he's looking, when he goes, oh, I'm looking for news or whatever, he can't do that. You don't just get a phone and get to look up whatever you want to. So unless those nudes were going to, I'm looking for nudes on Karen's phone. You know what it could be? That Turtle Boy might have been sending her nudes from that girl that would, just like because they started talking all the time and
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know nothing really about like what the hell. Why would he even say something ridiculous like that? Well,
I'm just telling you why.
Mhm.
Because they could be looking for not Karen's nudes. Did he say Karen's nudes or nudes on Karen's phone?
I would have to read the subject on that.
Yeah,
Text
I
language.
don't know if it'll come in or not, but that doesn't look good for him. Period.
So,
do you want to listen to this?
Sure.
I'm surprised they brought him into it. So mentioned his
Oh
name.
my God! Wait, Kathy. Wait. What?
I don't
said
even
I-
have it shared yet. You don't have it shared. Like it's not shared on the screen yet. By the way.
Oh, it.
Yeah, you
What?
got to.
What is going on?
Why are you crying?
That's weird. And my number of people in chat on StreamYard was like 3 times more than what was on my phone. That was weird. I want to do it a little faster. Y'all see it now?
Yeah.
Okay.
You arrived in your marked cruiser, correct?
Yes,
You had the overhead emergency lights on, correct?
correct.
You pulled up right in the front of the house, facing in the wrong direction in terms of the lane that you were in.
Correct.
You were parked on Fairview, adjacent to the Albert residence, and you were facing towards Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
When you parked, you left your motor running, correct?
Yes.
And when you got out of your cruiser, one prominent sound that you heard was Karen Reed screaming at the top of her lungs, correct?
Yes.
She appeared to be in distress.
Correct.
She appeared to be crying.
I did not see her crying.
She was hysterical.
Yes.
She was very loud.
Yes.
And you could hear her yelling.
That got me. She was screaming, but not crying.
Yeah.
Definitely. Did you not?
Correct.
After you got there, other emergency vehicles showed up?
No.
Did you see any other cruisers show up?
If you want to call it an unmarked detective pickup truck or cruiser, sure.
Okay. So there was one additional police vehicle that showed up?
Sergeant Lang arrived.
So Lank was there, and he's a detective. He wouldn't find problems with leaving it?
That, and then Lieutenant Paul Gallagher arrived in his unmarked cruiser.
Okay, so 2 additional vehicles. And also Officer Seraf's vehicle was there?
And Mulaney's, correct.
And Mulaney.
Yeah.
So we're now up to 4 police vehicles on scene?
Yes.
They all had their lights on?
No. Detective Sergeant Langs does not have any lights in it, and neither did Paul Gallagher's lights were not activated, I believe.
I see. So you and Seraf and Mulaney had your lights on?
Correct.
And I actually miscounted. That would be 5 police vehicles, correct?
Sure.
All right. 3 with their lights on. What about ambulances?
There were 2 ambulances that showed up, one for the first transport of Officer O'Keefe and second for Miss Reed, but they were never there at the same time.
All right. When you first got there, was the first ambulance there?
It was.
And that ambulance also had its lights on?
Yes.
How many fire trucks were there when you were there?
Just one.
And that also had its lights on as well?
Correct.
And engine running?
Yes.
And everyone was essentially parked around and in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And all the while, the first responders are talking over the noise of the storm, correct?
Yes.
And they're also talking over the screaming by Karen Reed, correct?
Sure.
At one point, Kerry Roberts even yelled at Karen, and I apologize for the language, but she yelled at her to shut the fuck up, correct?
I have no idea. I don't recall that.
Wow.
Was very,
See, they just can't do it. They can't be honest.
very chaotic.
She didn't even know Carrie. And Carrie's going to tell her to shut the fuck up?
Yeah.
Right.
Would you agree?
Oh, yes.
Hate
All
liars.
right. Could I have exhibit 16 on the screen, please? Hold this. Sorry. Okay. Now, this has previously been admitted as sort of a side-to-side comparison between your cruiser dash cam and Officer Sarah's dash cam.
Okay.
And they've been synchronized.
Okay.
If we could start.
Is this the one that wasn't in evidence? Kathy, do you know? One of them wasn't in evidence.
I'm not sure. He also.
9 minutes in, please.
So, Ms. Giannetti, this is not yet in evidence.
There you go.
That's
I
what.
have it as exhibit 16, am I
Right.
correct?
Right. So it's not in yet.
I see.
How does he do that? Just like, oh, sorry. Doesn't it have to be an evidence before you throw it up on the screen?
Yeah, didn't she think did she address that already about marking things and everything so that
No,
they?
this is not the third time.
Yeah.
With regard to your dash cam, sir,
Wow. And
you recognize the bottom?
she's wrong because she should have stopped him right then and made him show her what he's about to show. That's my opinion.
Video here as depicting your view as you were driving to the scene?
Sure.
And that appears to be a fair and accurate representation
Hey, JJ.
of what was shown to you on direct examination with regard to your dash cam?
Yes.
You can continue.
I think Link and Seraph went into the house, but I'm not sure. And then he went in later. What are we looking for?
I don't like the split screen videos.
That's Katie. That's Terry, I think. There's the cop. She said, heard Taryn say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. She's right there. So who is the cop?
Okay, you can pause it there.
Because no cop put that in the report.
Would you agree with me, Sergeant Good, that you were arriving on scene at approximately 6:16 a.m. on January 29th?
Yes.
And I'd ask you to review and compare your dash cam video with the top dash cam video for the next 30 seconds or a minute, please. And I'll ask some questions after that.
Sure.
Who's that? Sorry.
You can pause it. Sergeant Good, does it appear as though the top dash cam shows the exact same thing as the bottom dash cam, just from a different vantage point?
Yes.
Wait another 20, 30 seconds.
What are you getting at?
Were you able to see when people are moving, or when somebody's moving in the top version, they're also moving in the bottom version, just again from different vantage points?
Yes.
So did these both appear to be fair and accurate representations of the dash cams that were going on at that time?
Yes.
I would offer that, Norm.
Okay, I'd like to see Councilor Ziba for just 1 second on this.
So I'll be right back. I'm gonna let the dog out there. Be right
Okay.
back.
I didn't see the fireman or EMT that said he heard her say that. Did she just look at Paul?
I don't know. Lady's weird. Her affect is completely off.
Oh, that's her MS
Okay.
or her brain tumor.
I don't know. Whatever.
Colitis, whichever one you want it.
So this will now become Exhibit 16. We had it as a placeholder from before. It was 379, and on Friday, we said that it would stay as 16, assuming it was put in evidence. That's what you have, Tori and Jim? Great.
Okay, we can take that off the screen. Thank you. Now, Sergeant Good, you've testified that you got there at about 6.
Was there a point?
Don't know. Some of these things, like I feel like they make points sometimes, and sometimes they just ask questions and never follow up on the question.
Yeah, like what were we trying to see?
I'm sorry, 6:16 a.m. and relying on Exhibit 16 that I played.
Okay.
Told him to take it.
Okay. Yes.
You stayed on scene for over an hour and 40 minutes. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
You left maybe around 7:50 a.m. or so?
correct.
And during the beginning part of the 1 hour and 40 minutes that you were on scene, with all the vehicles that we've just seen at around 6:16 a.m. and for the first 10, 15 minutes with all those lights flashing, you never saw Brian Albert come out of his house, correct?
Correct.
And did you see first responders working on John O'Keefe when you were there?
No,
He had already been loaded into the ambulance at that time?
correct.
So you didn't see him actually being scooped up and put on a stretcher, correct?
I don't recall, no, Houston.
And with regard to the remainder of the time that you were on scene, up until all the way through 7:50 in the morning, did you ever see Brian Albert come out of his home?
No,
Did you ever see anyone come out of the Albert residence?
other than John McCabe and Matt McCabe, no.
Were you aware when you entered the Albert residence that morning that John O'Keefe was found on his front lawn wearing only one shoe, black in color?
I was not aware of him missing a shoe, no.
While you were there, you were listening to the questions that Sergeant Lank was asking Brian Albert?
Yes,
Did you ever hear Sergeant Lank ask Brian Albert that morning if he knew where the other shoe was that was black in color?
Objection.
Sustained.
While you were there, ever hear Sergeant Lank ask Brian Albert when he learned that John O'Keefe was lying on his front lawn?
Objection.
Sustained.
You knew that Brian Albert, as a Boston police officer, is a first responder, correct?
yes,
All police officers are first responders, correct?
yes,
You know from your training that all police officers have to receive CPR and other necessary training to be first responders, correct?
yes.
At any point in time, did you ask Brian Albert why he didn't come out of his house?
No,
Did Sergeant Lank in your presence ask him why he didn't come out of his house?
Objection.
Sustained.
After clearing the scene at 7:50 in the morning, did you go back to the station?
I did.
Do you know whether or not Kevin Albert was working that day?
I don't.
Did you see Kevin Albert that day?
I don't recall seeing him.
Did you speak with Kevin Albert that day?
No,
Now, since that day, it's been almost 2.5 years. You've continued working on the same police force as Kevin Albert, correct?
yes,
At some point in time, you and Kevin Albert discussed the fact that you were one of the first responding officers to his brother's home for this tragic incident, correct?
yes,
It's a very unique situation, correct?
yes.
Many officers in the department were interested to know what you saw and heard that day, correct?
Sure.
At what point in time after January 29th did Kevin Albert broach the topic with you as to what had happened on January 29th?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure, I don't recall ever immediately talking to Kevin Albert about the incident, no.
Right, well, you had said that you don't recall talking to him that day, but certainly within a couple of weeks, the two of you caught up, correct?
I can't remember, no.
I'm sorry?
I can't recall that, no.
Within a couple of months, you talked about it?
Sure.
And when you say sure, sir, I take that as, you're saying, well, if you really want to go there, I'll give you the sure answer. You have to answer yes or no.
Okay, yes.
So you answer yes or no if you can, and if you can't, you can't. So ask the question again or just move on, please.
Do you recall where you were when you and Kevin Albert discussed what had happened on January 29th?
No.
Do you recall who else was present?
No.
Do you recall whether it was in person or over the phone?
I don't recall, no.
You certainly told him what you observed and heard that day, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived, you were on scene not only to assist with, first aid and secure the scene, but as a first responder, your job is to assess the situation and also make an initial determination about gathering evidence. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You'd be on the lookout for any physical evidence, correct?
Yes.
And you'd certainly be on high alert for any individual who made any statement about what may have occurred, correct?
Correct.
That's important not only for treatment purposes of somebody who...
But here's one thing I want to say. All the jurors are from Canton, and they all remember probably the biggest blizzard.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think they can relate to what it was like.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out when does he start talking about the scene not being secured?
It will. It comes.
Okay.
I can't tell you
apparently is hurt, but also for investigative purposes, correct?
Correct.
And again, you were the third officer on the scene by minutes in terms of the other two officers arriving before you, correct?
Yes.
And while you were on scene for over an hour and 40 minutes, and by the way, when I say on scene, it's clear to you that I'm asking you about 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
There was no scene at the Canton Police Department, correct?
No, I'm talking about 34 Fairview.
Of course. A scene is where something happened, correct?
Yes.
While you were on scene at 34 Fairview for an hour and 40 minutes, did you ever once hear Karen Reed say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I did not.
And you wrote a report regarding this, correct?
I did.
You are trained over your 18 years that you include every important detail in that report, correct?
Correct.
Certainly a statement by Karen Reed screaming out, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, would have been an important detail that you would have included in your report, correct?
Yes.
You do not intentionally omit, I should say, any important details from your report, correct?
Correct.
Did not include that language, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in your report, correct?
Correct.
And the reason you didn't include it is that you never heard those words come out of Karen Reed's mouth, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now getting back to potential physical evidence, if you're at a potential crime scene, you want to find what you can, correct?
Correct.
You want to properly secure any physical evidence, right?
Correct.
In order to assist the investigation, you're prepared to conduct a thorough search for evidence that may shed light on what had happened, correct?
Correct.
And you did participate in a thorough search in this case, did you not?
The best we could in the elements that we were dealing with. Yes.
You had previously, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off if I did. You had previously testified, and I think I'm quoting you, the leaf blower worked great, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that with that leaf blower, your department was able to actually get down to the bare ground, correct?
Yes.
Not all of them.
And you were directed to the precise area where John O'Keefe had been laying, correct?
Yes.
And so you knew the area that needed to be searched, correct?
Yes.
You certainly want to properly search around that area, correct?
Correct.
And after John O'Keefe was in the ambulance and then transported to the hospital, that was the very area that you were eyeballing, correct?
Yes.
And you visually searched that area as best you could in the conditions, correct?
Yes.
And you tried to be as careful as you could.
Yes.
You did not want to miss anything.
Correct.
Your job very seriously.
Yes.
Now, in addition to scouring the area with your eyes, did you use your hands to search in the snow?
I don't remember doing that. I was recording it.
I'm sorry.
I don't remember it that way. I was recording the scene.
I see. Okay. Did you see other officers using their hands to search the scene?
I don't recall it that.
You recall officers using their feet to clear some areas?
Yes.
And you were the one that actually got your leaf blower, correct?
I did.
First time you ever used that in an investigation.
Oh, so they didn't get the leaf blower from a neighbor. Okay.
Fair to say?
Yes.
And your search was thorough enough, and when I say your search, I mean your department search in addition to your observations. It was thorough enough that you actually did recover small droplets of blood, correct?
We did.
Who was it that collected those blood droplets?
That was Lieutenant Gallagher and Sergeant Lang.
In addition to the blood droplets, you were looking for anything else that might be out of place there?
Sure.
Small items?
Of course.
Large items?
Anything.
And as you were on scene, it was starting to get lighter as the morning progressed, correct?
Yes.
And again, you didn't clear the scene until almost 8 a.m.
Correct.
And you searched and were keeping alert to what was around you for the time that you were on scene, correct?
Yes.
During that 1 hour, I should say, and 40 minutes, you did not find 45 pieces of red and black and clear taillight pieces at 34th Fifth, correct?
No.
How many pieces of taillight did you find on or around that property?
That morning, none.
Did you find a men's hat, black in color?
No.
Did they ever find the hat?
I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think they ever found the hat. They found the shoe.
Did you find a size 12 men's shoe, black in color?
No.
Now, you would agree that it's important to preserve and secure a crime scene?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, the tail light didn't fly. Like I am sticking with, he got sideswiped and flew into that area.
I mean, the problem with the defense's theory is like, let's say the scene is not secured, and they tell the jury to disregard the fragments, the taillight fragments that were found later in the scene. Okay, the problem is that they have to prove that the police department broke somewhere along the line, broke the taillight, and then
Right.
transported it to the location.
Right.
And to me, that does not seem like a possibility to.
Well,
like,
they
think about.
showed the video from the
Yeah, and
Sally
it's,
Port.
yeah,
Pretty broken.
what?
Yeah, it was already broken. And at the same time he left the scene, other cops went to John's house to check on the kids. And
Yeah.
they had video of the tail light.
I mean, and that's the problem. That's the crux of the situation is that
Right.
if you look at it, yeah, it's not good that they did not secure the scene, and that leaves a little bit of reasonable doubt in the minds of the jury about the evidence being collected. But in the end of the day, you have to think to yourself, how did it get there? And who could, and the only way you can really think about it getting there is either from Karen Reed hitting John, or, and I can't really, because the car is being looked at, I can't think of an opportunity for them to grab broken taillight fragments, go over there and put it there. I just don't see it in the opportunity to even get the materials to do that.
Well, the only opportunity they would have had would be at 8 that morning, which I doubt they would do since
Yeah.
there's ring camera, or in the Sally Port once they put it in put it in and close the doors. That's the only time.
Yeah. And I just don't think it's enough for the defense to really prove that. Because, yeah, they're punching holes in the storyline, like the story a little bit. There's here and there, there's victories here, there's victories there. But at the end of the day, it just doesn't make sense. Because, for instance, the one questioning when he's asking him about, well, you didn't search the basement. Of course he didn't search the basement because there was no probable cause to search the basement. I mean, why would he go to a random basement? Like, obviously, because the thing is, they try to talk about the floor, right? That was replaced. It wasn't the floor that was replaced? It was the upstairs floor, right? I'm trying to remember. They talk about all the time.
What was it?
They talk about the floor being replaced in the house all the time. I'm trying to remember. Was it the basement floor?
They had a leak. It's something to the floor.
Was it the basement floor or was the first floor?
The basement.
Okay, so they always talk about the basement all the time there and stuff like that. And I'm trying to think to myself, like, if they brutally beat up a man and they it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. First off, why would John be going into the basement? They haven't really explained that situation. They haven't really explained a lot of things. It's just a lot of hole poking into procedure. And I would admit that there's certain parts of the procedure that does not make sense, like the bag, obviously the grocery bag, just not a smart idea. But
if it's their only choice before they covers it up, I don't know what else he could do.
Yeah, and it couldn't, and the blood evidence was also put into individual cups. So yeah, it wouldn't have contaminated it. But like I said, I don't see how significant that even is.
Yeah, the blood's not even significant.
Well, the significance is to the jury to cause reasonable doubt, to basically sit there and make them think. But the problem is I feel like they're going through all these little things here, and I feel like it's losing the storyline a little bit to explain to the jury, because the jury needs to have some kind of storyline to follow. But it's like, okay, you used a leaf blower, but did it worked well this time? Yes. And then they at one point
found the glass.
They found the cocktail glass.
Like, if they beat him up in the basement, did they put the glass on top of him?
Yeah, I mean,
his phone and take him out. That's where I part ways completely. You don't leave the phone on the guy you half beat to death and put him in your front yard.
Yeah, and the problem is that the only thing they've really done is just shown little errors here and errors here in the police investigation, which I admit there are certain errors, but it doesn't prove a conspiracy or a frame job. It proves that they fucked up a couple of times.
Yeah, leaving the scene wide open though is
that's a really big fuck up. That is a huge. And my guess, I have to listen to testimony, but we'll hear it. But probably my guess is there was some sort of communication issue where they one agency handed it off to another, and they just.
Well, and Saraf saying she said I hit him with my car or something. She should have been detained.
But yeah, she should have been detained immediately. But you know what? I'm starting to, like the more I listen to this case, the more I'm really convinced that she killed him. Because the thing is, it makes a lot of sense to why she was unaliving feeling, because she thought that John was alive. She was like, is he dead? Is he dead? I don't think that's like of concern. I think she was worried that he was alive and he was going to point the finger at her. And then she's talking to her dad, and we find out today that old Turtle Boy's bullshit about how they had her committed. The police, it was actually the father that called in about the unaliving situation. He hears his daughter and he's worried, and he has the cops come and try to watch her because he doesn't want her, and he starts figuring out how to cover up and save his daughter, and that's what happens. And they all been working to cover it up. And I just truly believe in my mind that if she was in that unaliving mood because she believed John would point the finger at her. And that's why she started changing her tune when she found out he was deceased. And she went on that more cover-up mode. She attempted to do more of a cover-up where, certain footage gets deleted. The father comes over, they grab their stuff. They start creating an alibi. They start, figuring out what the game plan is. And you can see that they're not quite, they don't have all their ducks in the order. They basically have a situation where they try to go with like, oh, it was an accident defense. And that's why Yannetti basically said a tragic accident. But then she starts working with her family to look in like Facebook and figure out a ridiculous theory. But the mom starts trying to bring up ideas about the dog bite and all that stuff. And it just makes a lot more sense to me now why she was in that unaliving mood, because she thought the jig was up. She thought her life was over, and she was in that horrible mood because she thought she was going to go away right away. And when John died, she realized there's a chance. Let me create the narrative.
With all my soul, I think she went back before she went with Carrie and Jen. I think she went back. He's still in the same place. You're going to assume he's dead. And he is, for all intents and purposes, dead. So she thought there would be no way he's going to wake up and say something, right?
Mm-hmm.
But she sees them working on him, and she's like, oh my God, can they really bring him back? Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's the fear that person that she had at that particular time. And I think she has been pushing this, and that's the main reason why they've been pushing this every week, because she knows the longer it takes for them to get to trial, the better her chances. And actually, she got these lawyers. She's been doing this whole, because like an innocent person doesn't basically put on the payroll Turtle Boy to do bullshit. And by the way, I'd like to point out, I hear the Glairs gloating about something. Oh, what are you gloating about, bro? Everything Turtle Boy and you guys said are wrong.
Yeah.
You said it was 2 inches of snow. It was like 6 or more.
I know.
You said that the police were the ones.
They're not the only ones.
Yeah.
There were other people said, oh, look at this chart. Can't you see by the chart?
Yeah.
I can show you charts for here that I know better.
They said that the police were the ones that turned her in when she was like,
right.
It turns out it was actually the father.
Yeah.
You talked about the snowblower was a big deal, right? And they have videotape of doing the snow blowing, and you see that the glass and the blood is under the snow being revealed by the snowblower. There's multiple aspects that Turtle Boy has been absolutely 100% wrong in. There's even rumors that the illegally obtained autopsy photos that he probably got from the defense, in my opinion, is probably edited, from some people even claiming that he got edited photos of those. I mean, there's just a lot.
Well, I think a lot of it though came from Karen.
Yes, I think Karen has worked with the Turtle Boy. Just crazy to think he already is dead or on the side of the road. Most would think he passed out or someone in his house. Yeah, I just think there's been a lot of
right.
Now, I would say that there's a couple of key points the defense has made that is good, but I would say I don't think it's a great day for the defense either. I think it's a give or take. I think it's like one of those days where they've got some victories here, but they got some losses, and it's not good.
Right.
Two biggest things Claire's going to jump on is he's going to take out a context and that they left the scene unsecure.
Well, that to me, if I'm a juror.
That is a big deal. That is a gigantic deal for a jury because the jury has to believe that they're, you know, because they're going to look at reasonable doubt. But the problem is like if you're the, yeah, but the problem is the defense has to bring into like, what was the opportunity for whoever to go there to drop the pieces there? That's what you got to do.
That's a good point. And not to mention her words that were recorded, not only in the police station, but also on 2 different shows in an interview with Gretchen.
Yeah, her storyline is changed multiple times. I mean, it doesn't make sense. Even like what they're going to bring in like Nagel, it's not going to make sense because her first storyline is that she saw him go by the door and waited 10 minutes. Now, if she dropped him off at like 12:30 or something like that, how the hell is she at home at 12:41? Another issue is how the hell did Nagel not see John go through the door, but then says he saw no one in, no one in the car? It just doesn't make sense for her story. And I don't think Nagel is like freaking lying. I don't even think that.
No, and he didn't say that she was alone. They keep saying he said she was alone. He didn't say that. He said he saw Karen. That's it.
He just saw Karen. And that's the problem with it. There's a lot of holes in the defenses that it's not good. And the problem is that Karen needs to testify. If she does not testify and she's talking about how she's going on 60 Minutes, like going on the Nightline and going on, she's doing these, interviews on court steps, and she doesn't testify for herself, and they bring up the multiple change of stories, because think about it, the kids are going to testify to the change of
I
stories.
think she's going to testify. I've always said that.
I've heard rumors that she wasn't.
Well, until she thinks to herself, "Oh my God, these people are idiots. I'm going to have to get up there."
Yeah, and I think her counsel is going to be trying to beg her not to jump.
It doesn't matter
because she's going to be torn to pieces. It'll be like a Murdoch moment.
Yeah.
When like Murdoch went to the stand and testified and made like 100% tanking of his case.
Right, and they were telling him not to. Yeah. See, and they can't do anything about it. If she says, "Judge, I want to," when they ask her, "It's your right. Do you want to testify?" And she's going to say, depending on how it goes. I mean, who knows? Lolly is so lackadaisical. He doesn't make anything seem important. I can't think of anything he's asked.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to kind of maybe let the woman go up there.
Yeah, I think they're going to come back and really.
You don't want the crime scene to be contaminated.
You think what?
They're going to come back and really hit home on the taillight evidence because of the scene being insecure. I think the state's going to be ready for that.
Well, I don't know. I think she's told that Gretchen from Boston Magazine. I think that's what she's with. Anyway, I think that's where the information came from, that Karen took a piece of the taillight. I can't remember what she said she did with it, but that's going to be like, what were you doing? Why were you taking a piece of it?
Piece of memorabilia?
Huh?
I said, what you going to say? A piece of memorabilia?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what you take it for. Was she trying to plant evidence against somebody else?
Yeah, that, and I would really like to, because of my 2-year theory on psychos, I'd like to see at least one friend that she can say, "Oh, they've been my friend for 10 years." Or
That'd
15
be
years.
interesting. But I mean, like, that's an interesting. Well, maybe the 30 witness, like the 40 different witnesses the defense has, will be one of their friends.
Maybe
the ones you didn't have
You
to
also
pay.
do not want, and you'd like to prevent the crime scene from also being manipulated. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And what steps were taken, either by you or in your presence, to close off and secure the crime scene at 34th Fairview?
We had crime scene tape up while we're there, and then we also had Officer Mulaney on the road.
And when you say you had Officer Mulaney on the road, you mean blocking off the road?
Correct.
Are you aware of something called a crime scene log?
No.
What?
You recall being trained in the academy that when there is a crime scene that needs to be preserved, it is advisable to set up a log so that all personnel are required to sign in and sign out, again, to prevent contamination and to prevent manipulation. Do you not recall that training?
I don't recall that, no.
With regard to the fact that it was actively snowing at the time, did you consider putting a tent around the area to prevent and minimize the environmental intrusions like the snow?
It would have been useless.
Did you utilize any heaters to assist in melting the snow in that area?
No.
And before you cleared the scene, or I should say when you cleared the scene, did you post an officer to guard the scene so that nobody could get in or out?
No.
How long was the road closed off for?
While we were there, so those 2 hours.
And then after the 2 hours, there was nobody guarding the scene. Would you agree?
Yes, correct.
The road was not closed off.
No.
That crime scene was open to the public.
Correct.
And that's
So
not
with
good.
regard to
That, and I hope, against hope, that somebody, and he was already gone by the time he got there, took a picture of John. Just one person.
Yeah, and that's a good cross example. Finally, Yannetti actually woke up from his fucking bed. But like I would say, like that is a very good point to put out there, and I think that's a very smart move with the questioning. That was very smart. He was very shaky in the beginning. I remember in this testimony where he was like getting things wrong here and there. He was nitpicking with the report, like, "Oh, you put 32 Fairview," and the guy's like, "Well, I put it into my my other notes, my narrative, that it was 34."
Yeah,
And-
this was bound to come out. That's all they've been talking about.
Yeah, this is all they've been talking about, and this is a very interesting point. This is actually the only legitimate point so far I've seen really with the defense has brought up. That and the fucking paper bag. I would be like, oh, it's not good to have the paper bag. I don't know why it's there like that. I don't know why.
But it's easily explained. Well, yeah, they could have put blood if that is what the DNA came from.
Yeah, that's what they're probably going to imply with. They're probably going to imply that someone could have easily grabbed some of the blood
Right,
out
but
there.
I've never heard the DNA was blood.
I've heard it was DNA on the taillight, and I've heard that there was hair under the car. That's what I've heard.
Well, if it's from the taillight, it would have had to be, it would have had to pierce him. I don't think he hit the taillight. I think maybe his glass did,
Mhm.
but I don't think he hit the tail. Or she could have went up onto the curb and hit the freaking hydrant.
Yeah.
You know, I don't
Oh,
know
but-
how that would happen because the tail light's a lot higher, but maybe the electrical box or.
Mhm. Oh, I gotta go. I got things to do. It's good talking to you, Heels.
All right, bye. They're not be lying.
You know, a crime scene log, a tent, heaters, keeping an officer there to make sure nobody got in or out of that crime scene. You would agree none of those protocols were followed, correct?
I don't believe there is a protocol for a tent in our policy.
Okay, so I guess leave the tent out of it. None
Okay.
of those other protocols were followed, correct?
Correct.
And certainly a tent was not put up either.
Nope.
Correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to your police report, going back to that, your report clearly listed persons in.
Okay, we've seen all this. I wonder why the tent would be important if, who's that guy? Did we watch him?
Yeah,
Was he,
he's the one that kept saying sure.
I don't remember seeing him.
Have you ever described yourself as being a longtime, quote unquote, drinking buddy with Chris?
No.
Would you describe yourself
Chris Albert,
previously,
good time.
years past, as being a drinking buddy with Chris?
No.
Have you
This is Colin's dad.
ever gone out for drinks with Chris?
Not in years.
Ever?
Yes.
So you socialized with him in circumstances in which y'all are drinking and imbibing.
It's been many years, but yes.
So we didn't see this.
Your relationship with Chris certainly goes all the way back to 2002.
Again, we were friendlier back then, yes.
Right. Back in 2002 in August, while you were off duty, were you out either drinking with Chris or
20 years ago. 20 years ago.
They went back actually 22 years, according to Grant's Post. It's insane.
In some way at a restaurant or a bar?
Yeah, it is 20.
No.
Were you close in proximity to Chris when he was out drinking and at a bar?
No.
Was he at a restaurant?
I don't know where he was.
Were you at a bar?
I was.
At some point, did you realize that Chris was getting?
Can you imagine the jury is sitting over there going, what does that have to do with this? I don't even believe that judge is letting us in.
Some sort of physical altercation with somebody else in a parking lot?
Yes.
Did you jump in into a fist fight in order to protect Chris Albert?
Chris actually approached my vehicle and started to describe an altercation that had been in previously in the night.
When you say your vehicle, your personal vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, so you were off duty, is that right?
Yes.
You've been drinking?
Yes.
Nothing wrong with that, but just
Yes.
so happens that you've been drinking that afternoon.
Yes.
Tim Albert was with Chris,
You know, except for the part where you're getting in your car after you've been drinking.
correct?
Not when I saw him, no.
Ultimately, when you realized that Chris Albert was in some sort of fracas, some sort of fight or altercation, you activated yourself as a police officer at the time.
He wasn't in a fracas when he approached my vehicle. He approached my vehicle and stated that he had been in an altercation earlier in the night with one of the Lapalato brothers, and that during that altercation, threats were made against him and his family, and he was seeking advice because he knew as a police officer as to how he should go forward. And as I was telling him what to do, that's when a group of men started to walk down Washington Street towards Chris, and he said, "Oh no, here they come."
So that would be Mark Lapalato, correct?
Yes.
And his brother Alfred.
Yes, Alfredo.
Alfredo, sorry. You got out of your car and approached the other men.
Yes.
You also called for a Canton police backup.
I brought my attention to the restaurant owner and a bartender who had walked out into the street, and I yelled for them to call the Canton police.
Canton police did in fact arrive, correct?
They did.
Isn't it true that after you got involved and Canton police arrived, you then instructed some of your colleague police officers to handcuff Alfredo?
I can't recall.
Isn't it true that after Alfredo was handcuffed and, for all intents and purposes, physically incapacitated, you then approached Mark Lapalato?
No.
You got into a fight with Mark Lapalato?
Yes.
You punched him in the face?
At one point after he had struck me, yes.
So your story is he struck you first and then you punched him.
Yes.
His story, of course, is you punched him first.
I don't know what his story is.
Well, you were sued in federal court and he told you his story in that lawsuit, correct?
So I actually have a question. The criminal case was adjudicated. The civil case, I did sign a non-disclosure, so I'm not sure if I can speak on that.
I will never ask you what the nature of any settlement in that case was. Just the fact that you were sued in a public document, which a federal lawsuit is a public document. You were sued in federal court over this incident that I'm talking about, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately it was settled. I'll never ask you what the terms of the settlement are.
It was settled, yes.
Okay. Ultimately, you said that the criminal case was adjudicated. We'll get to that in just a second. Did you testify at that criminal case?
I did.
All right. I want to sort of tailor this a little bit because we're on a little bit of a time crunch and I want to be sensitive to the court's time and your time. The allegation that Mark Lapalato made against you is that you punched him, took him to the ground, continued to beat him, and bit him to the point of drawing blood, correct?
I believe that was his allegation, yes.
He then indicated that once the police officer
None of this has. You froze up. Hills. Did you stop it or are you muted?
When the fight initiated.
Did you tell him that you got punched?
I don't recall.
Now, that's a different question than them seeing it. Totally different circumstance.
You certainly let Mark go, correct?
Mark fled.
Okay.
Alfredo was released.
So the next day, Mark and Alfredo showed up at Canton PD to file a complaint against you and some of the other police officers that were involved, correct?
That's what I was told. I wasn't there.
You didn't file a report for assault, battery, or anything like that, correct?
I spoke with my sergeant that night and he said that I could do the report when I came back in on my next day of work.
My question is, on that night, did you file a report?
No.
The next day, did you file a report?
I don't recall if it was 1 or 2 days later.
It's actually 3 days later, wasn't it?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Does it sound like that's in the time frame? It probably was about 3 days later?
I honestly couldn't tell you. It's 22 years ago. I'm not really sure.
But between the time this fight happened and you filed a report, Mark Lapalato and his brother Alfredo came into Canton PD and asked to swear out a complaint against you and fellow officers, correct?
I believe so.
And they were told to go away on that day.
I couldn't speak to that.
By the time they came back to file the complaint, then police reports had been written, right?
I don't know.
Once those police reports were written, after they indicated that they wanted to file a complaint, ultimately charges were brought against them, correct?
Again, ultimately charges were brought. I don't know the exact timeline.
After charges had been brought, and both brothers ended up having to go to court and defend themselves, you ran into both brothers at a mobile gas station.
Yes.
You confronted both brothers, correct?
No.
You approached both brothers.
No.
Isn't it true that you walked up and said, "How you doing?" to the two guys? And one of them responded, "Not so good. You attacked me and now I've got to go to court."
No, I
Conversation?
I believe they initiated the conversation with me.
Did you say, "How are you doing?"
Something to that nature.
And did they respond something to the effect of, "I'm not doing so good because you attacked me and now I've got to defend myself in court"?
I don't recall exactly what they said in response.
And then, based on that interaction, you arrested them for witness intimidation, correct?
Well, there was further interaction. It wasn't just the response to "How are you doing?" They made threats and they were ultimately arrested, yes.
So your claim now is that they made threats against you, a sitting police officer at the time, a working police officer?
Yes.
Okay. And you reported that threat to the DA's office?
Yes.
And charges were brought against them? I'm sorry. A report was brought against them for that witness intimidation, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, with regard to the assault charges for which they were arrested and tried, they were found not guilty in a public adjudication, criminal case, correct?
Correct.
And the DA's office threw out the witness intimidation charges because they were meritless. Isn't that right?
The charges were thrown out.
And all of this history that we've just talked about came on the heels of you assisting Chris and Tim Albert in a fight they said they'd been in earlier in the evening. Is that right?
No.
You just told us that the reason you got involved in this melee, this fight to begin with, was because Chris Albert approached you and said, "I was in a fight with some guys earlier tonight, and here they come."
Yes, and you just said that he was with Tim Albert. I never saw Tim Albert that night.
My mistake. Let's just leave it at
He was with his fiance.
Okay. So all of this situation emanated from you coming to the aid of Chris Albert, your friend, longtime childhood friend, correct?
It had nothing to do with it being Chris Albert.
Isn't it true that it had everything to do with it being Chris Albert?
No,
So just a regular random guy off the street, you would have conducted yourself the exact same way.
absolutely.
Isn't it true that what you actually did Sergeant Lang, in that particular circumstance, was you came to the aid of a friend and you used your position as a police officer to further that assistance and that protection?
No.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Thank you. Whatever happened between Christopher Albert and these brothers on that particular evening, you weren't present for that?
No.
And your testimony that Tim Albert wasn't present at any point in time, you were there, correct?
No.
Now, with regard to Tim Albert, what, if any, other involvement have you had with him as far as through your official duties as a police officer?
I was involved in an investigation where we had to take out charges against Tim Albert.
So you've been involved in an investigation where charges were actually taken out against a member of the Albert family, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall roundabout when that was?
I believe it was 2012.
Do you recall who, if anyone from your department, was working with you on that investigation?
Okay, sorry. I just said hello to Trish. I said, I hope you come back. I was muted. And stay safe. Okay.
Investigation?
Would have been Officer Good at the time.
That's now Sergeant Sean Good, is that correct?
That's correct.
Same Sean Good involved in this case, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the federal suit that was brought, that was settled, correct?
That's correct.
There was no disposition on it, no finding of liability or anything of the like.
Correct.
Now, with respect to Brian, how would you describe your relationship with him?
Again, civil.
The two of you friends?
Could you repeat that, please?
Are the two of you friends?
No.
You socialize with Brian Albert, have you at any point?
I've been at events where Brian is at, and we will say hello, but that's pretty much the extent of it.
Have you ever socialized with Brian Albert, just the two of you?
No.
You ever been to his house? Or
Kathy, are you here? Can somebody tell me, is this guy a Canton police officer or a trooper? Hey, KDK.
Side source.
No.
Now, with regard to, other than that day of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
You and Brian Albert, do you get along?
Say that again?
I said, he and Brian Albert, do they get along?
We have had some disagreements, I'd say, in the past, but we're civil. We get along enough to say hello.
Anything to do with your response, your interviews, or anything to do with January 29th, 2022, have anything to do with the Albert family or Brian Albert or Christopher Albert or anything to do with the Alberts whatsoever?
No.
That didn't change what you were doing, how you were doing it, or how you conducted yourself in this investigation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Okay.
I have one slight area to cover with the court's permission.
Okay.
So Jackson lied and threw Tim into that fight, but then come to find out they actually pressed charges on Tim, who is Albert's, I think, another brother of Albert.
Concerning Tim Albert, and this issue, or the investigation where charges were brought against Tim Albert, that was a circumstance in which Tim Albert, in broad daylight, slammed into a parked car belonging to a woman and then fled the scene, correct?
No.
Didn't you follow a trail of transmission fluid or something to find where he had gone?
I did.
And he fled directly to 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
He didn't live there. He went to his brother's house. Brian,
No, that's not correct.
he lived there at the time?
Yes.
Okay. So you follow the trail of whatever it is, fluid trail, all the way to where Tim Albert had fled to, and you basically had no choice. He had just slammed into the back of a car and then fled the scene. Isn't that right?
I concluded my investigation by locating the vehicle that had heavy damage.
The vehicle that he hit.
His vehicle.
His vehicle had heavy damage, but so did the vehicle that he hit, correct?
So what you had said a minute ago that he hit a parked car. That's incorrect.
Oh, he hit a moving car.
It was a vehicle that was, I believe it was stopped at a light. It wasn't a parked car. It was a vehicle that was stopped.
Okay. Irrespective of whether the engine was running or parked or not, he hit a car.
No,
Yes.
it's important. What the fuck?
With a woman in it, fled the scene,
Oh,
then you
that
find
guy
him
lies a lot.
trying to hide out at 34 Fairview, correct?
He had parked the car at 34 Fairview.
And you didn't have much choice. I mean, there you have it. The evidence is right in front of you. You can't really cover that one up, right?
I would say I did my job.
Your Honor, move to strike.
Yeah,
So this is
cover
for Dan.
The fuck?
Could you answer the question, please?
I would say I did my job.
Okay. Did you engage in any kind of a DUI investigation?
We spoke with him.
Did you give him FSTs?
I don't recall if I did. I know I didn't. I don't recall if Officer Good did.
Did you give him a breathalyzer?
I did not.
Did you ask him for a blood test?
I did not.
So no DUI investigation really undertaken, correct?
Again, I can't recall what Officer Good did, but I was there.
But you didn't do it. You didn't do what I just suggested, a full-blown DUI investigation.
No.
Even though he hit another car and then fled the scene.
We spoke with him, and he gave an explanation.
And that explanation coming from Tim Albert was, I'm really sorry I panicked, right?
It was something to that nature.
And he turned around, well, I'll just cut to the chase. Y'all ended up charging him with a misdemeanor, correct?
I believe so.
And he was given diversion,
I don't know.
and his record was wiped clean.
I don't know.
That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Sergeant. You can step down, sir.
Thank you.
I'll hear you, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be very brief. I spoke about the Aguiar case a couple of days ago, and I think
I
it's
cannot stand Jackson, I swear to God. I bet he takes like 3 hours in the morning to get dressed.
attendant to our conversation today, or discussion today. That case stands for the proposition that it doesn't matter if the evidence reveals something other.
I saw Kathy, the link is pinned if you want to come back. Oh, you got to get the kids dinner. Okay. Thank you for coming up. Hey, JP, I'm going to watch this because I didn't see it, and then I'll probably close it.
Than either something that's otherwise inadmissible, as long as the material elaborates on or establishes that there could be some sort of bias or prejudice. There doesn't have to be a bias or prejudice. I don't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt or to clear and convincing evidence that there's a bias or prejudice.
Was that done? Okay, so that wasn't done in front of the jury. Okay, good. Good.
If the evidence suggests that there could be bias or prejudice, that is proper fodder for the jury to consider, and that's what we're asking. In this case, Sergeant Lang's willingness to activate himself as an officer, get involved with Chris Albert, although it was in 2002, and I know that that's something that Mr. Lowley's going to say, and he's going to harp on, this was so long ago, that actually cuts against the Commonwealth case. That shows how long these folks have been involved with each other and how deep their relationships run. For him to sort of deputize himself in that situation in order to help out his longtime friend, whom he socializes with, drinks with, grew up with, establishes a bias and a prejudice, in this case against Miss Reed, and in favor of the Alberts. And it's not like he had a tangential part to play in this, a role to play in this investigation. He was the very first officer to walk in that front door. He absolutely knew what he was going to find when he walked in the front door, which was the homeowners and possibly other witnesses. He engaged in a...
Okay, but that was not this guy. Didn't have anything to do with Lank, did he? Was it Lank or Good? Good was the other officer. Sorry.
Interview or a series of interviews that were not recorded. I have no idea what was said. The jurors are never going to find out exactly what was said other than to take his word for it. The jurors have to be able to weigh and balance his credibility against an officer that, for instance, even like Sergeant Good, for instance, who seems to come across far more unbiased, just sort of a straight shooter. Sergeant Lank is not that person. He never should have walked in that front door. He should have said to his supervisors, I have a relationship with the Albert family. I've known these folks for too long. I grew up with his brother or brothers. I've known them my whole life. I'm probably not the right person to make the decisions about this investigation. And unless and until the jurors know that and can weigh and balance it, they can toss it out if they want to, or they can adopt it if they want to,
So-
if they need to be adhered to evidence.
So I have a question for you. So the part about the complaint at the station
Yes.
and being turned away, who are you going to get that in from other than the Lapolito brothers, which puts us a little far afield? So he didn't adopt it or said, I don't know, or that's what I've heard.
So the Lopolito brothers, I think.
I know, but that's so far removed now.
I disagree. I think they're the ones that are closest to the situation. So we would ask who's better to tell the jurors that they walked in. I can get the police report. I can tell the court when it's dated. It's dated September 2nd or September 3rd.
No, we're going to have to see that report. You can't, you're not trusted.
The Lopolitos walked in on August 31st to make the complaint.
No, I understand because you've outlined it, or Ms. Little outlined it, which is very helpful. I don't disagree that some of this is admissible. I just have to figure out how you intend to get it in, because I have to be concerned about if it's a mini trial within a trial, and we're trying to avoid that. If he were to testify as he did, that's what I understand, and the Commonwealth didn't object to that. That seems admissible to me.
I would probably seek to do it with the court's permission through two pieces of evidence. One would be Mark or Alfredo, and I don't think I would use both of them.
You would not.
I would not. Okay, fair enough. I would seek to ask Mark to join us. He would testify to the altercation. He would testify to the complaint, and then I would seek to either get a stipulation.
I wouldn't trust that at all. If those guys don't have money and money was offered to him, I wouldn't.
To the date of the police reports, I don't even need the police reports in. If I can't get a stipulation, then I probably would just ask the court to be able to establish that the police report is a business record.
So I would like to see those police reports tonight before I leave, okay?
If I have them. Yeah. Right. I will do my best to get them to the court. I can't get them to the court tonight. We don't have them.
Okay.
So I'll start working on that immediately.
You don't have them.
Anything else?
You don't have the police report, really? Why would you not have them? And you're going to, they're so full of crap. Like on Friday, I don't know if y'all remember, she asked for some videos and get those to me by whatever, tonight or weekend. And Miss Little says, oh, Your Honor, we have them right here. And hands her a flash drive that didn't work.
comments?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Your Honor, I would submit that defendant hasn't met his burden. There is no actual relevancy to any of this, and it is essentially a trial within a trial at this point. Bringing in other civilian witnesses to talk about an incident which happened 22 years ago to
So let's forget about bringing in the civilian witnesses. How about what we heard as to what Sergeant Lang would testify to?
As to what Sergeant Lang would testify to is a single incident in which he did not witness anything to do with the Albert brothers. Christopher Albert was never at 34 Fairview Road on January 28th or until much, much later in the day of January 29th, and certainly not at the same time that Sergeant Lang was. I think counsel far overestimates what Sergeant Lang's involvement in this particular investigation was. He shows up on scene, he assists with the other officers, Lieutenant Gallagher and Sergeant Good, that you've already heard from. And with respect to, he takes a couple of initial statements, all those witnesses then subsequently talked to troopers from the state police, testified grand jury, multiple grand juries, and will we all be testifying as witnesses in this case? So any purported bias from an incident from 22 years ago involving a brother who wasn't even present at the home on the night in question does nothing but confuse the jury as to what the issues are, and creating this sort of bias out of thin cloth that has no basis whatsoever in the facts of this case.
Okay, so I disagree with you. I don't know yet. I want to see those police reports. I don't know yet what I'm going to allow in, but I disagree that it has nothing to do. If it weren't involving the Alberts, then under the grand jury case, the decision by Justice Gantz, Chief Justice Gantz at the time, it wouldn't come in, but it does. So it comes in for different purposes, so different reasons. So I'd like those reports tonight or certainly by tomorrow morning before we come out.
We'll do our best.
Okay. All right. So we'll figure this out tomorrow morning. All right. Thank you.
How did they not have the report? I don't get it. Wow.
Very much.
No, that's all. That's it. Okay, guys, I'm going to go because I need to eat. And thank y'all for coming. I hope you'll come tomorrow. I hope I wake up in time. Oops. Okay. Bye. Let me do my song. What was that? I don't know. I love you. I love you. Okay. Trying to find the song.
Just like the sunrise needs the sky, just like the blackbird needs to fly, I gotta have you by my side, 'cause you make me feel alright. I know some people play it cool, but baby I ain't that kind of fool. When I'm with you, girl, there ain't no rules, 'cause you make me feel alright.
Did everybody hear me say good night? Because I was on mute. I'm sorry. Okay, so one last thing. And good night, and thank you for coming. And I'll be here tomorrow. I love you. I love you. Okay.